When Michael Jordan walked into an upscale restaurant with his 15-year-old nephew Marcus, he expected a simple lunch. Instead, the hostess looked at their casual clothes and turned them away, saying they didn't fit the clientele. Other families were being seated immediately, but Michael and Marcus were told to leave. Marcus was heartbroken and confused. Why didn't his famous uncle tell them who he was? Why did he just walk away? But here's what nobody knew that day. Michael Jordan had a connection to this restaurant that went back 25 years. The manager who rejected them. Michael had once saved his life, pulling him from a burning car when he was just 5 years old. And the manager's mother had written Michael a letter before she died, begging him to do something that would change her son forever. What happened next is one of the most powerful stories about second chances, transformation, and how one act of kindness can create ripples that last for decades. This is the true story of how Michael Jordan saved the same person twice, once from a fire and once from himself. Stay with me until the end, because what happens will restore your faith in people's ability to change. The glass doors of the Sterling room gleamed in the afternoon sunlight as Michael Jordan pushed them open, his hand resting gently on his nephew's shoulder. Marcus shuffled beside him, his 15-year-old frame still awkward in that way teenagers are when they're caught between childhood and whatever comes next. "You're going to love this place," Michael said, though he'd never actually been here before. A friend had recommended it, upscale but not stuffy, great food, perfect for a special lunch with his nephew who was visiting for spring break. Marcus managed a small smile. It was the first real smile Michael had seen in the 6 months since his brother James had died. 6 months since Marcus lost his father. 6 months since their family learned what a whole one person's absence could leave. The restaurant's interior was elegant, white tablecloths, soft lighting, the gentle murmur of conversation floating through the air. Abstract paintings decorated the walls, and fresh flowers sat on every table. Through the dining room's large windows, Michael could see at least a dozen empty tables scattered throughout the space. Behind the hostess stand, a young woman in her mid-20s looked up from her computer screen. Her name tag read Bethany. She glanced at them briefly and something flickered across her face, not quite recognition but something else. Something that made Michael's stomach tighten instinctively. "Good afternoon," Michael said warmly. "Table for 2, please." Bethany's eyes traveled slowly from Michael's simple gray t-shirt to his jeans, then over to Marcus's worn sneakers and basketball hoodie. Her professional smile never quite reached her eyes. "Do you have a reservation?" Her tone was crisp, almost cold. "No, but I can see you have plenty of tables available." Michael gestured toward the dining room. Bethany tapped at her computer screen with perfectly manicured nails, making a show of studying whatever information appeared there. "Unfortunately, we're fully booked this afternoon. There's approximately a 2-hour wait." Marcus's head swiveled toward the empty tables, his brow furrowing with confusion. "But there's nobody." Michael squeezed his nephew's shoulder gently. "That's fine, we can wait." "Uncle Mike," Marcus whispered, pulling at his uncle's sleeve. "Those people just walked in after us." He pointed toward the entrance where a middle-aged couple in business attire had just arrived. Michael turned to watch as another hostess, this one older with kind eyes, greeted the couple with a genuine smile and immediately led them into the dining room. To one of the many empty tables, Marcus's jaw clenched. At 15, he was old enough to understand what was happening, but young enough that it still cut deep. His eyes met his uncle's, filled with confusion and the beginning of something darker. Hurt, anger, recognition. "Excuse me," Michael said, his voice still calm but with an edge of steel underneath. "That couple just arrived and they're being seated now. Could you check again on the availability?" Bethany's smile turned brittle. "That couple had a reservation. As I explained, without a reservation, you're looking at quite a wait. Perhaps you'd be more comfortable." "We'll wait," Michael interrupted gently but firmly. The young woman's mouth pressed into a thin line. "Let me get my manager." She disappeared through a doorway marked "Staff Only," her heels clicking sharply against the polished floor. Marcus moved closer to his uncle, his breathing shallow and quick, the way it got when he was trying not to cry. "Why is she acting like this?" Marcus asked quietly. "We didn't do anything wrong." "No, we didn't," Michael agreed, his own jaw tight. "We didn't do anything wrong at all." A man emerged from the back, tall, in his early 50s, with silver-streaked hair and an expensive suit that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. His posture radiated authority and something else, a sense of superiority that he wore like cologne. "I'm Richard Westbrook, the manager." His eyes swept over them with the same dismissive assessment Bethany had performed. "I understand there's some confusion about seating." "No confusion," Michael said evenly. "We'd like a table for two. Your hostess said there's a 2-hour wait, but I can see multiple empty tables." Richard clasped his hands together in a gesture that might have looked apologetic if not for the condescension in his eyes. "Yes, well, those tables are reserved. We cater to a particular clientele here at the Sterling Room, and we need to ensure the atmosphere remains appropriate for our regular guests." The words hung in the air like smoke. Marcus inhaled sharply beside him. "I see," Michael said slowly. "And what exactly do you mean by appropriate?" Richard's smile didn't waver. "I simply mean that perhaps you'd be more comfortable at one of the more casual establishments in the area. There's an excellent diner just down the street, very reasonably priced, very relaxed dress code." His eyes pointedly traveled over their casual clothing again. Around them, other diners had begun to notice the exchange. Conversations quieted. Heads turned. A woman at a nearby table whispered something to her companion, both of them staring. Marcus's hands curled into fists at his sides. His voice came out choked. "You're saying we can't eat here because of how we're dressed?" "I'm saying," Richard replied with exaggerated patience, as if speaking to a child, "that our establishment has certain standards. Standards that our clientele expects us to maintain." Michael felt his nephew trembling beside him, not with fear but with barely contained rage and humiliation. He saw tears gathering in Marcus's eyes, saw the boy fighting to keep them from falling. This was exactly what Marcus didn't need right now. More pain, more rejection, more evidence that the world could be cruel and unfair. For a moment, Michael considered telling them who he was. Considered the satisfaction of watching recognition dawn on their faces, followed by embarrassment and awkward backpedaling. He could almost hear Richard's stammered apologies, could imagine Bethany's face going pale. But what would that teach Marcus? That you should only be treated with dignity if you're famous. That respect is something you have to earn through achievement rather than something you deserve simply for being human. "Let's go, Marcus." Michael's voice was quiet but steady. "But Uncle Mike," Marcus's voice cracked, "they can't just—" "Yes, they can, and they did, come on." As they turned toward the exit, Michael's eyes swept the restaurant one more time. The watching diners quickly looked away, suddenly fascinated by their meals. The kind-eyed hostess stared at her shoes, her face flushed with second-hand shame. And then Michael saw it, a framed photograph on the wall near the entrance. He stopped, Marcus bumping into him. The photo showed a younger version of himself, probably from the early Bulls days, mid-jump shot, frozen in that moment of perfect athletic grace. The championship years, the glory days, below it a small plaque read, "Sports legends who inspire us." Michael stared at the photo, then slowly turned back to look at Richard Westbrook, who stood directly beneath it, completely oblivious to the irony. The manager met his gaze with that same condescending smile, clearly waiting for them to leave. Behind the bar, Michael noticed a young server. Her name tag said Alina, watching the entire scene unfold. Her dark eyes were wide, her expression stricken. She looked from Michael to the photograph and back again, and something like recognition flickered across her face. But it wasn't the recognition of fame. It was something deeper, the recognition of injustice, of witnessing something fundamentally wrong. "Have a pleasant afternoon," Richard said, dismissing them with a slight nod. "And do try that diner. I think you'll find it much more suitable." The words followed them out the door like a slap. The glass doors swung shut behind them with a soft whoosh, sealing them out of the Sterling Room and everything it represented. On the sidewalk in the bright Carolina sunshine, Marcus finally let the tears fall. They streamed down his face as he turned to his uncle, his voice breaking with emotion and confusion. "Why didn't you tell them who you were?" The words came out almost as an accusation. "They had your picture on the wall. You could have made them feel so stupid. You could have." "Is that who I taught you to be?" Michael interrupted gently, pulling his nephew into a hug even as Marcus tried to pull away. "Someone who needs to announce their worth. someone who only deserves respect if they're famous. But Marcus wasn't listening. He was remembering his father, remembering all the times James had stood up for his students, all the times his dad had fought against injustice in his classroom and his community. His dad who died trying to protect kids from violence. His dad who would have done something, said something, fought back somehow. Dad would have stood up to them, Marcus said bitterly, wiping angrily at his tears. He wouldn't have just walked away. He would have fought. Michael's expression softened with pain, his own grief for his brother mixing with concern for his nephew. Your dad knew how to pick his battles, Marcus, and more importantly, he knew that real strength isn't about putting others down to lift yourself up. It's about lifting others up, period. They stood on the sidewalk, the cheerful sounds of the city continuing around them as if nothing had happened. Cars drove past. People walked by with shopping bags and coffee cups. Life went on, indifferent to the small cruelty that had just unfolded inside the Sterling room. Marcus wouldn't look at him. The boy's shoulders shook with quiet sobs, sobs that were about more than just a restaurant rejection. They were about loss and grief and the accumulated weight of 6 months of pain. They were about a world that suddenly seemed darker and crueler than he'd ever imagined. Michael guided his nephew to his car and they sat in the parking lot in silence. Through the restaurant's windows, they could see Richard Westbrook moving through the dining room, greeting other guests with warm smiles and friendly handshakes. Business as usual, already forgotten. Finally, after several long minutes, Michael turned to his nephew. His voice was quiet but carried the weight of a decision made. Marcus, I need to tell you something about that restaurant. Something that happened there 25 years ago. Marcus looked up, his eyes red and swollen. What are you talking about? Michael took a deep breath, his hands gripping the steering wheel as memories flooded back. A dark road, screeching tires, flames, and a terrified child's cry. A long time ago, he began, I saved someone's life. 2 people, actually. And that restaurant, that man who just treated us like we were nothing, he's connected to that night in a way you can't possibly imagine. Marcus turned in his seat, confusion replacing some of the anger in his red-rimmed eyes. What are you talking about? Michael stared through the windshield at the elegant facade of the Sterling room, his mind traveling back through the years. Not here. Let's go somewhere we can talk properly. 20 minutes later, they sat on a weathered bench in Freedom Park, watching ducks glide across the pond. The afternoon sun filtered through the oak trees, dappling the ground with shifting patterns of light and shadow. A few children played on the nearby playground, their laughter carrying on the breeze, innocent sounds that seemed to belong to a different world than the one Marcus was currently inhabiting. Michael waited, giving his nephew time to collect himself. Marcus had stopped crying, but his jaw remained tight, his hands clenched in his lap. The boy stared at the water, his whole body radiating hurt and confusion. I don't understand, Marcus finally said, his voice hoarse. Why didn't you say something, anything? You just let him treat us like we were nobody. We are somebody, Marcus. We're human beings, that should be enough. Michael leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. But I know that's not satisfying right now. I know you wanted me to fight back. Yes, Marcus's voice cracked with emotion. You could have told him who you were. You could have embarrassed him in front of everyone. He had your picture on his wall, Uncle Mike. Your picture. And he didn't even recognize you because he was too busy judging us by our clothes. You're right, he was judging us. And that tells you everything you need to know about him, not about us. Marcus shook his head violently. That's not enough. Dad wouldn't have just walked away. Dad would have. His voice broke completely. Dad would have done something. There it was, the real wound. Not the restaurant, not Richard Westbrook's prejudice, but the gaping hole left by James's death 6 months ago. Michael had watched his nephew spiral in the months since the funeral, watched him withdraw from friends, struggle in school, lash out at his mother. The grief counselor said it was normal, that anger was part of the process. But knowing that didn't make it any easier to witness. Your dad, Michael said carefully, spent every single day of his teaching career standing up for kids who couldn't stand up for themselves. He fought for students everyone else had given up on. He died protecting those kids. I know that. You know that. Your father was one of the bravest men I've ever known. Then why are you acting like it's okay to just let people treat us like trash? Marcus demanded. Why didn't you stand up to that man? Because I'm trying to teach you something your father would want you to learn. Michael turned to face his nephew fully. Marcus, what happened in that restaurant wasn't about us. It was about Richard Westbrook's character, his choices, his failures. And responding with anger or humiliation, even if he deserved it, wouldn't have changed anything about who he is or who we are. I don't care about who he is. I care that he made us feel small. Did he, Michael asked quietly, did he really make you feel small, or did he reveal how small he is? Marcus opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again. His hands unclenched slightly. Your father taught children every day who came from difficult situations, Michael continued. Kids who'd been abused, neglected, told they were worthless. Did your dad give up on them? Did he write them off as hopeless? No, Marcus whispered. He never gave up on anyone. That's right, because your dad understood something that took me years to learn. Hurt people, Marcus. But healed people, people who have done the work to become better, they heal people. Marcus's eyes filled with fresh tears. I miss him so much. I miss him every single day, and it doesn't get better. Everyone says it gets better, but it doesn't. And then today, when that man treated us like that, all I could think was that Dad isn't here to protect me anymore. He's not here to fix things. He's not here to tell me what to do. Michael pulled his nephew close, letting the boy cry against his shoulder the way he hadn't been able to cry inside the restaurant. They sat like that for several minutes, the park's peaceful sounds wrapping around them, water lapping at the shore, wind rustling through leaves, distant children's voices. Your dad is protecting you, Michael said when Marcus's sobs finally quieted. Every lesson he taught you, every value he lived, that's him protecting you still. And one of the things he believed most strongly was that people can change, that everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Marcus pulled away, wiping his face with his sleeve. So what, we're just supposed to forgive that guy, pretend it didn't hurt? No, we're supposed to acknowledge the hurt, feel it, and then decide what we do with it. Do we let it make us bitter, or do we let it teach us something? Teach us what? That the world is unfair and people are cruel. We already knew that, Marcus. Your father's death taught us that in the worst possible way. No, this teaches us something different. It teaches us about the choices we make when we have power. Michael paused, choosing his words carefully. I could have used my fame as power in that restaurant. I could have humiliated Richard Westbrook with a single sentence, but would that have made him a better person? Or would it have just made him more defensive, more angry, more likely to take it out on the next person who walks through his door? Marcus considered this, his brow furrowed. So you're saying we should just let him keep being terrible? No, I'm saying there's a difference between seeking revenge and seeking change. Your father knew that difference. He didn't just punish students who acted out. He tried to understand why they were acting out and help them heal. That man doesn't deserve help, Marcus said flatly. Maybe not, but what if he's hurt too? What if something happened to make him this way? I don't care what happened to him. Marcus's voice rose again. I care that he hurt us. Why do I have to be the bigger person? Why do I have to think about his feelings when he didn't think about ours? Michael let the question hang in the air for a moment. It was a fair question, a question he'd asked himself many times over the years. You don't have to be the bigger person, he finally said. Nobody's forcing you to care about Richard Westbrook's redemption, but I'm asking you to think about what your father would want, not what he would do, what he would want for you. Would he want you to carry this anger, to let it poison you, or would he want you to be free of it? Marcus stared at his hands. I want Dad back, he whispered. I want to ask him what to do. I want him to fix this. I know, buddy, I know. They sat in silence for a while longer. Finally, Marcus spoke again, his voice small. You said that man is connected to something that happened 25 years ago. What did you mean? Michael took a deep breath. This was the moment. The story he'd kept private for decades, the night that changed everything for two people he'd never seen again until today. 25 years ago, Michael began, I was in Charlotte for a charity event. Late that night, I was driving back to my hotel when I saw a car accident happen right in front of me. A minivan, it spun out, hit a patch of ice, and slammed into a tree. Hard. Marcus's eyes widened. What did you do? What anyone should do. I pulled over. The van was smoking, fluid leaking everywhere. I could smell gasoline, and inside I could hear someone crying, a child screaming for his mother. Was anyone else around? No, it was past midnight, a back road, just me. Michael's hands clenched as the memories flooded back. I ran to the van. The driver's side door was crushed, but I could see a woman in the front seat, unconscious, blood on her face. And in the back, a little boy, couldn't have been more than 5 years old, crying, terrified, trapped in his car seat. Were they okay? The woman, her name was Patricia, she had a head injury. The boy, Richard, had cuts and bruises, but they were alive. The problem was the van was going to explode. I could see flames starting under the hood. Marcus leaned forward, completely absorbed in the story now, his own pain temporarily forgotten. What did you do? I got them out, Michael said simply. Patricia first, she was closer and I could reach her through the passenger door. I pulled her clear of the van, laid her on the grass. Then I went back for the boy. Richard, Marcus said slowly. The manager, that was him. That was him, 5 years old, screaming in terror, trying to unbuckle himself. The car seat was jammed. The impact had bent the metal. I had to rip it apart with my bare hands. Michael held up his hands and Marcus could see the faint scars he'd never really noticed before, thin white lines across his palms and fingers. I got him out just as the van caught fire completely, carried him across the road to where his mother was starting to wake up. She came to just as the van exploded behind us. I'll never forget the look on her face, the terror, the relief, the gratitude all mixed together. That's incredible, Uncle Mike. You saved their lives. I did what anyone would do, but Patricia, Richard's mother, she didn't see it that way. She tracked me down through the charity organization, started writing me letters. Michael pulled out his phone and scrolled through his photos until he found what he was looking for, a scanned image of an old letter, the paper yellowed with age, the handwriting elegant but shaky. She wrote me for years, Michael continued. Sent updates about Richard growing up, about her starting a catering business with the insurance money from the accident. She called it her second chance at life. Said she wanted to build something meaningful, something that would honor the gift she'd been given. Marcus stared at the letter on the screen. So that restaurant, the Sterling Room, Patricia built it from nothing, worked herself nearly to death to make it successful. And in every letter she told me the same thing. She wanted the restaurant to be a place where everyone felt valued, where everyone was treated with dignity, because she knew what it felt like to be dismissed, to be looked down on. Then why is her son such a... Marcus trailed off. That's the question, isn't it? Michael put his phone away. Patricia's last letter came 5 years ago. She was dying cancer, and she was worried about Richard. She said success had changed him, that he'd forgotten where they came from. She asked me to help him if he ever lost his way completely. Marcus sat back hard against the bench. So that's why you wanted to eat there today. You knew. I knew the restaurant existed. I didn't know how bad it had gotten until we walked in. Michael's voice hardened slightly. But yes, I've been keeping an eye on things, on Richard, because I made a promise to his mother. What kind of promise? To remind him who he is, if he forgot, to help him find his way back. Marcus shook his head in disbelief. You saved his life, and today he treated you like garbage, and you still want to help him. Not for him, Marcus, for his mother, for Patricia, who spent her whole life trying to pass forward the kindness she was shown. And maybe, Michael paused, maybe for you too. For me. You're carrying so much anger right now. Anger at the world for taking your father. Anger at yourself for not being able to save him. Anger at God or fate or whatever put you in this position. I see it, Marcus. Your mother sees it. And I think your father would want me to show you that there's another way. Marcus's eyes filled with tears again. What way? What am I supposed to do with all this? This hurt. You transform it, Michael said gently. You take the pain and you use it to become someone who doesn't cause pain for others. You break the cycle instead of continuing it. That's what your father did every single day. That's what his legacy is calling you to do. They sat quietly as the sun began to lower in the sky, painting the pond in shades of gold and orange. Marcus watched the ducks, his face thoughtful now instead of angry. What are you going to do about Richard? He finally asked. Michael smiled slightly. We are going to give him a chance to remember who he used to be, who his mother raised him to be. But first, we need to understand what happened to him, why he changed, and then he trailed off, his mind already forming a plan. And then what? And then we'll see if your father was right, if people really can change, even when they've lost their way. Marcus nodded slowly. The anger hadn't completely left his eyes, but something else had joined it, curiosity maybe, or hope, or perhaps just the tiniest willingness to believe that his father's faith in humanity might not have been misplaced. "Okay," Marcus said quietly. "Okay, but Uncle Mike." "Yeah. If this doesn't work, if he can't change, I'm not going to feel bad about being angry at him." "That's fair," Michael agreed. "But let's at least give him the chance your father would have given him. Deal?" Marcus extended his hand and Michael shook it solemnly. It wasn't forgiveness yet. It wasn't even acceptance. But it was a step away from the consuming bitterness that had threatened to swallow his nephew whole. As they stood to leave the park, Marcus asked one more question. "Do you think Dad would be proud of me for at least trying?" Michael put his arm around his nephew's shoulders. "Marcus, your father was proud of you every single day of your life. And wherever he is right now, he's proud of you still. Especially in moments like this, when you choose to be brave enough to believe in something better." They walked back to the car as twilight settled over Charlotte, neither of them knowing yet just how complicated and painful and ultimately redemptive the journey ahead would be. The next morning, Marcus woke early in Michael's guest room, his mind still churning from yesterday's events. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, cutting bright lines across the ceiling. He could hear his uncle moving around downstairs, the familiar sounds of breakfast being prepared, coffee brewing, the quiet rhythm of someone who'd been awake for hours. Marcus had barely slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Richard Westbrook's condescending smile, heard the dismissive tone, felt the burning humiliation all over again. But mixed with those memories were his uncle's words, hurt people, but healed people heal people. He padded downstairs in his pajamas to find Michael at the kitchen table, surrounded by papers and photographs. Old photographs by the look of them, faded colors, bent corners, the kind that came from a time before everything was digital. "Morning," Michael said, looking up. "Hungry?" "Not really." Marcus slid into a chair across from him. "What's all this?" "Patricia's letters." Michael gestured at the collection spread across the table. "I kept every single one she sent me over the years. I was up most of the night reading through them again, trying to understand what happened to Richard." Marcus picked up one of the photographs. It showed a young woman with kind eyes and a wide smile, holding a little boy on her lap. The boy was grinning at the camera, missing his 2 front teeth. There was something carefree about both of them, something innocent and hopeful. "That's Patricia and Richard," Michael said softly. "About a year after the accident. She sent that with one of her first letters." "He looks happy," Marcus observed. "Normal, not like someone who grows up to be." "A person who judges others by their appearance," Michael finished. "No, he doesn't look like that at all." Marcus set down the photo and picked up another. This one showed Richard as a teenager, maybe 13 or 14, standing beside his mother in front of a small storefront. A banner hung above them, "Patricia's Catering Grand Opening." "She started her business in a tiny space in a strip mall," Michael explained. "No employees, just her and Richard helping after school. She wrote me about how hard it was, how many times she wanted to give up. But she kept going because she felt like she owed it to us, to herself and Richard, to make something of the second chance they'd been given." "Did Richard help her a lot?" "According to her letters, he was amazing. Worked beside her every weekend, every summer. Learned to cook, learned customer service, learned the business from the ground up." Michael pulled out another letter, this one more recent, the paper crisp and white. But something changed after they opened the Sterling room. Marcus leaned forward, interested now despite himself. What changed? Success, maybe, or grief, or both. Michael's expression grew troubled. Patricia wrote that once the restaurant became popular, Richard started distancing himself from their roots. He'd get embarrassed when she'd talk about their early struggles. He wanted to pretend they'd always been successful, always been part of Charlotte's elite. Why would he do that? Fear, probably. fear of being seen as less than, fear of going back to being the people others look down on. Michael shuffled through more letters until he found the one he was looking for. Listen to this, it's from about 7 years ago when Richard was in his mid-20s. He began to read. Dear Michael, I'm worried about my son. The success of the restaurant has changed him in ways I never anticipated. Yesterday, a family came in, a mother and her 3 children dressed in their Sunday best but obviously struggling financially. Richard turned them away, saying we were fully booked even though we had empty tables. When I confronted him, he said they didn't fit our clientele. Michael, I don't know this person. This isn't the boy I raised. This isn't the child you saved from that burning van. Where did my kind-hearted son go? Marcus felt something twist in his chest. She knew what he was becoming. She knew, and she tried to stop it. But the more successful the restaurant became, the worse he got. She wrote about arguments they had, about her threatening to take his name off the business if he didn't change. But he was her son. She couldn't bring herself to follow through. What happened to her? You said she died 5 years ago. Michael's face darkened with sadness. Breast cancer, diagnosed late, spread quickly. She had maybe 6 months from diagnosis to death. And in those final months, according to her last letters, Richard barely visited. He was too busy running the restaurant, too busy with what he called important business. That's horrible. It destroyed her, not the cancer. The fact that her son had become someone she didn't recognize, someone who valued status and appearance over human kindness. Michael picked up the final letter, his hands careful with it, reverent. This is the last thing she ever wrote to me. It arrived 2 weeks after she died. She must have written it in her final days and had someone mail it for her. He began to read, his voice thick with emotion. Dear Michael, if you're reading this, I'm gone. And I need to ask you one final favor, the most important favor anyone has ever asked of you, even more important than pulling us from that burning van 25 years ago. My son has lost his way, completely and utterly lost it. The boy you saved, the kind child who used to help me feed the homeless every Thanksgiving, who cried when he saw other kids being bullied, who wanted to make the world better, that boy is gone. Or maybe he's just buried so deep under layers of pride and fear and false importance that he can't find his way back. I'm afraid, Michael, afraid that I failed as a mother, afraid that by giving him success, I somehow took away his soul, afraid that he'll spend the rest of his life being the kind of person who makes others feel small, and he'll never understand the incredible cruelty of that. But I have to believe, I need to believe, that the real Richard is still in there somewhere. That the boy you saved is still worth saving even now. So I'm asking you, if he loses his way completely, if he becomes so lost that he can't find himself anymore, please help him. Not by telling him who you are, that would only embarrass him into temporary change, but by showing him somehow what it means to see people, really see them, the way you saw us that night on the dark road. I don't know how you'll do this. I just know that if anyone can help him remember who he really is, it's you. Because you're the reason we had a life to build in the first place. You're the reason my son got to grow up at all. Please, Michael, remind him of that night. Remind him that we were once the people others might have driven past. Remind him that someone stopped, someone cared, someone saw us as worth saving. And if you can't save him, if he's too far gone, then at least try. For me, for the woman you pulled from that van, for the little boy who cried in your arms while his world burned behind him. With eternal gratitude and one final plea, Patricia Westbrook. Michael's voice broke on the last words. He set the letter down carefully, and Marcus could see tears tracking down his uncle's face. The room was silent except for the ticking of the kitchen clock and the distant sound of traffic outside. Marcus felt his own throat tight. She asked you to save him again, just like you saved him from the fire. Yes, but this time the fire is inside him, and I don't know if that kind of fire can be put out. Michael wiped his eyes. I've been watching the restaurant for the past few years, trying to figure out the right approach. I've seen him turn people away. I've seen him judge and dismiss and demean. Part of me wanted to just walk away, to tell myself I'd fulfilled my obligation by keeping an eye on things. But you didn't walk away. No, because Patricia was right, I owe them. I owe both of them. And more than that, I believe what your father believed, that people can change. That even when someone's lost, they can be found again. Marcus picked up the photograph of young Richard on his mother's lap, studying the little boy's face. "Do you really think he can change, after what we saw yesterday?" "I think he has to be given the chance. Not because he deserves it, I'm not sure he does, but because his mother deserves to have her final wish honored, and because—" Michael paused, choosing his words carefully. "Because you need to see it, Marcus. You need to see that transformation is possible, that people who cause pain can learn to heal instead. Because if they can't, if we're all just stuck being whoever our worst moments make us, then what hope is there for any of us?" Marcus was quiet for a long moment, turning the photograph over in his hands. What was it like, that night, the actual accident? Michael leaned back in his chair, his eyes distant as memory took over. It was December, cold but not freezing yet. I was driving back from a charity basketball event. We'd raised money for a youth center in one of Charlotte's poorest neighborhoods. I was tired, ready to get back to my hotel and sleep. He closed his eyes and Marcus could see him disappearing into the past. The road was dark, hardly any streetlights in that area. I remember thinking I should have taken the highway, that this back road was taking too long. And then, maybe 50 yards ahead of me, I saw headlights swerve. Just suddenly swerve like the driver had lost control. What caused it? I found out later there was black ice, a patch of it invisible in the dark. The van hit it going about 45 miles an hour, spun completely around and slammed driver's side first into a massive oak tree. Michael's hands clenched on the table. The sound, Marcus, I'll never forget the sound. Metal crunching, glass shattering, and then silence, just for a second, complete silence, like the world held its breath. Then what? Then I heard screaming. A child's voice, high-pitched and terrified, calling for his mama. I pulled over, grabbed my phone to call 911 and ran toward the van. As I got closer, I could see the damage. The driver's side was completely crushed. The windshield was spiderwebbed with cracks, and smoke was already starting to pour from under the hood. Marcus hung on every word. The breakfast table transformed into that dark roadside 25 years ago. I tried the driver's door first, but it wouldn't budge, too damaged. So I ran around to the passenger side. That door opened, thank God, and that's when I saw Patricia. Was she conscious? Barely. She was slumped against the steering wheel, blood running down her face from a cut on her forehead. Her eyes were fluttering, you know, that way people's eyes move when they're trying to wake up but can't quite make it. And in the back, strapped into his car seat, was Richard, maybe 5 years old, crying so hard he could barely breathe. Michael's voice grew softer, more intense. I reached across Patricia to unbuckle her seatbelt. She mumbled something. I couldn't make it out. I pulled her as gently as I could, dragged her across the passenger seat and out of the van, laid her on the grass about 20 feet away, put my jacket under her head. And then you went back for Richard. And then I went back. But Marcus, here's what you need to understand. When I got back to the van, flames were starting to lick up from the engine. Not big yet, but visible, and I could smell gasoline. Strong. The tank must have cracked in the impact. Marcus's eyes widened. So you knew it could explode? I knew, but what was I supposed to do? Leave a 5-year-old to burn? Michael's jaw set. I climbed into the passenger side, squeezed between the front seats to get to the back. Richard was screaming, fighting with his car seat buckle. He couldn't get it undone. His little fingers couldn't work the mechanism. Were you scared? Terrified. More scared than I'd ever been on a basketball court, that's for sure. My hands were shaking so badly I almost couldn't work the buckle myself. And all I could think was, the van's going to explode. We're going to die. This little boy is going to die, and it'll be my fault for not being fast enough. But you got him out. The buckle finally released. I grabbed Richard. He was fighting me at first, didn't know who I was, just knew his world had turned into chaos and terror. I held him tight against my chest and backed out of the van as fast as I could. My hands were cut up from the broken glass. My arms were scraped from the twisted metal, but I didn't feel any of it. I just focused on getting that little boy to safety. Michael's hands trembled slightly as he continued. I carried him across the road to where his mother was starting to come around. She opened her eyes just as I set him down beside her, and the recognition, the understanding of what had happened, flooded her face. She grabbed Richard, pulled him close, and that's when we heard it. What? A whoosh, like someone lighting a gas grill. We all turned to look at the van, and the whole engine compartment was engulfed in flames. Orange and yellow, bright against the darkness. 10 seconds later, maybe 15, the gas tank exploded. The van lifted off the ground from the force of it. I threw myself over Patricia and Richard, covering them with my body as debris rained down around us. Marcus sat frozen, barely breathing. You could have died. We all could have died, so easily. If I'd been 5 seconds slower getting Richard out, if the explosion had happened 30 seconds earlier, if I'd driven past without stopping, any of those things, and that little boy wouldn't have grown up at all. Patricia wouldn't have built her business. The Sterling room wouldn't exist. And Richard wouldn't have grown up to be the person who treated us the way he did yesterday. No, Michael agreed quietly. He wouldn't have, which raises an interesting question, doesn't it? What question? Michael met his nephew's eyes. If I'd known then who Richard would become, would I still have saved him? If I'd seen the future, seen him treating people with contempt, seen him turning families away, seen him becoming the kind of person who judges others by their appearance, would I still have risked my life to pull him from that fire? Marcus considered this carefully. Would you? Yes, Michael said without hesitation. Because we don't get to decide who deserves to be saved based on who they might become. We save people because they're people. Because in that moment, they need help. 5-year-old Richard wasn't responsible for who 40-year-old Richard would turn into. That little boy crying in the car seat. He was innocent. He was just a scared kid who needed someone to care enough to help. But now he's not innocent. No, now he's a man who makes choices, bad choices, hurtful choices, and he's responsible for those. Michael gathered the photographs and letters into a neat stack. But that doesn't mean he can't make different choices. That doesn't mean the innocent little boy is completely gone. Maybe he's just buried. Maybe he just needs to be reminded that he exists. Marcus traced patterns on the table with his finger, processing everything. So what's the plan? How do we remind him? Michael smiled slightly. We start by understanding what we're really dealing with. Yesterday was just the tip of the iceberg. We need to see the full picture of what Richard has become, and more importantly, what the Sterling room has become under his management. You mean we're going back? Not exactly. We're going to watch, observe, learn. I want to see how he treats other people, not just us. I want to understand the pattern, the scope of the problem. And then, Michael said, his expression growing determined, we're going to give him a chance to remember who he really is. We're going to honor Patricia's final request. We're going to try to save Richard Westbrook one more time, not from a burning van, but from himself. Marcus nodded slowly, and in his eyes Michael could see the glimmer of something that had been absent since James died: purpose. His nephew needed this, needed to be part of something meaningful, needed to see that pain could be transformed into something redemptive. Uncle Mike, Marcus said quietly. Yeah. Thank you for telling me all this, for trusting me with it. Michael reached across the table and gripped his nephew's hand. Your father would want you to know that we don't give up on people, even when they've given up on themselves, especially then. They sat together in the morning light, surrounded by photographs of strangers who weren't strangers anymore, planning a redemption that might be impossible but had to be attempted anyway. Because sometimes, saving someone isn't a one-time event. Sometimes it's a choice you have to make over and over again, in different ways, for different reasons. And Michael Jordan had made his choice. Now he just had to convince Richard Westbrook to make his. Over the next 3 days, Michael and Marcus became shadows. They sat in Michael's car in the parking lot of the Sterling room during lunch and dinner services, watching through the large windows as Richard Westbrook moved through his domain like a king surveying his kingdom. Marcus kept a notebook, documenting everything they saw. On the first page, he'd written in careful letters, "The investigation by Marcus Jordan." Underneath, in smaller writing, "For Dad, who believed everyone deserves a chance." There, Michael said on the second afternoon, nodding toward the entrance, "Watch this." An elderly couple approached the restaurant, the man using a walker, the woman holding his arm to steady him. They were dressed nicely but not expensively. The woman's dress looked like it might have been her best outfit from 20 years ago, carefully preserved and brought out for special occasions. The man wore a tie that didn't quite match his shirt. Through the window, they could see Bethany, the same hostess from their visit, greet the couple with a smile that flickered and died as she assessed their appearance. She spoke briefly, shaking her head. The elderly woman's face fell. She said something, they could see her lips moving, pleading perhaps. Bethany's expression remained firm. After a moment, the couple turned away, the woman's shoulders slumped in disappointment. "Write it down," Michael said quietly. "Time, description, what happened." Marcus's hand moved across the page. 2:47 p.m., elderly couple, maybe 70s. Well-dressed but not fancy. Turned away even though restaurant half empty. Woman looked like she was going to cry. They watched the couple walk slowly back to their car, an old sedan, clean but with visible rust on the doors. The woman helped her husband into the passenger seat with careful, practiced movements. Before getting in herself, she looked back at the sterling room with an expression that Marcus would remember for years. Not anger, but profound sadness, as if she'd been reminded of something painful about the world. "That could have been my grandparents," Marcus said softly. "That could have been anyone's grandparents." "It could have been my mother," Michael replied. "In another life, another circumstance. That's what Richard doesn't see anymore, that we're all just a few bad breaks away from being on the other side of that door." Over the hours that followed, they witnessed a pattern emerging. A young black family with 3 children turned away. A Hispanic man in work clothes who looked like he'd come straight from a construction site, told there was a 2-hour wait despite obvious vacancies. A woman with tattoos visible on her arms and a nose ring, greeted with barely concealed disdain, and informed that perhaps she'd be more comfortable at a different establishment. But they also noticed something else, something that gave Michael hope. "There," he said, pointing to a figure behind the bar. "That server, Elena, I think her name tag said. Watch her." Elena was young, probably early 20s, with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. Every time someone was turned away, they could see her watching from inside. And more than once, they saw her slip outside after the rejected customers, speaking to them briefly, gesturing down the street. "What's she doing?" Marcus asked. "I don't know, but whatever it is, Richard doesn't like it." They watched as Richard approached Elena, his body language aggressive. Even from the parking lot, they could see he was reprimanding her. Elena's head dropped, but her jaw remained set in defiance. After Richard walked away, she wiped her eyes quickly and returned to work. "We need to talk to her," Marcus said suddenly. "She's trying to help people." "I was thinking the same thing." On the 3rd day of their surveillance, they followed Elena when her shift ended at 9:30 p.m. She walked through the parking lot, but instead of getting into a car, she walked past the parked vehicles and continued down the street. "Where's she going?" Marcus wondered aloud. They followed at a distance, Marcus feeling vaguely guilty about the surveillance but too curious to stop. Elena walked 3 blocks to a public parking lot behind a grocery store. She approached an older model Honda Civic, looked around to make sure no one was watching, then opened the back door and climbed inside. Michael and Marcus exchanged glances. Marcus's notebook entry from that evening was simple but devastating. "Elena lives in her car." They sat in Michael's vehicle, parked at the far end of the lot, watching the Civic. After about 20 minutes, the interior light came on briefly, Elena moving around, probably changing out of her work uniform. Then darkness again. "Uncle Mike," Marcus said, his voice thick with emotion. "She's homeless, and Richard's been treating her badly. We saw him yelling at her." "I know. We have to do something." "We will, but carefully. We need to understand the whole situation first." Michael started his car. "Come on, we'll come back tomorrow." That night, Marcus couldn't sleep again. He kept thinking about Elena's face when Richard had yelled at her. Kept imagining her in that car, trying to sleep in cramped quarters, trying to maintain dignity while living in a parking lot. It reminded him too much of stories his father used to tell about students who came to school hungry, who wore the same clothes every day, who carried weights invisible to everyone else. The next morning, they returned early. At 6:45 a.m., they watched Elena emerge from her car, looking around cautiously before pulling out a small bag. She walked to the grocery store, which was just opening, and disappeared inside. She returned 15 minutes later, her hair wet. She'd clearly washed up in the bathroom. "She's getting ready for work like this every day," Marcus said. trying to look professional while living in her car. That takes, I don't even know, strength, courage. Both, Michael agreed, and determination. She could give up, could leave, could find an easier situation, but she's still showing up, still trying to help people even when she's barely surviving herself. At 7:30 a.m., Alina drove her car to the Sterling Room's employee parking area. She sat for a moment, her head resting on the steering wheel. Even from a distance, they could see her gathering herself, preparing to face another day. "Tonight," Michael said, "when her shift ends, we talk to her." "What are we going to say?" "The truth, or at least part of it." That evening, they waited until Alina finished her shift. As she walked toward the parking lot, Michael and Marcus approached carefully. Alina saw them coming and immediately tensed, her hand moving toward the pepper spray on her keychain. "Alina," Michael said gently, stopping several feet away with his hands visible. "We're not here to hurt you or frighten you. We just want to talk." "Who are you?" Her voice was wary, defensive. "Are you from the restaurant?" "No, well, yes, sort of." Michael gestured to Marcus. "This is my nephew, Marcus. My name is Michael. We came into the Sterling Room a few days ago and we weren't treated well." Recognition flickered across Alina's face. "I remember, you and the young man. Richard turned you away." She bit her lip. "I'm sorry. I wanted to say something, but I can't afford to lose this job." "We know," Marcus said. "We've been watching. We see what you do, how you try to help people after they're turned away." Alina's eyes widened with fear. "Please don't tell Richard, please. I need this job, I need." She stopped abruptly, not wanting to reveal too much. "We're not going to tell Richard anything," Michael assured her. "Actually, we want to help. You and the people Richard's been turning away." "Why?" Alina's suspicion remained. "Why would you care?" "Because someone I loved used to care," Michael said. "Someone who believed that restaurants should be places where everyone feels welcome, where everyone is treated with dignity. I think you might have known her, Patricia Westbrook." Alina's entire demeanor changed. Her eyes filled with tears. "Mrs. Patricia, you knew her?" "I did, and I know she would be heartbroken to see what her son has become, what her restaurant has become." Alina looked around the parking lot, making sure they were alone. "Can we go somewhere else? If Richard sees me talking to you." "Of course. There's a diner down the street, the one Richard recommended we go to instead of his restaurant. How about there?" Alina nodded, and 15 minutes later they sat in a booth at Betty's Diner, coffee cups in front of them. The place was the opposite of the Sterling Room, worn vinyl seats, faded menus, the smell of grease and comfort food hanging in the air. But the waitress had greeted them with a genuine smile, calling everyone honey and making them feel instantly welcome. "This is where Mrs. Patricia would have loved," Alina said softly, looking around. She always said the best restaurants weren't the fanciest ones. They were the ones where people felt at home. "Tell us about her," Michael prompted. "About you and Patricia." Alina wrapped her hands around her coffee cup as if drawing warmth from it. "I met Mrs. Patricia 2 years ago. I had just aged out of foster care. 18, no family, no support system. I'd been couch surfing, staying with friends when I could, sometimes sleeping in my car. I had dropped out of high school at 16, had no real job experience, nothing." She took a sip of coffee, her eyes distant with memory. "I saw a help wanted sign at the Sterling Room. I almost didn't apply. I knew a place like that wouldn't want someone like me, but I was desperate. I walked in and Mrs. Patricia was there. She took one look at me and knew. Somehow, she just knew I was struggling." "What did she do?" Marcus asked, leaning forward. "She hired me on the spot. Didn't even check my references. I didn't have any. She said, everyone deserves a chance to prove themselves. She taught me everything, how to wait tables, how to talk to customers, how to present myself professionally. But more than that, she treated me like I mattered, like I was worth investing in." Alina's voice broke. "She was like a grandmother to me, the only family I'd ever really had. She'd pack me extra food to take home, slip me money for bus fare, even though she knew I was living in my car. She talked about helping me get my GED, maybe even go to community college. She had plans for me, for my future." "What happened when she died?" Michael asked gently. "Everything changed. Richard had always been Different when his mother was around, polite, professional, but after she died it was like something broke in him, or maybe something that had been hiding came out. Alina's jaw tight. Within 6 months he started changing the restaurant, raising prices, implementing dress codes, turning people away. Why didn't you leave? Where would I go? This was the only place that ever gave me a chance, and I kept thinking, hoping, that maybe Richard would remember who his mother was, what she stood for. So I stayed, and I tried to honor Mrs. Patricia's memory in the only way I could. By helping the people Richard turns away, Marcus said. Alina nodded. I give them directions to places like this, places where they'll actually be welcomed. Sometimes, if I have extra tip money, I'll buy them a meal myself at another restaurant. I know it's not much, but it's everything, Michael said firmly. It's exactly what Patricia would have wanted you to do. But Richard knows. He's threatened to fire me multiple times, says I'm damaging the restaurant's image by being too friendly with the wrong people. Alina's hands trembled. He told me last week that if he catches me doing it again, I'm done. And I don't know what I'll do then. I've been saving, trying to get enough for a security deposit on an apartment, but it's so expensive and... She stopped, realizing she'd revealed too much. Alina, Michael said carefully, we know you're living in your car. Her face flushed red. How? We've been watching the restaurant, trying to understand what's really going on. We saw you. Michael's voice was kind, not judgmental. And we want to help, not just with Richard, with everything. I don't need charity, Alina said, her pride flaring. I'm managing. It's not charity, it's honoring Patricia's memory, continuing what she started with you. Michael pulled out his phone and showed her the photograph of young Richard on his mother's lap. Did Patricia ever tell you about the car accident, about how she and Richard almost died? Alina studied the photo. She mentioned it once, said a stranger saved their lives, that it changed everything for her, made her realize that kindness and compassion were the most important things in the world. I was that stranger, Michael said quietly. Alina's eyes widened. You're the one who pulled them from the fire. Yes, and Patricia wrote to me for 25 years, kept me updated on Richard's life, on the restaurant, on everything. In her final letter, the one she wrote just before she died, she asked me to help Richard if he ever lost his way, to remind him of who he used to be. Understanding dawned on Alina's face. That's why you came to the restaurant. You knew Richard would turn you away. We didn't know for sure, but we suspected, and we needed to see for ourselves how bad things had gotten. Michael leaned forward. Alina, I want to help Richard remember who his mother was and what she believed, but I need your help to do it. Will you help us? Alina looked between Michael and Marcus, uncertainty warring with hope in her eyes. What kind of help? What are you planning? We're going to organize something, Marcus said, speaking up for the first time in a while. Something that will surround Richard with his mother's legacy, force him to confront who he's become versus who she raised him to be. But we can't do it without you, Michael added. You knew Patricia, you understand what she valued, and you have access to the restaurant in ways we don't. Alina bit her lip, thinking, if Richard finds out I'm helping you, he'll fire me for sure. Then we'll make sure you have something else lined up, Michael promised. Something better, I'll make sure of it personally. You have my word. Who are you really? Alina asked, studying Michael's face more carefully now. You saved them 25 years ago. You have the resources to make promises about jobs. You're someone important, aren't you? Michael smiled slightly. Right now, I'm just someone who made a promise to a dying woman, and someone who believes the same thing Patricia believed, that everyone deserves to be treated with dignity. Does it matter who I am beyond that? Alina considered this, then she looked at Marcus. What about you? Why are you here? Marcus swallowed hard. My dad died 6 months ago. He was a teacher who believed people could change, who never gave up on anyone. I'm here because I want to see if he was right, if people like Richard can remember who they're supposed to be. Something in Marcus's raw honesty reached Alina. She nodded slowly. Okay, I'll help. Mrs. Patricia would want me to try, even if it gets me fired, even if Richard never changes. At least I'll know I tried to honor her memory. Thank you, Michael said. Now, I need you to tell me everything you know about Patricia. Her favorite things, the charities she supported, the people she helped, the stories she told. Everything. Alina pulled out her phone. I have something better. Mrs. Patricia kept journals, dozens of them. After she died, Richard told me to throw them away. He said they were just sentimental clutter, but I couldn't do it. I kept them. Where are they? Marcus asked eagerly. In a storage closet at the restaurant. The one Richard never goes in because it's where we keep old cleaning supplies. I've been hiding them there waiting for, I don't know what, a sign, permission to do something with them. Michael and Alina exchanged a long look. Can you bring them to us, without Richard knowing? I can try. My next shift is tomorrow afternoon. I'll sneak them out a few at a time in my bag. Perfect. Michael pulled out a business card and wrote his personal number on the back. Call me if there's any trouble at all. And Alina. Yes. Thank you for keeping Patricia's memory alive, for being the kind of person she believed you could be. She'd be proud of you. Alina's eyes filled with tears. I hope so, I really hope so. As they left the diner, Marcus turned to his uncle. We're really going to do this, aren't we? We're going to try to save Richard Westbrook. We're going to try. With Alina's help, with Patricia's journals, with everything we've got. Michael put his arm around his nephew's shoulders. Your father would approve, I think. Yeah, Marcus said softly. Yeah, he would. Behind them, through the diner's window, they could see Alina still sitting in the booth, staring at the photograph of young Richard on Michael's phone. Her expression was determined now, set with purpose. The investigation had revealed the depths of Richard's fall from grace. But it had also revealed an ally, someone who remembered Patricia's values and was willing to fight for them. Now the real work would begin. Now they would try to give Richard Westbrook what his mother had asked for in her dying wish, a chance to remember who he really was, if he was willing to see it, if he was strong enough to face it, if there was anything left of the boy who'd been saved from the fire all those years ago. They were about to find out. The next afternoon, Marcus sat on Michael's couch, surrounded by Patricia Westbrook's journals. Alina had delivered them that morning, 5 canvas bags filled with leather-bound books spanning over 2 decades. Each journal was dated, some of them worn at the edges from years of handling, others still crisp and new. There's so much, Marcus said, overwhelmed by the volume. Where do we even start? Michael picked up the oldest journal, dated 1999, the year after the accident. We start at the beginning. We read Patricia's words and let her tell us who her son used to be, who she hoped he'd become. Alina had joined them, having called in sick to work for the first time in 2 years. She sat in an armchair by the window, nervous energy radiating from her. Richard's going to be suspicious. I never call in sick. Let him be suspicious, Michael said. You're helping us honor his mother's memory. That's worth the risk. Marcus opened the first journal carefully, as if it might disintegrate under his touch. Patricia's handwriting was elegant, feminine, each letter carefully formed. The first entry was dated February 14, 1999. Dear Journal, I've decided to keep a record of our second chance at life. That's what the counselor calls it, a second chance. 53 days ago, Richard and I should have died. We should have burned in that van on that dark road, but we didn't. A stranger stopped. A stranger cared enough to pull us from the fire. I don't even know his name. The paramedics said he left before they could get his information. But I need to find him. I need to thank him. I need him to know that because of him, my son gets to grow up. Because of him, I get to watch Richard become whoever he's meant to be. Richard doesn't remember much from that night. The doctor says that's a blessing. Trauma can be protective that way. He remembers the ice cream we bought, his reward for a good report card. Remembers spinning, remembers being scared. But he doesn't remember the fire. Doesn't remember being pulled from the wreckage by a stranger's hands. Maybe that's better. Maybe he can heal without the nightmares. But I remember everything. And I'm going to make sure our second chance means something. Marcus looked up, his eyes wet. She was so grateful from the very beginning. Alina nodded. She talked about that night sometimes. She said it taught her that life could change in an instant, for better or worse. That we had to appreciate every moment and treat every person like they mattered. They continued reading, passing journals between them, taking turns reading passages aloud. The story of Patricia's life unfolded in her own words, her struggles as a single mother, her determination to build something meaningful, her pride in her son. March 1999. Richard has been helping me with the catering business. He's only 6 years old, but he insists on helping. Today he made his first sandwich, peanut butter and jelly, cut into triangles, wrapped carefully in plastic. He was so proud. He said, "Mama, whoever eats this is going to be so happy." That's my boy thinking about making others happy. June 2001. Richard came home from school upset today. He saw another child being bullied for wearing old clothes. Richard gave the boy his lunch and his new jacket, the one I'd saved up to buy him. When I asked why, he said, "That boy needed it more than me, Mama. You always say we should help people who need help." I cried. How did I get so lucky to have such a kind-hearted child? November 2003. Richard is 11 now, almost 12. Every Thanksgiving, we volunteer at the homeless shelter downtown. It's become our tradition. Today, Richard spent 3 hours talking to an elderly veteran, listening to his stories. The man was crying by the end. Richard asked if they were sad tears or happy tears. The veteran said, "Happy, son. No one's listened to me like that in years." Richard just nodded, like it was the most natural thing in the world to give someone the gift of being heard. "He was so different," Marcus said, his voice filled with wonder and sadness. "This isn't the same person we met." "People change," Alina said quietly. "Mrs. Patricia used to say that life either makes you softer or harder. Success, pain, fear, they all push you in one direction or another." She was terrified Richard would let success make him hard. Michael had been reading silently, but now he looked up, his expression troubled. "Listen to this, it's from 2015, right after they opened the Sterling Room." It aloud, "I'm worried about Richard. The restaurant's success is changing him in ways I didn't anticipate. Tonight a family came in. They reminded me so much of Richard and me 10 years ago. Working class, saving up for a special meal, dressed in their best but clearly struggling. Richard was polite but distant. He seated them at the worst table near the kitchen door. When I asked him about it, he said, 'We need to save the good tables for people who will order more, who will tip better.' I felt sick. When did my son start calculating people's worth in dollars?" March 2016. We had a terrible fight today. Richard wants to implement a dress code at the restaurant. He says it's about maintaining standards. I say it's about exclusion. I told him we were once the people who might not meet someone else's standards. He said, "That was then, Mom, this is different." But it's not different. It's exactly the same. He's becoming the kind of person who would have turned us away. Alina's voice was thick with emotion. She was heartbroken. You can feel it in every word. They continued reading through the years, watching Patricia's hope slowly transform into worry, then into fear. The entries became more desperate, more pleading. September 2017. Richard barely visits anymore. He's too busy with the restaurant, with networking, with climbing Charlotte's social ladder. I tried to talk to him about our Thanksgiving tradition at the shelter. He said he's too busy this year. Too busy to honor the thing that mattered most to us. I don't know this person. I don't know who he's become. January 2018. I was diagnosed today. Breast cancer, stage 3. The doctor says with treatment I have a good chance. I told Richard, expecting him to. I don't know, show concern, fear, something. He patted my hand and said, "You'll beat it, Mom, you're strong." Then he checked his phone and said he had to get back to the restaurant. I sat in that doctor's office alone and cried for the son I used to have. Marcus slammed the journal shut, unable to continue. He abandoned her. When she was dying, he abandoned her. He was afraid, Michael said, though his own jaw was tight with anger. Sometimes people run from the things that scare them most. That's not an excuse. No, it's not, but it might be an explanation. Michael picked up another journal, this one from Patricia's final year. "Alina, are you sure you want to hear this?" Alina nodded, tears already streaming down her face. "I need to know. I need to understand what she went through." Michael opened to a page marked with a faded ribbon. His voice was gentle as he read. June 2019. The cancer has spread. The doctor gives me 6 months, maybe less. I'm not afraid of dying. I've had 20 wonderful years I wasn't supposed to have, thanks to the stranger who saved us. But I'm afraid of leaving Richard like this. afraid that without me, he'll forget completely who he was meant to be. Today, a young woman came to the restaurant looking for work. Her name is Alina. She's clearly struggling. I can see it in her eyes, the same desperation I once felt. I hired her immediately. Richard disapproved, said she wasn't restaurant material. But I see so much potential in her. And maybe, after I'm gone, she'll remember what this place was supposed to be about. Maybe she'll be the one to remind Richard. Alina covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Marcus moved to sit beside her, awkwardly patting her back the way his father used to comfort him. She believed in you, Marcus said softly. She saw something in you worth saving, just like Uncle Mike saw something in her worth saving. Alina looked up, her face wet with tears. I didn't know. She never told me she was planning this, that she hoped I'd be the one to carry on her legacy, Michael finished. And you have been, Alina. Every person you've helped, every customer you've been kind to, every time you've defied Richard to do the right thing, you've been honoring Patricia's memory. Michael turned to the last entry in the final journal. His hands trembled slightly as he read. This is my final entry. I can barely hold the pen anymore. The nurse thinks I'm sleeping, but I needed to write this down. Needed to say it one more time, even if no one ever reads it. Richard came to visit today, his first visit in 3 weeks. He stayed for 10 minutes. He looked uncomfortable the entire time, kept checking his watch. When he left, he kissed my forehead and said, "Get some rest, Mom." As if rest was what I needed. As if rest would fix anything. I failed him. Somehow, despite everything I tried to teach him, I failed to make him understand the most important lesson, that how we treat people, especially people who can do nothing for us, defines who we are. But I still have hope. Not for me, my time is past, but for Richard. I believe the boy he was is still inside him somewhere. The boy who gave away his lunch and his jacket. The boy who listened to the lonely veteran's stories. The boy who cried when he saw others in pain. Someone just needs to help him remember. Someone needs to show him that the fire he needs saving from now isn't outside. It's inside him, burning away everything good and decent and kind. I've written to Michael Jordan, the man who saved us. I've asked him to do it again in a different way. I don't know if he will. But if there's any justice in the universe, if there's any mercy, maybe he'll help my son find his way back before it's too late. To whoever reads this, Richard isn't a bad person. He's a lost person. There's a difference. Please remember that. Please don't give up on him even when he seems beyond saving. With my last breath, I'm still hoping for his redemption. Patricia Westbrook. The room was silent except for the sound of Alina's quiet crying. Michael closed the journal carefully, reverently, as if it were a sacred text. Marcus stared at his hands, thinking about his own father's final words in the hospital. James had grabbed Marcus's hand and whispered, "Don't let anger make you hard, son. Stay soft. Stay kind. Promise me." Marcus had promised, but in the months since, he'd felt himself hardening despite that promise. The world seemed determined to make him bitter. "Uncle Mike," Marcus said finally, "what if we can't save him? What if he's too far gone?" "Then at least we'll have tried. At least Patricia will know, wherever she is, that someone honored her final wish." Michael stood, gathering the journals. "But I don't think he's beyond saving. I think he's drowning, and he doesn't even realize he needs help." Alina wiped her eyes. "What's the plan? How do we make Richard remember?" "We're going to surround him with his mother's memory. Her words, her values, the people she helped." Michael's eyes took on a determined gleam. "Patricia's birthday is in 3 weeks. She would have been 65. We're going to throw a memorial celebration at the Sterling Room." "Richard will never agree to that," Alina protested. "He will if he thinks it's something else, something that benefits him." Michael turned to Alina. "You said he's obsessed with status, with connecting with important people. What if he thought this memorial event was actually a high-profile networking opportunity?" Understanding dawned on Alina's face. "You want me to convince him it's something different than it is?" "Exactly. Tell him it's a charity gala, an opportunity to rub elbows with Charlotte's elite. Get him excited about the guest list, the publicity, the chance to elevate the restaurant's profile. And meanwhile, we invite everyone his mother actually cared about," Marcus added, catching on. "The people she helped, the charities she supported, everyone she touched with her kindness." "Won't he figure it out when they start arriving?" Alina asked. "Probably, but by then it'll be too late. The event will be happening. People will be there, and he'll be forced to confront his mother's legacy head-on. Michael smiled slightly. Sometimes the only way to help someone see themselves clearly is to hold up a mirror they can't look away from. Alina nodded slowly. Mrs. Patricia would like this plan. She always said the truth spoken with love is more powerful than any lie told in anger. "Can you do it?" Michael asked. "Can you convince Richard to agree to this without him suspecting what we're really planning?" "I can try. He's been in a better mood lately. The restaurant's been doing well financially. If I pitch it right, appeal to his ego." Alina trailed off thinking. "Yeah, I think I can do it." "Good. Marcus and I will start reaching out to the people in Patricia's journals, the ones she helped, the organizations she supported. We'll build the guest list based on her life, not on Richard's idea of who matters." Marcus picked up one of the journals, flipping through it. "There are so many names in here, so many people she touched." "Then we invite them all," Michael said firmly. "We fill that restaurant with Patricia's legacy. We show Richard what real success looks like, not expensive tables and exclusivity, but connection, community, and compassion." Alina stood, squaring her shoulders. "When do we start?" "Now," Michael said. "Right now. We have 3 weeks to pull this off, and that's not much time." Over the next hour, they divided responsibilities. Alina would handle Richard, convincing him to agree to the event. Marcus would help Michael go through the journals and create a comprehensive list of everyone Patricia had mentioned: scholarship recipients, shelter volunteers, people she'd hired, families she'd helped. As the afternoon wore into evening, they worked in focused silence, broken only by occasional exclamations when someone found a particularly touching entry or remembered a specific person Patricia had helped. "Listen to this," Marcus said, reading from a journal dated 2005. "Today, I met a young single mother at the grocery store. She was crying because she didn't have enough money for food and diapers both. I bought her groceries, $12,754, she cried, and asked how she could repay me. I told her, someday, when you're in a position to help someone else, do it, pass it forward. She hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. Her name is Sandra Martinez. I hope someday I get to see who she becomes." "Sandra Martinez," Michael repeated, typing the name into his laptop. "Let's see if we can find her." Within minutes, they'd located a Sandra Martinez on social media, same age range, living in Charlotte with a profile that mentioned being a nurse at a local hospital. Marcus sent her a message explaining who they were and what they were planning. "Do you think she'll respond?" Marcus asked. "If she's the right Sandra Martinez and if she remembers Patricia, I think she will." Michael checked his watch. "It's getting late. Alina, you should go home and rest. Tomorrow, you'll need to pitch this event to Richard with confidence." "I don't have a home," Alina reminded him quietly. "I have a car in a parking lot." Michael and Marcus exchanged glances. "Not anymore," Michael said. "I've been thinking about this. I have a guest house on my property that's sitting empty. It's yours for as long as you need it. No rent, no strings attached." Alina's eyes widened. "I can't, that's too much." "It's not enough," Michael countered. "Patricia asked me to save her son. The least I can do is help the young woman she believed in. Besides, we need you fresh and focused for what's coming. You can't do that living in your car." "I don't know what to say." "Say yes," Marcus urged. "Let people help you. My dad used to say that accepting help with grace is just as important as giving it." Alina looked between them, tears forming again. "Yes, thank you, yes." "Good, you can move in tonight. Marcus will help you get your things from your car." Michael stood, stretching. "Now let's talk about the actual event. What it looks like, how we structure it, what we want Richard to experience." They spent the next 2 hours planning every detail. The decorations would feature photos of Patricia, not posed glamour shots, but candid pictures of her serving at soup kitchens, laughing with employees, hugging the people she'd helped. The menu would include her favorite dishes, comfort food rather than the pretentious fare Richard had introduced. Most importantly, they'd schedule testimonials, people standing up to share how Patricia had impacted their lives. Each story would be a mirror held up to Richard, showing him who his mother really was and, by contrast, who he'd become. "It's going to be uncomfortable for him," Alina said. "It needs to be," Michael replied. Real change rarely happens when we're comfortable. It happens when we're forced to confront truths we've been avoiding. What if he walks out? What if he refuses to listen? Then he refuses, but we'll have tried. We'll have honored Patricia's wish. Michael's expression softened. But I don't think he will. I think somewhere deep down he wants to remember. He's just forgotten how. As the evening ended and Alina prepared to move into the guest house, Marcus pulled his uncle aside. Uncle Mike, do you really think this will work? That we can help Richard change? Michael was quiet for a moment. I don't know, Marcus. Honestly, I don't. But your father taught me something important. We don't help people because we're guaranteed success. We help people because it's the right thing to do. The outcome is up to them. I miss him, Marcus said suddenly. I miss Dad so much it hurts. I know, I miss him too. Michael pulled his nephew into a hug. But he's here with us in this, Marcus. In every choice we make to believe in someone's capacity to change, in every moment we choose compassion over judgment. That's his legacy living on. Marcus nodded against his uncle's shoulder. Do you think he'd be proud of what we're doing? I think he's proud of you every single day, especially today, especially in this moment when you're choosing hope over bitterness. They stood like that for a long moment, uncle and nephew, bound by grief and purpose, and the memory of a man who believed everyone deserved a chance at redemption. Outside, Alina loaded her few possessions into Marcus's arms. Everything she owned fit into 2 duffel bags and a backpack. It was a stark reminder of how precarious life could be, how quickly circumstances could change, how important it was to have people who cared enough to help. As they drove to Michael's property, Alina in the passenger seat and Marcus in the back, Alina spoke quietly. Mrs. Patricia used to say that kindness creates ripples, that one act of compassion can spread outward, touching lives you'll never even know about. She looked at Michael. You saved her life 25 years ago, and because you did, she saved mine 2 years ago, and now we're trying to save Richard. It's all connected, isn't it? Yes, Michael said. It's all connected. Every choice we make, every person we help or hurt, it all ripples outward. Patricia understood that. Now we need to help Richard understand it too. And if he doesn't, Alina asked, if after all this he still doesn't change? Michael's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Then at least we'll know we tried, and the people who come to that memorial will remember Patricia for who she really was. That's worth something too. They pulled into Michael's driveway and Alina gasped at the sight of the guest house, small but beautiful with a porch and flowers in window boxes. It looked like a home, not just a place to sleep. It's perfect, she whispered. It's more than I ever dreamed of. It's what Patricia would have wanted for you, Michael said simply. As Alina explored her new home, Marcus and Michael stood on the porch, looking up at the stars. 3 weeks, Marcus said. In 3 weeks, we'll know if Richard Westbrook can be saved. In 3 weeks, Michael agreed. But tonight we gave a young woman a safe place to sleep. Tonight we honored Patricia's belief in second chances. That's enough for now. They stood in comfortable silence, 2 people connected by loss and hope, preparing for a battle they might not win but knew they had to fight. Because that's what love does. It fights for people even when they don't deserve it, even when the odds are against success, even when the easier path is to walk away. Patricia Westbrook had asked for that kind of love for her son, and they were going to give it to him, whether he wanted it or not. Alina stood in front of the Sterling Room's employee entrance the next morning, her heart pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. She'd spent the night in the guest house, her first night in a real bed in 8 months, but barely slept. Instead, she rehearsed what she was going to say to Richard, practicing different tones and approaches until the words felt natural. Now, in the harsh light of day, with the moment actually upon her, every carefully prepared sentence had evaporated from her mind. You can do this, she whispered to herself. For Mrs. Patricia, you can do this. She pulled out her phone and looked at the text Michael had sent her at 6 a.m. Remember, appeal to his ego, not his heart. He wants status and recognition. Give him that and he'll say yes. Alina took a deep breath and pushed through the door. The kitchen staff was already prepping for lunch service. The rhythmic sound of knives on cutting boards, the hiss of pans heating on the stove, the low murmur of Spanish conversation. These were her people, the ones who treated her like family even though Richard barely acknowledged their existence. "Buenos dias, Alina," called out Marco, the head chef. "You feeling better? You looked pale yesterday." "Much better, thank you." Alina managed a smile. "Is Richard in his office?" "She been there since 7. In a mood too, tread carefully." Alina's stomach dropped, but she forced herself to walk through the kitchen, past the prep stations, down the narrow hallway to Richard's office. The door was half open and she could see him hunched over his desk, staring at a spreadsheet with his usual expression of intense concentration. She knocked lightly. "Richard, do you have a moment?" He didn't look up. "If this is about switching shifts, talk to Bethany. If it's about ordering supplies, talk to Marco. If it's about anything else, I'm busy." "It's about an opportunity for the restaurant," Alina said, her voice steadier than she felt. "A significant opportunity." That got his attention. Richard looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What kind of opportunity?" "May I come in?" He gestured impatiently to the chair across from his desk. Alina sat, clutching her phone in her lap like a lifeline. "I've been thinking," she began, following the script she and Michael had worked out. "Next month would have been your mother's 65th birthday, and I think it's time the Sterling Room did something to honor her memory, something that also elevates the restaurant's profile in the community." Richard's expression immediately shuddered. "My mother's been gone for 5 years. I don't need." "A charity gala," Alina interrupted quickly. "A high-profile fundraising event for one of the causes she supported. We invite Charlotte's most prominent business leaders, philanthropists, society figures. Black tie, exclusive guest list, media coverage. The kind of event that puts the Sterling Room on the map as more than just a restaurant, as a cultural institution." She could see the wheels turning in Richard's mind, the initial resistance giving way to calculation. "Go on." "Think about it. The Charlotte Observer covering our event. Photos in Charlotte magazine. All of Charlotte's elite gathered in our dining room, seeing the Sterling Room at its finest. And it's all framed as honoring Patricia Westbrook's legacy, which makes you look devoted, family-oriented, community-minded." Richard leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled under his chin. "What charity?" Alina had prepared for this question. "The Youth Literacy Foundation your mother supported. They provide books and tutoring to underprivileged children. Very photogenic cause, lots of appeal to the donor class." "Who would we invite?" "I'd need your input on that, of course. But I was thinking, board members from major Charlotte corporations, hospital administrators, university officials, prominent attorneys. People you'd want relationships with anyway. We make it invitation only, create buzz around exclusivity." She could see Richard warming to the idea, his ego responding exactly as Michael had predicted. "Media coverage, you said." "I have a contact at the Observer who might be interested in doing a feature on young restaurateurs honoring family legacy, plus coverage of the event itself." Alina had no such contact, but Michael had assured her he could make it happen. "Think of the optics, the Sterling Room as a pillar of Charlotte's philanthropic community." "How much would this cost?" "We could structure it as a fundraiser where ticket sales cover costs and generate donations for the charity. Make it a $250 per plate event. 50 guests would bring in $12,500, half for the charity, half for us. But the real value isn't the money. It's the connections, the publicity, the reputation." Richard was fully engaged now, leaning forward. 50 guests, all carefully selected, black tie. He was picturing it, Alina could tell, seeing himself as the magnanimous host, the devoted son, rubbing elbows with Charlotte's power players. "Exactly, and I'd handle all the planning, decorations, menu coordination, guest communications. You just need to approve the final details and show up to host." Alina held her breath. This was the crucial moment. Richard was silent for a long moment, his fingers drumming on the desk. "When would this be?" 3 weeks from Saturday. That's your mother's actual birthday. It gives us enough time to plan properly and send invitations." 3 weeks is tight. But possible, and the timing actually works in our favor, creates urgency, makes it feel more exclusive. Save the date for this intimate memorial gala. Alina watched Richard's face carefully. "Unless you think it's too much trouble." I didn't say that. Richard's pride flickered. He wouldn't admit something was beyond his capabilities. Fine, put together a proposal. Guest list suggestions, budget breakdown, timeline. I want to see everything before I commit. Of course, I'll have it for you by tomorrow. And Alina, Richard's voice took on a warning edge. This needs to be flawless. The Sterling Room's reputation is on the line, no mistakes. Understood. Alina stood, hoping he couldn't see how badly her legs were shaking. You won't regret this, Richard. It's going to be exactly what the Sterling Room needs. As she left his office, Alina had to lean against the hallway wall for a moment, her heart racing. She'd done it. Step 1 was complete. Richard had agreed. She pulled out her phone and texted Michael. He said yes. Phase 1 complete. The response came immediately. Well done. Come to the house after your shift. We have work to do. That evening, Michael's dining room table had been transformed into mission control. Marcus had created a massive spreadsheet on his laptop, tracking every detail of the memorial event. Michael had printed out pages from Patricia's journals, highlighting every person, charity, and organization she'd mentioned. And Alina brought the official proposal she'd shown Richard versus the real plan they were executing. So he thinks it's a networking event for Charlotte's elite, Marcus said, scrolling through the spreadsheet. But we're actually inviting everyone his mother helped. Exactly, Michael confirmed. The key is making sure the two versions don't collide until the night of the event. Alina, what did you tell him about the guest list? That I'd handle initial outreach and he'd review the final list. I'm going to show him a list of target invitees, all prestigious names, while actually sending invitations to the real guests. Won't he notice when they start RSVPing? Marcus asked. Not if I'm the one managing RSVPs. He's already delegated the details to me. As long as I keep telling him that important people are confirming, he won't dig deeper. Alina pulled out her own notes. The risk is on the actual night when people start arriving and they're not who he expected. By then it's too late, Michael said. The event is happening. People are there. He can't kick them out without looking terrible, especially if media is present. Marcus looked troubled. Uncle Mike isn't this kind of manipulative. I mean, we're lying to him. Michael was quiet for a moment, considering. We're not lying about what the event is. It really is a memorial for his mother. We're just not telling him who his mother actually cared about. Sometimes the truth needs to be revealed strategically, especially when someone's too defensive to hear it directly. Dad wouldn't have approved of deception, though. Or Dad, Michael said gently, once told me about a student who was failing his class. The kid had given up, stopped trying. Your father knew if he confronted him directly, the student would just shut down completely. So instead, he accidentally left a graded test on his desk, a test from a similar student who turned things around. The kid saw it, saw that improvement was possible, and it planted a seed. Was that manipulative? Maybe. But it saved that student's academic career. Marcus nodded slowly, seeing the parallel. So we're planting seeds. We're creating circumstances where Richard has to confront truths he's been avoiding. That's different from malicious deception. Michael turned to Alina. But you need to be comfortable with this. If it feels wrong to you, we can find another approach. Alina shook her head firmly. Mrs. Patricia asked for help. This is us helping. Sometimes love has to be tough to break through walls of pride. All right then. Michael pulled the guest list closer. Let's build our invitation list. Marcus, you start with the charities Patricia supported. Alina, you work on former employees and people she personally helped. I'll handle the scholarship recipients and youth program participants. They worked in focused silence for over an hour, cross-referencing names from the journals with current contact information found online. The list grew steadily. A scholarship student now working as a teacher, a former homeless veteran Patricia had helped who now ran a nonprofit, a single mother she'd supported who'd become a nurse. Michael, Marcus said suddenly, I found Sandra Martinez, the woman from the grocery store in 2005. She responded to my message. And Marcus read from his laptop. I remember Mrs. Patricia like it was yesterday. She changed my life. I've paid it forward 100 times over, just like she asked. If there's anything I can do to honor her memory, count me in. Alina wiped her eyes. That's exactly who Mrs. Patricia was. Plant one seed of kindness and watch it multiply. Add her to the confirmed list, Michael said. What else do we have? Over the next hour, responses poured in. People Patricia had touched were eager, sometimes desperate, to honor her memory. Many shared stories of how her kindness had changed their trajectories, how one moment of compassion had rippled through their entire lives. By 10 p.m., they had 47 confirmed guests and another 30 who hadn't responded yet. Every single one was someone Patricia had personally helped, someone whose story would reflect her values, and by contrast, highlight how far Richard had strayed from them. We need to think about the program, Michael said, making notes. How do we structure the evening so Richard can't escape the message? Mrs. Patricia's favorite format was always simple, Alina offered. Good food, genuine conversation, and space for people to share stories. She hated pretentious events. Then that's what we do, Marcus agreed. We start with dinner comfort food, her favorites. Then we transition into testimonials, people standing up to share what Patricia meant to them. We should record video messages from people who can't attend in person, Alina suggested. Mrs. Patricia kept in touch with people all over the country. Some of them might have powerful stories but can't travel. Michael nodded approvingly. Good thinking. Can you coordinate that? I'll start reaching out tomorrow. What about decorations? Marcus asked. Richard's going to expect something elegant and sophisticated. We give him that, but with Patricia's touch, Michael said. Elegant table settings, beautiful flowers, but surrounded by photos of his mother actually helping people. Candid shots of her at soup kitchens with scholarship recipients volunteering. Not posed glamour photos, real moments of real compassion. Alina pulled out her phone, scrolling through saved images. I have hundreds of photos. Mrs. Patricia loved taking pictures with people. She said every photo was a reminder that we're all connected. She showed them image after image, Patricia serving food at a homeless shelter, laughing with a group of teenagers at a youth center, hugging an elderly woman at a community event. In every photo, Patricia's joy was genuine, her connection to people authentic. These are perfect, Michael said. We blow them up, frame them, make them impossible to ignore. Richard walks into that room and he's surrounded by who his mother really was. He's going to be angry, Alina warned, when he realizes what we've done. Let him be angry, Michael replied. Anger is often the first stage of realization. Better angry than indifferent. Marcus was quiet, staring at one photo in particular, Patricia with her arm around a young Richard, both of them covered in paint from volunteering at a community center mural project. Young Richard was beaming, genuinely happy, his eyes bright with innocent joy. He looked so different, Marcus murmured, like a completely different person. Because he was, Alina said softly. That boy still exists somewhere inside the man. We just need to remind him. Michael stood, stretching his back. All right, let's map out responsibilities. Alina, you continue managing Richard. Keep him thinking this is the networking event he wants. Feed him updates that sound prestigious but are actually about our real guests. Can you do that? I can. I'll tell him we've confirmed attendance from community leaders, which is true, just not the kind he's imagining. Good. Marcus, you work on the video messages. Reach out to people, collect their stories, edit them into something powerful. Think you can handle that? Marcus nodded, energized by the clear task. Dad taught me video editing. I can do this. I'll handle the big picture coordination, media, catering details, making sure everything comes together seamlessly. Michael looked at both of them seriously. This is our one shot. We can't do this twice, so it has to be perfect. What if it doesn't work? Marcus asked quietly. What if we do all this and Richard still doesn't change? Michael was silent for a moment. Then we'll know we honored Patricia's final wish. We'll know we tried with everything we had. And maybe, we'll plant a seed that takes time to grow. Change doesn't always happen instantly. But you think it will work? You think he can change? I think, Michael said carefully, that Richard is drowning in his own ego and fear. And sometimes the only way to save a drowning person is to pull them under first, make them realize they need help. That's what this event will do. It'll strip away all his defenses, all his pretensions, and force him to see himself clearly. And then what? Alina asked. And then we give him a choice. He can reject what he sees and continue down the path he's on, or he can choose to remember who his mother raised him to be. The choice has to be his. They continued planning until midnight, working out every detail. The menu would feature Patricia's favorite dishes: pot roast, mashed potatoes, green beans, homemade biscuits. Comfort food served elegantly. The playlist would include her favorite songs, nothing pretentious, just music that made people feel at home. Most importantly, they structured the evening's program. Dinner first, letting people relax and connect. Then a video montage of Patricia's life, not a sad memorial but a celebration of her impact. Finally, the testimonials, people sharing their stories of how she'd helped them. We end with the letter, Michael said. Patricia's final letter to Richard, the one she wrote asking me to help him. Alina's eyes widened. You're going to read that aloud, in front of everyone? Not me, you. Michael met her gaze steadily. You knew her at the end. You were with her when Richard wasn't. It should come from you. I don't know if I can do that without falling apart. Then fall apart. Let Richard see your genuine emotion. Let him see what his absence cost, not just his mother, but you and everyone else who loved her. Alina nodded slowly, accepting the weight of this responsibility. For Mrs. Patricia. For Patricia, Michael agreed. As the evening wound down and they prepared to call it a night, Marcus pulled his uncle aside. Uncle Mike, can I ask you something? Of course. Why are you really doing this? I mean, I understand honoring Patricia's wish, but you seem invested, like it's personal beyond just keeping a promise. Michael was quiet for a long moment, staring out the window at the dark yard. Your father and I had a conversation about a year before he died. We were talking about legacy, what we leave behind when we're gone. He said something I've never forgotten. What did he say? He said, Michael, you saved lives on the basketball court by inspiring people, giving them hope and entertainment. But the real measure of a life isn't what you achieve. It's who you help become who they're meant to be. He was talking about his students, about how his real legacy wasn't test scores or graduation rates. It was individual kids who might have been lost without someone believing in them. Marcus felt tears prick his eyes. That sounded exactly like something his father would say. Patricia saved Richard from a burning car, Michael continued. But she couldn't save him from himself. That's the hardest salvation of all, helping someone who doesn't think they need help. Your father did that every day. And I think this is my chance to do it too. To honor both Patricia and James by believing in Richard's capacity to change, even when he's given everyone reason not to believe in him. Do you think Dad's watching, that he knows what we're doing? Michael put his arm around his nephew's shoulders. I think your father's presence is in every choice we make to show compassion instead of judgment. Whether he's literally watching from somewhere or just living on in our memories and values, he's here. Can't you feel it? Marcus nodded because he could. In this mission to save Richard Westbrook, in his uncle's patient wisdom, in Alina's determination to honor Patricia's memory, his father's belief in human redemption was woven through everything. I miss him so much, Marcus whispered. I know, but he'd be so proud of you right now. Choosing this path, choosing hope, choosing to believe people can change. That's his legacy living through you. They stood together in the quiet house, uncle and nephew bound by grief and purpose. Outside, Alina sat in her guest house, her first real home in nearly a year, looking at photos of Patricia and crying grateful tears for second chances. In his office at the Sterling Room, Richard Westbrook reviewed financial statements, completely unaware that in 3 weeks his entire world would be turned upside down. And somewhere in memory or spirit or the ineffable space where love persists beyond death, Patricia Westbrook waited to see if the boy she'd raised could find his way back home. The plan was in motion. The guests were being invited. The stage was being set for a confrontation 25 years in the making, a reckoning between who Richard Westbrook had become and who his mother had hoped he'd be. 3 weeks. 3 weeks until everything changed. 3 weeks until Richard Westbrook would be forced to choose between the comfortable lie he'd been living and the uncomfortable truth of who he really was. Michael stood at his window, looking out at the guest house where Alina's light still burned. He thought about the night of the fire, about pulling a terrified 5-year-old from a burning van. He'd saved Richard's life that night without knowing anything about him, without calculating whether he deserved saving. Now he was trying to save him again. But this time, Richard would have to meet him halfway. This time, the choice would be entirely his own. "Please," Michael whispered into the darkness, speaking to Patricia, to James, to whatever force in the universe cared about redemption. "Please let him choose to remember. Please let this work." The night offered no answer, but morning would come soon, bringing them one day closer to the moment of truth, one day closer to finding out if Richard Westbrook could be saved from himself, one day closer to honoring a dying mother's final wish. The clock was ticking, the plan was in motion, and there was no turning back now. The 3 weeks passed in a blur of activity that felt both endless and far too brief. Marcus spent his days collecting video testimonials, piecing together a portrait of Patricia Westbrook through the eyes of people whose lives she'd touched. Each story left him more convinced that what they were doing mattered, and more anxious about whether it would work. Alina walked a tightrope at the restaurant, feeding Richard carefully curated updates while managing the real guest list. Every day was a performance, every conversation with her boss a test of her ability to maintain the deception. The stress showed in the dark circles under her eyes, though she refused to slow down. Michael coordinated everything else: the catering, the decorations, the media coverage he'd promised. He'd called in favors from contacts across Charlotte, painting the event as a human interest story about honoring a community hero. The Charlotte Observer had agreed to send a photographer and reporter. Now, on the evening of the event, as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Michael stood in the Sterling room and surveyed their work. The restaurant had been transformed. Patricia's photos covered every wall, not professionally posed portraits but candid moments of genuine connection. Patricia serving food at a shelter, her apron stained and her smile radiant. Patricia with her arm around Alina, both of them laughing. Patricia helping a child with homework at an after-school program. Patricia at a community garden, dirt under her fingernails and joy in her eyes. The tables were set elegantly but simply: white tablecloths, fresh flowers in mason jars, handwritten place cards. Each setting included a small card with one of Patricia's favorite quotes: "See people, really see them. That's where kindness begins." Marcus stood near the entrance, his laptop connected to a projector and screen they'd set up at the front of the room. The video he'd created was 43 minutes long, a compilation of testimonials interwoven with photos of Patricia. He'd watched it so many times while editing that he could recite portions from memory, but it still made him cry every time. "It's perfect," Alina said, coming to stand beside him. She wore a simple black dress, one Michael had helped her buy for the occasion, and looked both elegant and terrified. "Mrs. Patricia would love this." "Where's Richard?" Michael asked. "In his office. He's been on the phone with someone he thinks is from the Charlotte Business Journal. Actually, it's Marcus calling from a burner phone, keeping him distracted while final guests arrive." Marcus grinned from across the room, his phone pressed to his ear as he ad-libbed questions about Richard's business philosophy. Through the office window, they could see Richard pacing, animated, clearly enjoying the attention. "Guests are starting to arrive," one of the catering staff announced from the entrance. Michael's stomach tightened. This was it, the moment of truth approaching. The first to arrive was Sandra Martinez, the young mother Patricia had helped in the grocery store 19 years ago. She was a nurse now, as they'd learned, and she brought her daughter with her. "This is Teresa," Sandra said, introducing the young woman. "She's a sophomore at UNC Charlotte studying social work. She exists because of Mrs. Patricia's kindness." Marcus felt something catch in his throat. He greeted them warmly and showed them to their seats. More people streamed in. An elderly veteran named Harold who walked with a cane, accompanied by his grandson. "Patricia sat with me for 3 hours one Thanksgiving," Harold said, his eyes wet. "Just listened to my stories, made me feel like I mattered when I thought nobody cared." A middle-aged man named David who'd been one of Patricia's scholarship recipients. "I was the first person in my family to go to college," he explained. "Because of her, I teach high school now. I try to be for my students what she was for me." a young woman named Jasmine who'd been homeless when Patricia hired her at the catering company. She gave me a chance when nobody else would, taught me everything. I run my own catering business now. I named it Second Chances after what she gave me. The room filled with stories made flesh, each person a living testament to Patricia's belief that how we treat people matters, that small acts of kindness create ripples that extend far beyond what we can see. Alina greeted each guest personally, tears streaming down her face as people shared their memories. She was so special, everyone said. She changed my life. I wouldn't be here without her. Marcus kept one eye on Richard's office. His uncle was still on the phone, oblivious to who was actually arriving. Bethany, the hostess, looked confused by the guest list. These weren't the society figures she'd expected. But Alina had given her strict instructions not to bother Richard until all the guests had arrived. By 7:00 p.m., 53 people filled the dining room. The median age skewed older, and the clothing ranged from well-worn suits to Sunday best that had seen better days. These weren't Charlotte's elite. They were Charlotte's backbone: teachers, nurses, veterans, social workers, people who served others every day because Patricia had taught them that's what mattered. Michael found Marcus near the entrance. "It's time. End the call and bring Richard out." Marcus nodded, his hands trembling slightly. He spoke into the phone. "Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Westbrook. We'll be in touch about the feature article. Enjoy your event this evening." He hung up and pocketed the burner phone. Through the office window, they watched Richard stand, straighten his tie, check his appearance in a small mirror. He was preparing to make an entrance to impress the important people he thought were waiting. Marcus knocked on the office door. "Richard, everyone's here. They're ready for you." Richard opened the door with a practiced smile, the kind he used for people he wanted to impress. "Excellent. Let me just—" He stopped mid-sentence as he stepped into the dining room. His smile froze. His eyes swept the room, taking in the guests, the photos on the walls, the simple elegance that was nothing like the sophisticated networking event he'd envisioned. "What?" Richard's voice trailed off. "Who are all these people?" Alina stepped forward, her voice steady despite her fear. "These are the guests for your mother's memorial celebration. Everyone here was touched by Patricia Westbrook's kindness." "This isn't—" Richard's face flushed red. "This isn't what we discussed. Where are the business leaders? Where are the people I approved?" "These are the people who mattered to your mother," Michael said, stepping out of the shadows near the bar. "The people she helped, the people she believed in, the people whose lives she changed." Richard's eyes snapped to Michael, recognition finally dawning. You're the one from before. The one He stopped, the memory of their first encounter clearly returning. His face went from red to pale. "What is this? What's going on?" "This is your mother's memorial," Alina said firmly. "The real one, the one she would have wanted." Richard looked around wildly, seeing the photos of his mother on every wall, the simple place settings, the people watching him with expressions ranging from curiosity to something that looked almost like pity. "I didn't authorize this. This is my restaurant. You had no right." "We had every right," Michael interrupted, his voice calm but commanding. "Your mother asked me to help you remember who you are. That's what tonight is about." "I don't know what you're talking about." Richard's voice rose, defensive. "I don't know you. I want all of you out now. This event is canceled." "You can't cancel it," Marcus said, stepping forward. "The media is here. The observer photographer is in the corner. If you kick everyone out now, the story becomes son dishonors mother's memory. Is that really what you want?" Richard spun toward the corner where, indeed, a photographer stood with a camera. The man raised it slightly and snapped a photo. Richard, mid-panic, surrounded by his mother's legacy, the contrast between his agitation and the calm dignity of the guests painfully obvious. "You set me up," Richard said, his voice low and dangerous. "You lied to me." "We told you this was a memorial for your mother," Alina said. "That part was true. We just didn't tell you who she actually cared about memorializing." Richard turned to her, betrayal written across his face. You work for me. How could you?" "I work for the memory of Mrs. Patricia," Alina corrected, her voice shaking but determined. "The woman who gave me a chance when you would have turned me away. The woman who believed in people like everyone in this room. I'm doing what she would have wanted." "She's dead," Richard's shout echoed through the suddenly silent room. "My mother is dead and you don't get to speak for her." "Then let her speak for herself," Michael said quietly. He nodded to Marcus, who moved to the laptop. The lights dimmed, the screen at the front of the room illuminated, and Patricia Westbrook's face appeared, not a still photo but video footage from years ago, speaking at a community center event. "My name is Patricia Westbrook." Her recorded voice filled the room, warm and alive. "And I want to tell you a story about the night I almost died." Richard stood frozen as his mother's voice washed over the room. She told the story of the accident, of the burning van, of the stranger who pulled them from the fire. The footage showed her younger, healthier, animated with the passion of someone who'd been given a second chance and knew it. "That stranger taught me something," Patricia said on screen. "He didn't know who I was, didn't know if I was rich or poor, important or ordinary. He just saw two people who needed help and he helped. No conditions, no judgments, just compassion. And I decided that's how I wanted to live the rest of my life, seeing people, really seeing them and treating everyone like they matter. Because they do. Everyone matters." Video shifted to a montage of Patricia's life, serving at soup kitchens, mentoring young people, working in her restaurant with genuine joy. And woven throughout were clips from the testimonials Marcus had collected. Sandra Martinez appeared on screen. "I was at my lowest point, couldn't afford food for my daughter. Mrs. Patricia didn't just help me that day. She showed me that people are good, that kindness exists, that I was worth being helped. I've spent 19 years trying to pass that forward." Harold, the veteran. "After my wife died, I wanted to give up. Mrs. Patricia sat with me, listened to me, made me feel like my life still had value. She saved me, not from a burning building, but from the darkness in my own mind." David, the scholarship recipient. "I thought college was impossible for someone like me. Mrs. Patricia not only made it possible, she made me believe I deserved it. Every student I teach now, I see through her eyes. Everyone deserves a chance." One after another, people shared their stories. The video Marcus had created was more than a memorial. It was a portrait of a life lived in service to others, of the exponential impact of consistent kindness. Richard stood motionless, his face unreadable. Around him, guests wiped their eyes, squeezed each other's hands, nodded in recognition of shared experience. The video ended with Patricia speaking directly to the camera, footage from what looked like her final months. "If you're watching this, I'm gone. But I hope you remember me not for what I built, but for how I treated people. That's the only legacy that matters, not buildings or businesses, but hearts touched, lives changed, people reminded that they're worth being seen." The screen went dark. The room was silent except for quiet crying. Alina stood and walked to the front of the room. Her hands trembled as she unfolded a piece of paper, Patricia's final letter to Michael, the one asking him to help Richard. "Your mother wrote something in her final days," Alina said, her voice thick with emotion. "She wrote it to the man who saved your lives, the man who's here tonight, Michael Jordan." Gasps rippled through the room. Several people turned to look at Michael with wide eyes. Richard's head snapped up, his face draining of color. "Michael Jordan," he repeated. "The Michael Jordan." "The man you turned away from your restaurant 3 weeks ago," Marcus said. "The man who pulled you from a burning van when you were 5 years old. The man your mother wrote to for 25 years. That Michael Jordan." Richard staggered backward, catching himself on the edge of a table. "No, that's not. You can't be." "I am," Michael said simply. "And your mother asked me to help you remember who you used to be, so that's what tonight is about." Alina's voice carried through the room as she began reading. "Dear Michael, if you're reading this, I'm gone. And I need to ask you one final favor. The most important favor anyone has ever asked of you. Even more important than pulling us from that burning van 25 years ago." Richard's knees seemed to buckle. He sank into a chair, his face buried in his hands as Alina continued reading his mother's final plea. Her fear that she'd failed him, her hope that he could be reminded of who he really was, her belief that the boy who'd been saved from the fire was still worth saving. "Please, Michael," Alina read through her tears. "Remind him of that night. Remind him that we were once the people others might have driven past. Remind him that someone stopped, someone cared, someone saw us as worth saving. And if you can't save him, if he's too far gone, then at least try. For me, for the woman you pulled from that van, for the little boy who cried in your arms while his world burned behind him. The letter ended. Alina folded it carefully, her entire body shaking. The silence in the room was absolute. Richard sat with his face in his hands, his shoulders heaving. Around him, 53 people waited, people his mother had helped, people he'd been judging and turning away for years, people whose presence now felt like an indictment and an invitation all at once. Finally, Richard looked up. His face was wet with tears, his eyes red and swollen. He looked at Michael, really looked at him for the first time. "You saved my life," Richard whispered, "and then I treated you like you were nothing." Michael walked slowly to where Richard sat. "You treated me like you've been treating everyone who doesn't meet your artificial standards, like they're invisible, like they don't matter." "I didn't know." "It shouldn't matter who I am," Michael said firmly. "That's the point. Your mother understood that. Every person who walks through a door deserves to be treated with dignity, not because of who they are or what they can do for you, but because they're human beings." Richard looked around the room at all the faces, the people his mother had seen and helped while he'd been too busy building walls and barriers. "I've been so wrong. I've been so completely wrong." "Yes," Alina said simply, "you have." Richard turned to her, fresh tears spilling down his cheeks. "She tried to tell me. My mother tried so many times to tell me, and I wouldn't listen. I was so busy trying to be important that I forgot how to be decent." "She never stopped believing you could remember," Alina said. "Even at the end, when you barely visited, when you were too busy for her, she still believed the real Richard was in there somewhere." "I don't know if he is," Richard said brokenly. "I don't know if I can be who she wanted me to be." Marcus stepped forward, this 15-year-old who'd lost his own father and knew something about grief and regret. "My dad used to say that becoming who you're meant to be isn't about being perfect. It's about choosing every single day to try. You can't change the past, but you can choose differently going forward." Richard looked at this young man with the wise eyes and saw something of himself, or what he might have been if he'd made different choices. "I don't know how to fix this. I've hurt so many people." "You start by acknowledging it," Michael said. "You start by truly seeing the people in this room and understanding what their presence means. These are the people your mother valued, the people she invested in, the people who became better because she believed in them. This is her real legacy." Richard stood on shaky legs. He looked at Sandra Martinez and her daughter. "You were the mother in the grocery store, the one my mother helped." Sandra nodded. 19 years ago, she changed everything for us." "And you," Richard turned to Harold. "The veteran, my mother talked about you. She said you had the most beautiful stories." "She was the only one who thought so," Harold replied, his voice gentle. One by one, Richard moved through the room, making connections between the photos on the walls and the people in front of him. His mother's journals had contained all their stories. He just never bothered to read them, too dismissive of her sentimental documentation. "I threw away so much," Richard said, returning to the center of the room. "I threw away her journals, her photos, everything that mattered to her. Because I was embarrassed. Embarrassed of where we came from. Embarrassed that we weren't always successful and polished and perfect." "I saved them," Alina said quietly. "All of it. I couldn't throw them away." Richard looked at her, this young woman he'd been planning to fire, this person his mother had believed in when no one else would. "You've been living in your car." Alina's eyes widened. "How did you?" "I knew, of course I knew, and I didn't care. I saw you as someone who didn't fit the image I wanted for my restaurant." Richard's voice broke completely. What kind of person does that? What kind of person knows someone is homeless and doesn't help? "The kind of person who forgot who he used to be," Michael said. "But that can change, right now, tonight, if you choose to let it." Richard turned to face everyone, all 53 guests, the photographer, Alina, Marcus, and Michael. "I don't deserve your forgiveness, any of you. I've spent years turning people away, judging people by their appearance, making people feel small so I could feel important. I've become everything my mother fought against, everything the man who saved us represented the opposite of." He took a shuddering breath. "But I want to change. I want to be who my mother raised me to be. I want to honor the second chance that stranger, that Michael Jordan gave us by actually living like it mattered. I don't know if I can, I don't know if it's too late, but I want to try." The room remained silent, every person weighing Richard's words, wondering if this transformation was real or temporary. Then Harold, the elderly veteran, stood slowly, using his cane for support. "Your mother believed in second chances. She gave me one. Seems only right her son gets one too." Sandra Martinez stood next. "My daughter exists because of your mother's kindness. I'm willing to see if her son can learn to show that same kindness." One by one, people stood, not in applause but in silent acknowledgement. Not forgiveness yet, but the possibility of it. The willingness to see if Richard's words would translate into action. Michael approached Richard and extended his hand. "Your mother asked me to remind you who you are. I've done that. What you do with it from here is up to you." Richard took Michael's hand, then pulled him into an embrace, sobbing against the shoulder of the man who'd saved him twice, once from fire, once from himself. Thank you for not giving up on me." When they pulled apart, Richard turned to Alina. "I want you to help me rebuild this restaurant the way my mother envisioned it. Will you help me?" Alina looked at him for a long moment, seeing both the man he'd become and the boy he'd been. "On one condition. You read every single one of your mother's journals, cover to cover, and you let them change you." "I will, I promise." Richard then addressed the entire room. "I know words are cheap. I know I have to prove through actions that this is real. So starting tomorrow, the Sterling Room changes. We implement a pay-what-you-can night every week. We partner with every charity my mother supported. We become what she always wanted, a place where everyone feels valued." He paused, looking at the photos of his mother on the walls. "And we put her memory at the center of everything, not to honor me, but to honor her, to make sure no one forgets what real success looks like." Marcus felt tears streaming down his face. This was what his father had believed in, this exact moment when someone chose to change, chose to be better, chose to let pain transform them instead of harden them. The photographer from The Observer raised his camera and captured it all. Richard surrounded by his mother's legacy, tears on his face, the exact moment of transformation. It would be the photo that ran with the story, the image that would define this night. "Now," Alina said, wiping her own tears, "let's eat. Mrs. Patricia always said the best way to honor someone is to share a meal together, to sit and talk and remember that we're all just people trying to do our best." The formal tension broke. People began to mingle, share stories, introduce themselves to each other. The catering staff, who'd been watching everything in stunned silence, brought out the food. Patricia's favorite dishes, served with love to people who understood what they represented. Michael found Marcus standing alone near the entrance, overwhelmed by what they'd witnessed. "You okay?" "Dad would have loved this," Marcus said. "This is exactly what he always talked about, people choosing to change, choosing to be better." "Your father is here," Michael said. "In every choice we made that led to this moment. In your willingness to believe in redemption. In your courage to hope that Richard could change." "Do you think he really will? Change, I mean. Or is this just emotion that'll fade when reality sets in?" "I don't know," Michael admitted. "Real change is hard. It requires consistent choice, day after day, especially when no one's watching. But I think we've given him the tools. We've shown him the mirror. Now he has to decide every single day to be the person his mother believed he could be." Across the room, Richard sat at a table with Sandra Martinez and her daughter, listening intently to their stories. His face showed genuine interest, genuine remorse, genuine desire to understand. Whether that would last, only time would tell. Alina approached them, exhausted but radiant. "Mrs. Patricia would be so proud of what we did tonight." "You did most of the heavy lifting," Michael said. "You kept her memory alive when everyone else would have let it fade." "I just did what she would have done for me." Alina looked around the room at the community they'd assembled. "Look at all these people. Look at the lives she touched. That's what matters. That's what lasts." The evening continued, food and stories and laughter mixed with tears. People who'd never met before discovered they were connected through Patricia's kindness. New friendships formed. The photographer captured it all, understanding that he was documenting something extraordinary. As the night wound down and guests began to leave, each person stopped to thank Richard, not for the event but for being willing to see them, to really see them. Most offered guarded encouragement. "I hope you mean it. Show us through your actions. Make your mother proud." Richard accepted each comment with humility, no longer the arrogant man who turned Michael and Marcus away 3 weeks ago. Finally, only a handful of people remained: Michael, Marcus, Alina, and Richard, along with a few staff members cleaning up. Richard stood amid the photos of his mother, really looking at them for the first time. In image after image, she was smiling, not the polished smile of someone posing, but the genuine joy of someone living her values. "I have so much work to do," Richard said quietly. "So many people to apologize to, so many things to make right." "Yes," Michael agreed. "You do, and it won't be easy. Some people won't forgive you, some will never trust that you've really changed." "I deserve that." "Maybe, but you don't get to wallow in guilt. That's too easy. The hard work is changing your behavior day after day, even when it's difficult." Michael put his hand on Richard's shoulder. "Your mother didn't ask me to make you feel bad about who you've become. She asked me to help you become who you were meant to be. That's forward-looking, not backward-looking." Richard nodded. "Will you help me? Will you tell me when I'm slipping back into old patterns, when I'm judging people or making them feel small?" "That's not my job, that's Alina's job, and your other employees, and every person who walks through your door." Michael smiled slightly. "But yes, I'll check in, I'll hold you accountable, because that's what your mother would have wanted." "Thank you," Richard turned to Marcus. "And thank you, you didn't have to be part of this. You could have just stayed angry at me." Marcus thought about his father, about the choice to hold on to bitterness or transform it into something better. "My dad died 6 months ago. He believed people could change. I needed to see if he was right." "Was he?" "I don't know yet. Ask me in 6 months. Ask me in a year. Ask me in 5 years. Marcus met Richard's eyes. "Change isn't one moment, it's 1,000 moments. Prove it through those moments." As they prepared to leave, the photographer approached. "I got everything. This is going to be quite a story." Restaurant owner honors mother's legacy by returning to her values. Human interest gold. "Just make sure you tell it honestly," Richard said. "Don't make me sound heroic. I'm not the hero of this story. My mother is, and the people she helped, and the man who saved us." The photographer nodded, seeing the genuine transformation in Richard's demeanor. "I'll tell it right, I promise." When everyone had finally left, Richard stood alone in his restaurant, his mother's restaurant, surrounded by her photos and her memory and the weight of his choices. He pulled out his phone and called his employee portal, leaving a message for a staff meeting the next morning. They needed to know everything was about to change. Then he sat at one of the tables and, for the first time in 5 years, let himself fully grieve his mother. Not the sanitized, convenient grief he'd allowed himself before, but the deep, wrenching sorrow of knowing he'd failed her at the end, of understanding how much she'd worried about who he'd become. "I'm sorry, Mom," he whispered to the empty room. "I'm so sorry, but I'm going to fix this. I promise. I'm going to make you proud." Outside in Michael's car, Marcus turned to his uncle. "Do you think tonight was enough? Do you think we saved him?" Michael started the engine, thinking about the question. "We gave him the chance to save himself. That's all any of us can do for each other. Provide the opportunity, hold up the mirror, offer the support. But the actual choosing, that has to be his." Dad would have said the same thing. "Your dad was a wise man." Michael pulled out of the parking lot, glancing back at the Sterling room one last time. Through the windows, they could see Richard still sitting alone, his head in his hands, surrounded by his mother's legacy. "Uncle Mike." "Yeah. I'm glad we did this. Even if Richard goes back to being terrible, I'm glad we tried. It feels like honoring both Mrs. Patricia and Dad, like proving that their belief in people wasn't naive or stupid. It was brave." Michael reached over and squeezed his nephew's shoulder. "That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it is. And that's who you're becoming, someone brave enough to believe in redemption even when it's hard." They drove through the Charlotte night, the city lights twinkling around them. Two people connected by grief and hope, and the choice to believe that people, even people who seem beyond saving, can find their way back to who they were meant to be. Behind them, Richard Westbrook sat in an empty restaurant, surrounded by photographs of his mother, and began the long, difficult work of transformation. The event was over, but the real change was just beginning, and only time would tell if it would last. The Charlotte Observer article ran 3 days later, taking up half the front page of the living section. The photograph showed Richard mid-embrace with Michael Jordan, tears streaming down his face, surrounded by photos of his mother. The headline read, "From Ashes to Compassion, How Michael Jordan Saved One Man Twice." The article told the whole story: the car accident 25 years ago, Patricia's lifelong gratitude, her death and final wish, Richard's transformation from community servant to exclusionary gatekeeper, and the memorial event that forced him to confront who he'd become. The reporter had captured every emotional beat, every revelation, every moment of Richard's breaking. Within hours, the story went viral. Marcus sat at Michael's kitchen table, scrolling through social media on his laptop. "Uncle Mike, you need to see this, it's everywhere. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, everyone's talking about it." Michael came to look over his nephew's shoulder. The responses were mixed, passionate, and overwhelming in volume. Some people were moved. "This made me cry. We all need people who refuse to give up on us. What a beautiful example of the power of compassion. Patricia Westbrook is my new hero." Others were skeptical. Rich guy cries and suddenly we're supposed to forget years of treating people like garbage. "I'll believe he's changed when I see it, not because of one emotional night. Performative redemption. Wake me when his actions match his tears." And some were angry. "MJ is too forgiving. Some people don't deserve second chances. Richard Westbrook should lose his business, not get a puff piece about changing." Marcus looked up at his uncle. "Some of these comments are pretty harsh." "People have a right to be skeptical," Michael said. "Richard hurt a lot of people. Words are easy. Actions are what matter now." Alina arrived an hour later, looking exhausted. She'd been living at the guest house for 3 weeks now, slowly rebuilding her life with the stability of a real home. But the past few days had taken a toll. "Richard's getting death threats," she said, sinking into a chair. "People found the restaurant's phone number and email. Some are supportive, but others are vicious, saying he doesn't deserve forgiveness, that the whole thing was staged, that he's manipulating people." "How's he handling it?" Michael asked. "Surprisingly well, actually. He's reading every email, every comment. Last night I found him in his office at 2 a.m. responding to people personally, not defending himself, apologizing, asking what he can do to make amends." Marcus closed his laptop. "That's good, right? That means he's serious." "Or it means he's overwhelmed and will burn out," Alina said. "I'm worried about him. He's not eating, barely sleeping. It's like he's trying to fix 5 years of mistakes in 5 days." Michael considered this. "He needs to understand that redemption is a marathon, not a sprint. Can you arrange for me to meet with him?" "I'll try, but Uncle Mike," Alina had started calling him that after the memorial, the honorific feeling natural. "There's something else. The staff meeting yesterday didn't go well." "What happened?" Alina pulled out her phone and showed him a video. Someone had recorded Richard's staff meeting on Tuesday morning. In it, Richard stood before his employees, servers, kitchen staff, hosts, busboys, and confessed everything. His prejudices, his cruelty, his systematic exclusion of people who didn't meet his arbitrary standards. "I've been wrong," Richard said in the video, his voice raw. "About everything. About what this restaurant should be, about who deserves to be served, about what success means. My mother built this place to welcome everyone, and I turned it into something exclusive and cold. I'm sorry. To all of you who had to enforce policies you knew were wrong. To all of you who watched me turn good people away. I'm sorry." He'd outlined his new vision, the pay-what-you-can nights, partnerships with community organizations, a commitment to treating every customer with dignity regardless of appearance or assumed wealth. The video showed mixed reactions among the staff. Some people looked moved, wiping their eyes. Others looked angry, arms crossed. Bethany, the hostess who turned Michael and Marcus away, had walked out mid-meeting. "She quit," Alina explained. "Said she didn't sign up to work at a charity kitchen." 3 other servers left with her. They'd been with Richard because they liked the exclusivity, the high-end clientele, the tips that came from wealthy customers. That's going to hurt the restaurant financially, Michael observed. It already is. Reservations are down 40% this week. Some regular customers are canceling, saying they don't want to eat at a place that's become politically correct. But other people who were turned away before, are making reservations, testing whether Richard meant what he said. Marcus leaned forward. How's Richard handling the walkouts? He told the remaining staff that anyone who doesn't share his new vision is free to leave with his blessing and a good reference. He said he'd rather have a smaller team that believes in what they're doing than a large team that resents it. Alina's voice held a note of admiration. He's not backing down, even though it's costing him. Michael nodded slowly. That's the test, isn't it? Whether he'll stick with the change when it gets hard, when it costs him something real. 2 days later, Michael sat across from Richard in the restaurant's office. It was 10 a.m. on a Thursday and the lunch prep was underway in the kitchen. Richard looked like he'd aged 10 years in 1 week, dark circles under his eyes, his face gaunt, his hands trembling slightly as he poured coffee. "Thank you for coming," Richard said. "I wasn't sure you would. Your mother asked me to help you. That doesn't end just because you had one good night." Michael accepted the coffee. "How are you holding up?" "Honestly, I'm drowning. Every day there's something new, an angry email, a canceled reservation, a staff member who quits, a social media post calling me a fraud. And the worst part is, they're not completely wrong. How do I prove I've changed when I'm not even sure I can sustain it?" "Why do you want to change?" Michael asked. "Not because of the article, not because of what people think. Why do you personally want to be different?" Richard was quiet for a long moment. "I had a dream about my mother last night. We were in the kitchen of her old catering company back when I was maybe 12. She was teaching me how to make her pot roast, and she kept saying, 'Richard, the secret ingredient is caring. You can taste it when someone puts love into the food.'" He looked up, his eyes wet. "When I woke up, I realized I haven't put love into anything in years. Not the restaurant, not my relationships, not my life. I've put ambition and ego and fear, but not love. And my mother could taste the difference. She knew what I'd become." "So you want to change to honor her memory?" "I want to change because I'm exhausted from being the person I became. Because treating people like they're beneath me doesn't make me feel superior. It makes me feel empty. Because I'm 41 years old and I can't remember the last time I did something that made me proud of myself." Richard's voice broke. "I want to change because my mother died disappointed in me, and I can't fix that. But maybe I can become someone she would have been proud of going forward." Michael set down his coffee cup. "Okay, that's honest. That's real. Now let me tell you what the next year of your life is going to look like if you're serious about this." "I'm listening." "You're going to lose more staff. Some people are only here for the prestige and money. When you change what this place represents, they'll leave. Let them." Richard nodded, absorbing this. "You're going to lose customers. Some of your regular high-end clients won't want to eat at a restaurant that serves those people. They'll go somewhere more exclusive. Let them." "That's going to hurt financially." "Yes, it is. Your profit margin will shrink, maybe significantly. You might struggle to make payroll some months. You might have to take a pay cut yourself. Are you willing to do that?" Richard hesitated only a moment. "Yes." "You're going to face constant skepticism. Every good thing you do, people will question your motives. Every time you slip up, and you will slip up, people will say, 'See, I knew it was fake.' You're going to have to prove yourself over and over again, possibly for years. Can you handle that?" "I don't know, but I have to try." "And hardest of all," Michael leaned forward, "you're going to have to confront your own prejudices every single day. The instincts that made you judge people by their appearance don't disappear overnight. You'll catch yourself making assumptions and you'll have to consciously correct them. Every single day. That's exhausting work. Most people give up." "I won't give up," Richard said firmly. "Why not? Give me one reason to believe you'll sustain this when it gets really hard. When months have passed and people have stopped paying attention and you're tired and struggling and no one's watching to hold you accountable." Richard stood and walked to the window, looking out at the restaurant's dining room. "Do you see that table, the one by the window?" "Yes. My mother used to sit there every Sunday morning. She'd have coffee and read the paper and greet every single person who came in. She knew their names, their stories, their struggles. She made everyone feel like they mattered. Richard's voice thickened. I took her table away. After she died, I removed it and put in a stupid decorative plant because I thought it looked more elegant. He turned back to Michael. Yesterday, I had that table rebuilt, exactly as it was, and I'm going to sit there every Sunday morning from now on. I'm going to have coffee and greet people and try, however inadequately, to do what she did, to see people, to make them feel like they matter. Michael felt something shift in his chest. That's not about publicity or redemption. That's about honoring her in a way that costs you something, your time, your comfort, your ego. It's the least I can do. And if I can't sustain even that small gesture, then I have no business trying to change anything else. All right, Michael said. I believe you want this. Now let me help you figure out how to actually do it. They spent the next 3 hours mapping out a realistic transformation plan. Not dramatic changes that would burn Richard out, but sustainable shifts in culture and practice. First, staff training. Everyone who stayed would go through workshops on implicit bias, customer service excellence, and Patricia's philosophy of dignity for all. Alina would lead these, with support from community organizations. Second, community partnerships. The Sterling Room would host monthly dinners for organizations Patricia had supported: homeless shelters, youth programs, domestic violence survivors. Free meals, no publicity, just service. Third, the Pay What You Can nights. Every Thursday starting next week, people could pay whatever they could afford, from nothing to full price. The honor system, trusting people to be honest. Fourth, a memorial scholarship in Patricia's name, funded by a percentage of the restaurant's profits, given annually to a young person from an underprivileged background pursuing culinary or hospitality careers. Fifth, Richard's personal commitment, therapy to address the fear and insecurity that had driven his exclusionary behavior, weekly check-ins with Alina and Michael, and that Sunday morning presence at his mother's table. This is ambitious, Richard said, looking at the list, and expensive. Your mother didn't build her legacy by taking the easy path, Michael replied. Neither will you. The following Thursday, the Sterling Room held its first Pay What You Can night. Word had spread through community organizations, social services agencies, and by word of mouth. By 6 p.m., there was a line outside the door. Marcus volunteered to help serve, wanting to witness this test of Richard's commitment. Alina worked the door, greeting everyone with the same warmth regardless of their appearance or apparent economic status. The first guest was an elderly woman named Dorothy who arrived in a worn coat and carried a small purse. She looked nervous, uncertain. "Welcome to the Sterling Room," Alina said warmly. "We're so glad you're here." "I saw the article," Dorothy said quietly. "About Patricia, I knew her. She used to volunteer at the senior center where I take my meals. Is it true that her son really changed?" "Let's find out together," Alina said, leading her inside. Richard stood behind the host stand, greeting each guest personally. When Dorothy approached, something flickered in his eyes, the old instinct to judge, to categorize, to dismiss. Marcus saw it happen, but then Richard took a breath and consciously pushed past that instinct. "Good evening, ma'am. Thank you for joining us tonight. Your table is ready." He personally walked Dorothy to a table, not near the kitchen, not in a corner, but by the window. His mother's table, the best seat in the house. Dorothy's eyes filled with tears. "Patricia would sit with me sometimes at the senior center. She'd ask about my late husband, look at pictures of my grandchildren. She made me feel like my stories mattered." "They do matter," Richard said, his voice gentle. "And we're honored to have you here tonight. Please order anything you'd like." Throughout the evening, the Sterling Room served everyone from families clearly struggling financially to middle-class folks who wanted to support the new mission, to a few wealthy regulars who'd stayed despite the changes. Some people paid nothing, leaving with grateful tears. Others paid double the meal cost, understanding they were subsidizing those who couldn't. Marcus watched Richard move through the dining room, stopping at every table, making genuine conversation. It wasn't the smooth, performative charm of before. It was awkward sometimes, uncertain, but real. He was learning to see people. At one point, a man in construction clothes sat alone at a table, looking uncomfortable among the nicer surroundings. Richard approached him. "First time here?" Richard asked. Yeah, heard about the Thursday thing. I work construction, don't usually eat at places like this. The man gestured at his dusty jeans and work boots. Wasn't sure if I should come. Marcus saw Richard's throat work as he swallowed hard. Sir, my mother would have been honored to serve you. She believed that people who work with their hands, who build and create and make things, are the backbone of any community. Please, you're more than welcome here. The man's eyes widened. Really? Really? And if you don't mind me asking, what are you building? They talked for 10 minutes about the man's work on a new school in East Charlotte. Richard listened with genuine interest, asked questions, treated the man like his presence mattered. After the man left, Richard found Marcus in the kitchen. Did you see that? Did you see me almost fall back into old patterns? I did, Marcus said honestly. It's so hard. My brain still wants to categorize people, to judge them. But then I catch myself and I think, would my mother have judged him? Would the man who pulled us from the fire have cared what this guy was wearing? Richard shook his head. It's exhausting, fighting your own instincts. But you're doing it, Marcus pointed out. That's what matters. You're choosing differently even when it's hard. By closing time, they'd served 93 people. The restaurant collected $4,200 in payments for meals that would have normally cost $8,370, a loss of over $4,000 when food costs were factored in. But Richard didn't complain. Next Thursday, we'll do it again, he told the staff. And the Thursday after that. This is who we are now. 6 weeks passed. The Sterling Room settled into its new identity, though not without struggles. The restaurant's profit margin had dropped by 30%. 2 more servers quit, frustrated by the changing clientele, and Richard faced constant criticism online from people who insisted his transformation was fake. But other things were happening too. A local news station did a follow-up story, showing Richard serving meals on a Thursday night. The piece was more balanced than the Observer article, including interviews with skeptics, but also with people whose lives had been touched by the new Sterling Room. Community organizations began actively recommending the restaurant. If you need a good meal and can't afford it, go to the Sterling Room on Thursday, became common advice in social services circles. And slowly, new regular customers emerged, people who came not for exclusivity, but for the atmosphere of genuine welcome. The restaurant wasn't as profitable, but it was fuller, louder, more alive than it had been in years. Marcus visited every Thursday, watching Richard's progress. Sometimes it was beautiful, Richard remembering a regular's name, asking about their week, treating them with dignity. Other times Marcus saw Richard struggle, saw the old instincts surface before being consciously suppressed. It's like watching someone relearn how to walk, Marcus told his uncle one evening. Sometimes he stumbles, but he keeps trying. Michael had stayed in regular contact with Richard, checking in weekly. He'd seen the struggles up close, the financial stress, the staff challenges, the constant self-doubt. I'm proud of you, Michael told Richard during one of their meetings. Not because you've achieved perfection, but because you're doing the work. Real, difficult, unglamorous work. Some days I want to quit, Richard admitted. Some days I want to go back to when things were easier, when I didn't have to think about every interaction, every choice. But then I sit at my mother's table on Sunday morning, and I remember why I'm doing this. Tell me about the Sunday mornings, Michael prompted. Richard's face softened. People come up to me. They share stories about my mother, things I never knew. Last week, a woman told me my mother paid her electric bill one winter when she was about to freeze. The week before, a man said my mother helped him write his resume when he was re-entering the workforce after prison. Every Sunday, I learned something new about who she really was. And who she hoped you'd be. Yes, and it's humbling and inspiring and terrifying all at once, because I see the gap between who she was and who I am. But I also see that the gap is narrowing, slowly, very slowly, but it's happening. 3 months after the memorial event, Marcus's mother called to tell him it was time to come home to Chicago for the school year. He'd been in Charlotte since spring break, and summer was ending. Marcus sat in the guest house with Alina, both of them emotional about the impending separation. Over the past months, they'd become close, not quite siblings, but something like it. 2 young people who'd lost parental figures and found something like family in each other. You saved my life, Alina said. You and your uncle. I don't know how to thank you for that. "You saved Richard," Marcus replied. "You kept Mrs. Patricia's memory alive when no one else would. You're the real hero of this story." "There are no heroes," Alina said, "just people trying their best." On Marcus's last evening in Charlotte, the Sterling Room threw a small goodbye dinner. Not a public event, just the core group: Michael, Marcus, Alina, Richard, and a few staff members who'd embraced the new vision. Richard stood to make a toast. "3 months ago, I was lost. I become someone my mother wouldn't recognize, someone I didn't even like. And then this man," he gestured to Michael, "honored a promise he made 25 years ago. He pulled me from a different kind of fire." He turned to Marcus. "And this young man, who had every reason to hate me for how I treated him, chose instead to believe I could change. That belief, that choice to hope for something better, that's what made all of this possible." Marcus felt his throat tighten. "My dad believed people could change. I just wanted to see if he was right." "He was right," Richard said firmly. "I'm living proof. I'm not perfect. I still struggle every day, but I'm not who I was 3 months ago, and I won't be 3 months from now either. Change is ongoing." Michael stood next. Patricia Westbrook saved 2 people the night she almost died, herself and her son, but her real salvation came through how she chose to live afterward. She could have become bitter or fearful. Instead, she chose compassion. "Richard," he looked at the younger man, "you have that same choice every single day. Choose compassion, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard." "I will," Richard promised. "I owe that to her, to all of you, and to the little boy who was pulled from that van, the one who needs to learn to trust that people are worth seeing, worth helping, worth believing in." As the evening ended and Marcus prepared to leave Charlotte, he stood outside the Sterling Room one last time, looking at his reflection in the glass door. He'd arrived in the city angry, grieving, lost. He was leaving with something different, not happiness exactly, but purpose, hope, a belief that his father had been right about humanity's capacity for change. "Ready to go?" Michael asked, joining him outside. "Yeah, but Uncle Mike, what happens now? After I leave, will Richard keep changing? Or will he slip back?" Michael put his arm around his nephew's shoulders. "I don't know, no one knows, but we've given him the tools. We've shown him the path. We've honored your grandmother Patricia's final wish. The rest is up to him. And if he fails, then he fails, but he'll fail knowing he tried, knowing people believed in him enough to invest in his redemption. That's more than a lot of people get." They drove away from the Sterling Room as twilight settled over Charlotte. Inside, through the windows, they could see Richard moving through the dining room, stopping at tables, talking to customers, practicing the art of seeing people. Marcus turned to look back one more time. "Do you think Mrs. Patricia knows? Wherever she is, do you think she knows what we did?" "I think," Michael said carefully, "that love doesn't end with death. I think your father knows what you've accomplished this summer. And I think Patricia knows her son is trying, really trying, to become who she raised him to be. Whether that's literal knowledge or just the echo of love that persists in how we choose to live, does it matter?" "No," Marcus said softly. "I guess it doesn't." They drove through the darkening streets toward home, 2 people bound by grief transformed into purpose, carrying with them the knowledge that they'd witnessed something rare and precious, genuine transformation, chosen freely, sustained through difficulty. The breaking point had come and gone. Richard Westbrook had broken open, revealing the person he'd buried under years of fear and pride and false importance. Now came the long work of staying broken open, of remaining vulnerable enough to see people, humble enough to serve them, courageous enough to change when change was needed. Only time would tell if he could sustain it. But for tonight, in this moment, he was trying. And sometimes trying is enough. Sometimes the choice to begin is the victory itself. The rest would unfold as it would day by day, choice by choice, moment by moment. But the foundation had been laid. The fire had been survived. And from the ashes, something new was growing. Something Patricia Westbrook would have recognized. Something worth fighting for. Something worth believing in. 5 months later, on a cold February afternoon in Chicago, Marcus sat in his high school counselor's office, staring at a disciplinary referral form. His hands were shaking, not with fear, but with barely controlled rage. "Marcus," Mrs. Chen said gently, her eyes full of concern behind her glasses. "Talk to me. What happened in the cafeteria?" "Nothing happened," Marcus said through clenched teeth. 3 students say you shoved Tyler Henderson into a table. That's not nothing. Marcus's jaw worked as he tried to find words that wouldn't make things worse. Finally, he said, Tyler was bullying a freshman, Miguel Vasquez, calling him names, knocking his lunch tray on the floor, making everyone laugh at him. And you intervened physically. I told Tyler to stop. He didn't, so I made him stop. Mrs. Chen sighed, pulling off her glasses to rub her eyes. She'd known Marcus since he was a freshman, knew about his father's death, knew he'd been struggling, knew he was generally a good kid pushed too far too often. Marcus, I understand the impulse to protect someone who's being hurt. Your father taught you to stand up for people, but violence isn't the answer. What is the answer? Marcus's voice rose despite his efforts to stay calm. Miguel has been bullied for weeks. Multiple students have reported it. Teachers have seen it. Nothing changes. Tyler keeps doing it because he knows he can get away with it. So what was I supposed to do? Watch, walk away, let it happen. You're supposed to trust the system to handle it. The system doesn't handle it. Marcus stood abruptly, pacing the small office. The system lets people like Tyler get away with everything because his dad donates to the school. The system protects bullies and punishes the people who try to help. That's not justice, Mrs. Chen. That's just power protecting power. Mrs. Chen was quiet for a long moment. Sit down, Marcus, please. He sat, his leg bouncing with nervous energy. You're right, she said simply. You're absolutely right. The system has failed Miguel. It's failed a lot of students. But you putting your hands on another student, no matter how justified you feel, creates a different problem. Now Tyler's parents are demanding you be suspended. They're threatening to press charges. Marcus felt his stomach drop. Charges? I barely touched him, and he's been tormenting Miguel for months. I know, I'm going to fight for you, Marcus. I'm going to present the full context, but I need you to understand something. She leaned forward. The world isn't always fair. Sometimes bad people win. Sometimes good intentions lead to bad consequences. And sometimes the people trying to do the right thing pay the highest price. Marcus felt tears burning in his eyes. My dad would have done something. He wouldn't have just let it happen. Your father was a teacher for 20 years. He knew how to work within systems while also challenging them. He knew when to push and when to pull back. And he knew that martyring yourself doesn't always help the person you're trying to save. So I should have just walked away, let Miguel suffer. I'm saying there are ways to help that don't put your own future at risk. Ways that might actually create lasting change instead of just making you feel better in the moment. Marcus slumped in his chair, the fight draining out of him. I'm so tired, Mrs. Chen. I'm tired of watching bad people win. Tired of seeing people hurt and not being able to help. Tired of feeling angry all the time. I know, honey, I know. Her voice was full of compassion. Grief makes everything harder. Injustice feels more personal. The world seems darker. How do I stop being so angry? You don't stop being angry. Anger at injustice is appropriate, but you learn to channel it into something constructive, something that creates change instead of just creating more pain. She pulled out a card and wrote something on the back. This is the contact information for Dr. Williams. He's a therapist who specializes in grief and trauma for teenagers. I think you should talk to him. Marcus took the card reluctantly. I don't need therapy. Everyone needs help sometimes, Marcus. Even strong people, especially strong people, because they're the ones trying to carry everyone else's weight too. That evening, Marcus sat in his room, staring at his phone. He wanted to call his Uncle Mike, wanted to tell him what had happened, wanted advice. But it was late in Charlotte, and he'd already bothered his uncle too much since returning to Chicago. Instead, he found himself scrolling through photos from the summer, pictures from the Sterling room, from the memorial event, from the weeks of planning and hoping and working to help Richard Westbrook change. His finger hovered over one particular photo. Alina had taken it on one of the Pay-What-You-Can Thursday nights. In the image, Richard stood talking to an elderly homeless veteran, both men laughing about something. Richard's face showed genuine warmth, genuine interest. It was the face of someone who'd learned to see people. Marcus's phone buzzed with a text. From Alina, saw your post. You okay? He'd forgotten he'd posted something cryptic on Instagram earlier. Sometimes doing the right thing feels wrong and doing nothing feels impossible. Marcus called her. She answered on the first ring. "What's going on?" Elena asked. "That post didn't sound like you." Whole story poured out: Tyler, Miguel, the cafeteria incident, the disciplinary meeting, Mrs. Chen's advice, all of it. Elena listened without interrupting, and Marcus could hear the sounds of the Sterling room in the background, plates clinking, conversations murmuring, the life of the restaurant continuing. "So what are you going to do?" Elena asked when he finished. "I don't know. Part of me doesn't regret it. Tyler needed to be stopped. But now Miguel feels guilty that I'm in trouble because of him. And my mom is upset. And I might get suspended, which will hurt my college applications. And Marcus's voice broke. "I just wanted to help. I wanted to do what Dad would have done." "Marcus, can I tell you something your dad told me? Something he wrote in a letter." "My dad wrote you a letter?" "He wrote it to your Uncle Mike about a year before he died. Your uncle showed it to me last month when I was struggling with something. It's about teaching and helping people and the cost of caring." "What did it say?" Lena's voice was gentle as she recited from memory. "The hardest part of teaching isn't the students who don't care. It's caring enough to help without destroying yourself in the process. You have to learn to plant seeds and trust that someone else might water them. You have to accept that you can't save everyone, and sometimes the people you try hardest to save are the ones who hurt you most. But you keep trying anyway because the alternative, becoming someone who stops caring, that's the real failure." Marcus was quiet, absorbing his father's words like they were a message sent specifically for this moment. "Your dad knew what you're learning now," Elena continued. "That caring hurts. That trying to help people is exhausting and often thankless. But he did it anyway every single day until the day he died trying to protect his students." "I don't want to be someone who stops caring," Marcus whispered. "Then don't be. But also don't be someone who burns themselves out trying to fix everything. You have to choose your battles, Marcus. Not because some battles aren't worth fighting, but because you can't fight them all and survive." "How did you learn this? You're only 22. Elena laughed softly, but it was tinged with sadness. "Living in my car taught me a lot about priorities, about conserving energy for the things that matter most, about accepting help so I could keep going. You can't help anyone if you destroy yourself first." Marcus thought about Richard, about the transformation they'd witnessed. Richard almost destroyed himself trying to change everything at once, didn't he? That first month. He did. Your Uncle Mike had to pull him back, help him see that sustainable change is better than dramatic collapse. That's what you need too, sustainability, not martyrdom. After they hung up, Marcus sat with his father's words echoing in his mind. Plant seeds and trust someone else might water them. He thought about Miguel, the freshman who'd been bullied. Maybe Marcus shoving Tyler wasn't the answer, but maybe there were other ways to help, ways that didn't put his own future at risk. He opened his laptop and began to write. Not an apology. He wasn't sorry for standing up to Tyler, but a proposal. A formal request to the administration for an anti-bullying task force, student-led, with real accountability measures. He included documentation of Miguel's case, testimonies from students who'd witnessed it, evidence that the current system wasn't working. It took him 3 hours to write, revise, and polish. By the time he finished, it was past midnight. But he felt different, not less angry, but more purposeful. This was planting a seed. Whether it would grow, he couldn't control. But he could plant it. The next morning, Marcus delivered his proposal to Mrs. Chen before school. She read it while he waited, her eyebrows raising higher with each page. "This is impressive," she said. "Thorough, well-researched, actionable. You did this last night." I needed to channel my anger into something constructive. Someone reminded me that's what my dad would have done. Mrs. Chen smiled. "Your father would be very proud of this. I'm going to present it to the principal and the school board. No promises, but this is exactly the kind of student leadership we need." "What about the disciplinary action for yesterday?" Her smile faded. "That's still happening. Tyler's parents are insistent, but I'm going to argue for mediation instead of suspension. And I'm going to make sure Miguel's experiences are part of the official record. Your actions, while not appropriate, came from a place of protecting another student. That context matters." Marcus nodded, accepting this. He'd face consequences for his choices, but at least he tried to create something positive from it. At lunch, Miguel approached him in the cafeteria, the same cafeteria where everything had happened. The freshman looked nervous, his eyes darting around as if expecting Tyler to appear. "Marcus, can I talk to you?" They sat at an empty table. Miguel picked at his lunch tray without eating. "I'm sorry you got in trouble because of me." "Don't apologize for someone else being a bully," Marcus said firmly. "That's not on you." "But if I had just ignored Tyler, if I hadn't let it bother me, then Tyler would have kept bullying you and probably moved on to someone else. Ignoring bullies doesn't make them stop, it just makes them bolder." Marcus leaned forward. "Miguel, listen to me. You deserve to eat lunch without being harassed. You deserve to walk through these halls without fear. That's not negotiable. That's basic human dignity." Miguel's eyes filled with tears. "No one's ever stood up for me before. I didn't think anyone cared." Marcus felt something shift in his chest, the same feeling he'd had watching Richard transform, watching Alina find stability, watching people's lives change through small acts of caring. "I care. And you know what? I bet there are other people who care too. They just need to know it's okay to speak up. Will you teach me how to be brave like you?" "I'm not brave, Miguel. I'm angry and grieving and I make mistakes, but I'll help you however I can." They talked for the rest of lunch, about Miguel's experiences, about the other students who'd been bullied, about the culture of fear that let people like Tyler operate unchecked. By the end, Marcus had an idea. "I submitted a proposal for an anti-bullying task force, student-led, focused on creating real change. Would you be willing to join? Share your story. Help make sure what happened to you doesn't happen to others." Miguel looked terrified and hopeful all at once. "You really think we could change things?" "I watched a man named Richard Westbrook change everything about himself in 3 months. Change is possible, Miguel. It's hard and slow and sometimes it fails, but it's possible." That evening, Marcus finally called his uncle. He told him everything: the cafeteria incident, the proposal, the conversation with Miguel, all of it. Michael listened quietly, then asked, "How do you feel about how you handled it?" "Honestly, I wish I hadn't shoved Tyler. That was reactive, not thoughtful. But I don't regret standing up for Miguel. And I'm proud of the proposal I wrote. It's not perfect, but it's something." "Your father," Michael said, his voice thick with emotion, "spent 20 years learning to balance passion with wisdom. You're 16 and you're already figuring it out. That's remarkable, Marcus." "I'm scared, Uncle Mike, scared that I'm going to mess this up, that the task force won't get approved, that Tyler will just keep being a bully, that nothing will change." Those are all realistic possibilities. Change is never guaranteed, but you know what is guaranteed? That if you do nothing, nothing changes. You're planting seeds. That's what your father did every day. Some of those seeds don't grow, but some do. And the ones that do make everything worth it. Did Richard's seed grow? Is he still changing? Michael smiled. "Why don't you ask him yourself? He's right here." There was a shuffling sound, and then Richard's voice came through the phone. "Marcus, it's Richard. Your uncle and I were just having dinner. I wanted you to know we served our 100th Thursday night meal this week. And I sat at my mother's table on Sunday and a woman told me I reminded her of Patricia. That's the first time anyone said that. It felt like maybe I'm getting there, slowly, but getting there." Marcus felt tears on his cheeks. "That's amazing, Richard. I'm so proud of you." "I'm proud of you too. Your uncle told me what you're trying to do at your school. That takes courage. The kind of courage your father had, the kind my mother had. Don't give up on it, okay? Even when it's hard." "I won't, I promise." After they hung up, Marcus sat with his phone in his lap, thinking about seeds and growth and the long, difficult work of creating change. He thought about his father, who died trying to protect his students. About Patricia, who'd spent 20 years turning one act of kindness into a legacy of compassion. About Richard, who chose every day to fight his own worst instincts. And he thought about himself, a grieving 16-year-old trying to figure out how to honor his father's memory while also surviving his own pain. His mother knocked softly and entered his room. "How are you doing, baby?" "I'm okay, Mom. Actually, I think I'm better than okay." She sat on his bed, studying his face. "You look different, lighter maybe." I talked to Uncle Mike and Richard and Alina, and I think I understand something Dad was trying to teach me. What's that? That you don't have to save everyone all at once. You just have to keep trying, keep caring, keep planting seeds, and trust that some of them will grow. His mother pulled him into a hug, and Marcus let himself be held, let himself be 15 again, let himself need comfort. Your father loved you so much, Marcus. Everything he did, every choice he made was trying to make the world better for you and kids like you. I know, and I want to keep doing that. His work, but in my own way. Is that okay? That's more than okay. That's exactly what he would have wanted. 3 weeks later, Marcus sat in a school board meeting with 5 other students, including Miguel, presenting their anti-bullying task force proposal. Mrs. Chen had coached them, helped them refine their presentation, advocated for them behind the scenes. The board members asked tough questions. Some were skeptical, but Tyler's parents weren't there. They'd gotten what they wanted when Marcus received a 3-day suspension and mandatory mediation. Without their opposition, the conversation was more open. At the end of the presentation, the board president said, "This is impressive work. We're going to take it under serious consideration. Expect a decision within 2 weeks." It wasn't a yes, but it wasn't a no either. It was possibility, and possibility was enough to keep going. Walking out of the board meeting, Miguel turned to Marcus. "Thank you for believing this could work, for believing I was worth standing up for." "You are worth standing up for," Marcus said firmly. "Everyone is, that's the whole point." "Did your dad teach you that?" Marcus thought about his father, about Michael Jordan, about Patricia Westbrook, about everyone who'd shaped his understanding of what it meant to see people and treat them with dignity. "Yeah, he taught me that, and a lot of other people too, and now we get to teach it to others." That night, Marcus video called his uncle. On the screen, he could see the Sterling room in the background. It was a Thursday night, busy with people paying what they could, being served with dignity regardless of their circumstances. "How'd it go?" Michael asked. "No decision yet, but they're considering it. That's progress." "That's more than progress. That's a seed planted. Now we wait and see if it grows." "And if it doesn't?" "You plant another one and another until something grows." Michael's face grew serious. "Marcus, I need you to understand something. Your father planted hundreds of seeds in his teaching career. Some grew into beautiful things, students who went to college, who became teachers themselves, who broke cycles of poverty and abuse. But some seeds never grew. Some students he tried to help rejected that help. Some situations were too broken to fix, and that hurt him every single time. But he kept trying. He kept trying, because he knew that the alternative, becoming someone who stops caring, who stops trying, that was worse than the pain of failure. That's what I need you to choose too. Not perfection, not guaranteed success. Just the choice to keep trying, keep caring, keep planting seeds." Marcus nodded, feeling the weight of that choice settle on his shoulders. "I choose to keep trying." "Good, because the world needs people like you. People who learned from loss how to care deeper, not how to care less. People who channel grief into compassion instead of bitterness." Behind Michael, Alina appeared on screen, waving. "Marcus, tell him the news." "What news?" Marcus asked. Richard stepped into frame, grinning. "We're hiring. 2 new positions, community outreach coordinator and youth program director. We're expanding, creating after-school programs for at-risk kids, teaching them cooking and hospitality skills, jobs and life skills combined." "That's incredible." "It's because of you," Richard said. "Watching you stand up for that kid at your school, even when it cost you something, it reminded me that change requires risk. So we're taking a risk. We're expanding when conventional wisdom says we should consolidate, but it's what my mother would have done." Alina leaned into the frame. "And guess who's going to run the youth program?" "You," Marcus guessed. "Me. I'm finally using the GED I got, the community college classes I've been taking. I'm becoming exactly what Mrs. Patricia hoped I'd become, someone who helps others because I was helped." Marcus felt overwhelming pride and joy for these people who'd become his family. "You're all amazing, all of you. You're making Dad's philosophy real. You're showing me it's possible." "We're all showing each other," Michael said. "That's how it works. We plant seeds in each other's lives and we all grow together." After the call ended, Marcus sat in his room, looking at the photo on his desk, his father, arms around his shoulders, both of them smiling. He picked it up and spoke to it, something he'd been afraid to do since his father's death. "Dad, I think I'm starting to understand what you were trying to teach me, why you did what you did. It's not about being perfect or saving everyone. It's about caring enough to try even when trying hurts, even when it costs you something, even when you might fail." He set the photo down gently. "I'm going to keep trying, Dad, for Miguel, for the other kids who need someone to stand up for them, for me so I can become someone you'd be proud of. I'm going to keep planting seeds. Some of them won't grow, but some will, and that's enough. That has to be enough." In the silence of his room, Marcus felt something shift, not the absence of grief, but its transformation. The pain was still there, would always be there. But alongside it now was purpose, direction. The choice to honor his father's memory not through perfection but through persistent, imperfect, courageous caring. He opened his laptop and began writing again. Not a proposal this time, but a journal entry. Documenting this journey, this transformation, this slow, painful, beautiful process of becoming who he was meant to be. Because that's what his father had taught him. That's what Michael had shown him. That's what Patricia's legacy demanded. That's what Richard was learning. That's what Alina embodied. Becoming who you're meant to be isn't a destination. It's a choice you make every single day. To see people, to help when you can, to plant seeds, to trust in growth even when you can't see it yet. To believe, despite all evidence to the contrary, that people can change, that systems can improve, that kindness matters, that one person caring can ripple outward in ways you'll never fully see or understand. Marcus chose to believe, not because it was easy, not because it was guaranteed, but because the alternative, cynicism, bitterness, giving up, that was a betrayal of everything his father had lived and died for. So he would keep trying, keep caring, keep planting seeds. And trust that somewhere, somehow, his father was watching, proud of the man his son was becoming. One choice at a time, one seed at a time, one moment of courage at a time. That was enough. That had to be enough. And somehow, miraculously, it was. 1 year later, Michael Jordan stood at the entrance of the Sterling Room on a crisp December evening, watching the controlled chaos of another Thursday night community dinner. The restaurant hummed with life, families sharing meals, volunteers serving food, conversations flowing in English and Spanish, and the universal language of laughter. So much had changed in 12 months. So much had grown from the seeds they'd planted together. Alina moved through the dining room with practiced confidence, no longer the frightened young woman living in her car, but a program director who'd found her calling. She stopped at a table where 3 teenagers sat, participants in the youth culinary program she'd built from nothing. She was showing them how to fold napkins with hotel corner precision, but also laughing with them, making them feel valued. Richard stood at his mother's table, the spot he'd occupied every Sunday morning for a year now, talking with an elderly couple. Michael couldn't hear the conversation from this distance, but he could see Richard's body language. Open, attentive, genuinely present. Not the performative charm of before, but real connection. The transformation hadn't been perfect. There had been setbacks, moments when Richard's old instincts surfaced, days when the financial pressure seemed overwhelming, customers who left angry reviews complaining about the decline in standards. But Richard had pushed through each challenge, choosing differently, learning from mistakes, growing. Uncle Mike. Michael turned to see Marcus burst through the door, his face flushed from the cold Chicago wind. At 17 now, he'd grown taller, filled out, carried himself with new confidence. But more than his physical changes, something in his eyes had shifted, the desperate anger of a year ago replaced with purposeful determination. "You made it," Michael said, pulling his nephew into a hug. "Of course I made it. Wouldn't miss the anniversary celebration for anything." Marcus looked around the restaurant, taking it all in. "It looks even better than I remembered." "Wait until you see what Richard's planned for tonight. He's been working on it for months." They moved deeper into the restaurant, Marcus stopping every few feet to greet people he recognized from the memorial event a year ago. Sandra Martinez and her daughter Teresa, who now volunteered every Thursday. Harold, the elderly veteran who'd become something of a fixture, eating dinner every week and regaling young volunteers with his stories. David, the scholarship recipient who'd brought his high school students for a field trip about the power of community service. Marcus. Alina spotted him and rushed over, pulling him into a tight embrace. "Look at you, you're so tall." Look at you, Marcus countered. Program director, GED completed, college classes going well. You're thriving. Alina's eyes misted. A year ago, I was living in my car, thinking I'd never amount to anything. Now I'm helping kids who were exactly where I was. It's like Mrs. Patricia's legacy multiplied through me. That's how legacy works, Michael said. It doesn't end with one person. It ripples outward, touching people who touch other people, creating waves you'll never fully see. Richard approached, wiping his hands on his apron. He'd been in the kitchen helping with meal prep, something the old Richard would never have done. Marcus, when did you get in? This afternoon. Mom's at the hotel. She'll be here in an hour for the program. Your mother's coming. Richard looked nervous. I'd like to meet her, to apologize for how I treated you both that day. She knows the story. She's proud of what you've become. Marcus gripped Richard's shoulder. We all are. Richard's eyes grew wet. Even after a year, genuine praise still affected him deeply, as if part of him couldn't quite believe he deserved it. I'm trying. Every single day I'm trying. That's all any of us can do, Michael said. The evening's program was set to begin at 7 p.m. The restaurant had been reserved for this special event, the one-year anniversary of Patricia Westbrook's memorial, but also a celebration of what had grown from that night. By 6:45, over 100 people filled the space. Some were familiar faces from the original memorial. Others were new, people whose lives had been touched by the Sterling Room's transformation over the past year. Marcus found himself seated next to Miguel Vasquez, the freshman he defended in the Chicago cafeteria. Miguel had traveled to Charlotte with Marcus's mother, part of the anti-bullying task force that had finally been approved and implemented at their school. This is incredible, Miguel said, looking around with wide eyes. This is what one person can create. Not one person, Marcus corrected gently. One person who was willing to change, supported by people who believed in him. That's the key. None of us transform alone. At 7 p.m., Richard stood to address the crowd. His hands trembled as he held the microphone, but his voice was steady. 1 year ago tonight, I stood in this restaurant and my entire world crumbled. I saw myself clearly for the first time in years, and I hated what I saw. A man who'd taken his mother's legacy and twisted it into something cruel. A man who judged people by their appearance, who turned away anyone who didn't meet arbitrary standards, who'd forgotten every lesson his mother tried to teach him. He paused, emotion thick in his throat. That night, several people refused to give up on me. Michael Jordan, the man who saved my life when I was 5 years old, he saved me again by showing me who I'd become. Alina Torres, he gestured to where she sat, tears already streaming down her face. She kept my mother's memory alive when I was ready to bury it. And Marcus Jordan, he found Marcus in the crowd, a grieving teenager who'd lost his father, who had every reason to write me off as hopeless. He chose to believe I could change. Richard's voice broke completely. He took a moment to compose himself. This past year has been the hardest of my life, harder than losing my mother, harder than the aftermath of the accident when I was a child, because changing yourself is harder than surviving external trauma. It requires confronting who you've become and choosing differently over and over, even when every instinct pulls you back to old patterns. He looked around the room. But it's also been the best year of my life, because for the first time since my mother died, I feel like I'm living with purpose, like I'm honoring the second chance that stranger on a dark road gave us 25 years ago. The room was silent except for quiet crying. Tonight, I want to show you what's grown from that memorial, the tangible results of choosing compassion over exclusion, service over status, people over profit. The lights dimmed, and a screen lowered at the front of the room. A video began to play Marcus's work, Michael realized. His nephew had been collecting footage all year, documenting the transformation. The video showed the Sterling Room's evolution. The first awkward pay-what-you-can Thursday, with Richard visibly struggling to treat everyone with equal dignity. The launch of Alina's youth program, teenagers learning culinary skills while also learning their worth. The partnerships with community organizations, providing meals for homeless shelters and domestic violence survivors. The scholarship fund announcements, 3 young people receiving full funding for culinary school in Patricia's name. But the video also showed the struggles. Richard crying in his office after a particularly difficult day, Alina's exhaustion as she worked 2 jobs while building the program, the negative reviews from customers who resented the changes, the financial stress when profit margins dropped by 40%. "We wanted to show you the reality," Richard's voice narrated over the footage. "Because transformation isn't a fairy tale. It's messy and painful and uncertain, but it's possible, and it's worth it." The video ended with a montage of faces, every person who'd been served on Thursday nights, every youth program participant, every volunteer who donated time, every employee who'd embraced the new vision. Hundreds of faces, hundreds of lives touched, hundreds of ripples extending outward. When the lights came back up, there wasn't a dry eye in the room. "But that's just the beginning," Richard said, his voice stronger now. "Tonight, I want to announce some new initiatives. First, the Sterling Room is establishing a foundation in Patricia Westbrook's name. We're committing 15% of our annual revenue to support culinary education, community feeding programs, and emergency assistance for people in crisis." Gasps and applause rippled through the crowd. Second, we're opening a second location. Not a fancy expansion, but a community kitchen in East Charlotte where anyone can come, learn to cook, share meals, and build relationships across economic and social divides. It will be called Patricia's Place, and Alina will oversee it. Alina's hands flew to her mouth, shock and joy written across her face. Third, we're launching a consulting program to help other restaurants implement similar models, because this shouldn't just be one restaurant in Charlotte. This should be a movement, a shift in how we think about hospitality, service, and who deserves to be welcomed. The applause grew louder. Marcus found himself on his feet, clapping until his hands hurt. "And finally," Richard's voice grew soft, "I want to read something my mother wrote in her journal 20 years ago. Something I only discovered last month when I finally made myself read all of her journals cover to cover." He pulled out a worn notebook and opened to a bookmarked page. "This is from August 2004. I was 14 years old," she wrote. "Today Richard asked me why we volunteer at the shelter every week, why we give away food to people who can't pay, why we spend time with people who can't help us in return. I told him, because one night when we needed help desperately, a stranger stopped. He didn't ask what we could do for him. He didn't calculate whether we were worth saving. He just helped. And that taught me that the measure of a person isn't what they take, it's what they give. I hope Richard remembers this lesson. I hope when he's older, he'll understand that the most valuable thing you can give someone is the feeling that they matter, that they're seen, that they're worth helping. That's what I want my legacy to be." Richard closed the journal. "Mom, if you're watching, and I believe you are, I finally understand. I'm sorry it took me so long. I'm sorry I lost my way. But I found it again with help from people who refused to let me stay lost. And I promise you, for the rest of my life, I will spend every single day trying to live up to the legacy you left. Not a legacy of money or success or status. A legacy of seeing people, really seeing them, and reminding them they matter." He raised a glass. "To Patricia Westbrook, to second chances, to everyone in this room who believe that people can change, to the long, difficult, beautiful work of becoming who we're meant to be." "To Patricia," the room echoed, glasses raised. After the formal program ended and dinner was served, Patricia's favorites, of course, Michael found himself standing outside with Richard, both men needing a moment away from the emotional intensity. "She would be proud of you," Michael said. "Your mother, she would be so incredibly proud." "You think so, even after how far I strayed?" "Especially because of that, because you found your way back, because you didn't give up when it got hard, because you chose every single day to be better than you were the day before." Michael put his hand on Richard's shoulder. "That's courage, Richard. Real courage. Not the absence of fear or failure, but the choice to keep trying despite both." Richard wiped his eyes. "I still struggle, even now, a year later. Last week, a man came in wearing a torn jacket and carrying his belongings in a garbage bag. And my first instinct, my very first instinct, was to judge him, to assume he didn't belong here. It took everything in me to push past that instinct and welcome him genuinely. But you did push past it. That's what matters. How long until those instincts go away? How long until seeing people with dignity is my default, not something I have to consciously choose? Michael considered this carefully. I don't know if it ever becomes completely automatic, but I think that's okay. I think the conscious choice to be better than our worst instincts, that's what defines character. Easy choices don't shape us. Hard choices do. They stood in companionable silence, watching through the window as people laughed and talked and shared meals inside. "Michael," Richard said quietly, "thank you for pulling me from that van 25 years ago, and for pulling me from myself 1 year ago. You saved my life twice. I can never repay that." "You already have. Every person you've served with dignity this year, every kid in Alina's program who feels valued, every Thursday night dinner, every choice to be better, that's how you repay it, by passing it forward." Inside, Marcus sat with Miguel and his mother, the three of them deep in conversation about the anti-bullying program at their school. "It's working," Miguel was saying, his eyes bright with excitement. "Not perfectly, but it's working. We've had 20 students join the peer advocacy program. Teachers are actually enforcing consequences for bullying. And Tyler," he paused, "Tyler actually apologized to me last month. I don't know if he meant it, but he said the words." Marcus's mother squeezed her son's hand. "Your father would be so proud of what you've built, both of you." "I didn't build it alone, Mom. It was Miguel who had the courage to share his story publicly. It was Mrs. Chen who advocated for us. It was the other students who joined us. I just planted the seed." "That's what your father always said," his mother replied, her eyes distant with memory. "That teaching wasn't about being a hero. It was about planting seeds and trusting others to water them. You've become so much like him, Marcus. Not in the way you look or sound, but in the way you see people. The way you believe in them even when they don't believe in themselves." Marcus felt the familiar ache of missing his father, but it was different now, softer, transformed from sharp pain into bittersweet gratitude. I wish he could see this. See what happened with Richard, with Alina, with the Sterling room. See that his philosophy works. "He can see it," his mother said firmly. "Maybe not literally, but his values live on through you, through everyone he taught, through every choice you make to honor what he believed in. That's immortality, Marcus. Not living forever, but creating ripples that extend beyond your lifetime." Alina joined their table, her face glowing. "Did Richard really just announce a second location? I'm going to run an entire community kitchen." "You are," Marcus confirmed. "You've earned it, Alina. Everything you've built this year, the youth program, the volunteer coordination, the relationships with community organizations. You've proven you can do this." "I'm terrified," Alina admitted. "What if I fail? What if I'm not ready?" "You're ready," Marcus's mother said. "And you won't be alone. That's the other lesson my husband taught. We don't have to be perfect or have all the answers. We just have to try and trust that others will help us along the way." As the evening wound down and guests began to leave, Michael gathered the core group, Richard, Alina, Marcus, and a few key volunteers in a quiet corner. "I want to talk about something," he said, "about where we go from here." "What do you mean?" Richard asked. "This started as a mission to save one person, you, Richard, to honor Patricia's final wish. But it's become something bigger, a model for how businesses can prioritize people over profit, how communities can come together across divides, how transformation is possible when we refuse to give up on people." Michael looked at each of them in turn. "The question is, do we keep this contained to the Sterling room, or do we try to spread it, share what we've learned, help other people, other businesses, other communities create similar transformations?" Alina leaned forward, interested. "What would that look like?" "A foundation, maybe, or a consulting group. Something that documents what worked here and what didn't, and helps others implement similar approaches. Not as a franchise or a business opportunity, but as a genuine movement toward more compassionate, inclusive hospitality." Richard nodded slowly. "My mother would love that. She always said one candle can light 1,000 others without diminishing itself." "But it would mean going public in a bigger way," Michael cautioned. "More scrutiny, more criticism, more pressure. Are you ready for that, Richard? To be held up as an example when you're still learning yourself?" "No," Richard said honestly. "I'm not ready, But I don't think anyone ever feels ready for the things that matter most. I'll stumble. I'll make mistakes. People will rightfully call me out when I do. But if sharing my story, sharing all of it, including how lost I was, if that helps even one other person find their way back, isn't that worth it? Marcus spoke up, his voice thoughtful. My dad used to say that the most powerful teaching isn't showing people perfection. It's showing them struggle and growth, letting them see the messy, difficult process of becoming better. That's what gives people hope, not examples of people who never failed, but examples of people who failed and kept trying. So we move forward, Michael asked. We take this bigger. One by one, they nodded, Richard with determination, Alina with nervous excitement, Marcus with quiet confidence. Then we need a name, Alina said, for this foundation or whatever it becomes. They sat in silence for a moment thinking. Finally, Marcus spoke. The Second Chance Project, because that's what this is really about. Not perfection, not redemption that erases the past, just second chances, third chances, as many chances as it takes for people to find their way back to who they're meant to be. The Second Chance Project, Richard repeated, testing how it sounded. Yes, that's perfect. That's exactly what my mother gave me, a second chance at life. What Michael gave me, a second chance at becoming decent. What all of you gave me, a second chance at mattering for the right reasons. Michael raised his glass one more time. To the Second Chance Project, to believing that people can change, to doing the long, unglamorous work of transformation, to honoring the people who believed in us by believing in others. To second chances, they echoed. Later that night, after everyone had left and the restaurant had been cleaned, Richard sat alone at his mother's table. He pulled out his phone and opened his voice recorder, something he'd started doing months ago, leaving audio messages for his mother even though she'd never hear them. His therapist said it helped with grief processing. Hi, Mom, it's me. 1 year since the memorial. 1 year since Michael showed me who I'd become. I wish you could have been here tonight. Wish you could have seen all the people, your people, celebrating how far we've come. I read your journal entry tonight, the one about why we volunteer. I finally understand what you were trying to teach me, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry it took me so long to remember. But I'm trying now. Every day I'm trying. I made Alina the director of a whole new community kitchen. Can you believe that? The girl you hired when no one else would. She's going to run an entire program, help hundreds of people, create opportunities for kids who need them. And Marcus, the nephew of the man who saved us, he's changing his school, creating programs to help kids who are being bullied. Your legacy extended through him too, somehow, through all of us. I'm tired, Mom, exhausted, really. Changing yourself is the hardest work I've ever done, but it's also the most meaningful. For the first time in years, I go to bed feeling like I did something that mattered, like I'm becoming someone you could be proud of. I miss you. Every single day I miss you. But I feel you too in the photos on these walls, in the recipes we still use, in the way Alina smiles when she helps someone, in every person who walks through these doors and feels welcomed. You're not really gone, are you? You're just different, living on through all of us who loved you. Through every choice we make to see people the way you saw them. Sleep well, Mom. I'll talk to you next week. I love you. He ended the recording and sat in the quiet restaurant, surrounded by photographs of his mother's smile, by the legacy she'd built, by the second chance he'd been given to honor it properly. Outside, snow began to fall, the first snow of December, blanketing Charlotte in quiet white. Inside the Sterling room, Richard Westbrook sat at his mother's table and felt, for the first time since her death, at peace. Not the peace of having arrived at perfection, but the peace of knowing he was on the right path. The peace of choosing every day to be better than he was yesterday. The peace of being surrounded by people who believed in him even when he struggled to believe in himself. Everything had changed. The restaurant that had once excluded people now welcomed them. The man who judged by appearances now looked deeper. The legacy that had been twisted now flowed pure again. Michael Jordan had walked into the Sterling room twice, once as a stranger checking on a promise, once as the answer to that promise. And both times he'd saved a life. But the real miracle wasn't the saving. It was what happened after. The slow, difficult, beautiful work of transformation. The choice to keep trying even when it was hard. The belief that people, all people, even those who'd lost their way, deserved to be seen, valued, and given chances to become who they were meant to be. That was Patricia Westbrook's legacy. That was what had grown from the ashes of that burning van 25 years ago. That was what would continue growing, rippling outward, touching lives in ways none of them would ever fully know or understand. One person at a time, one choice at a time, one second chance at a time, until the whole world learned what a handful of people in Charlotte discovered. That how we treat people matters, that everyone deserves to be seen, that change is possible, that love, real, persistent, courageous love can transform even the most lost among us. And that sometimes the greatest gift we can give someone is the refusal to give up on them, especially when they've given up on themselves. That was the lesson, that was the legacy, that was everything, and it was enough, more than enough. It was everything they needed to change the world, one table at a time, one person at a time, one second chance at a time, forever. The morning sun filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Patricia's place, illuminating dust motes that danced in the golden light. Alina stood in the center of the community kitchen, surveying the space with the practiced eye of someone who knew every corner, every possibility, every potential crisis before it happened. 5 years. 5 years since that terrifying day when Richard had announced she'd run this place. 5 years since she'd stood trembling at the threshold of opportunity, certain she'd fail, certain she wasn't ready, certain the weight of responsibility would crush her. She'd been wrong about the crushing part. The weight hadn't destroyed her. It had shaped her into someone stronger than she'd ever imagined possible. "Miss Alina," a voice interrupted her reflection. Aisha, a 16-year-old who joined the youth program 6 months ago, stood in the doorway holding a mop like a weapon. "I finished cleaning the prep area. What's next?" Alina smiled at the girl's eagerness. Aisha reminded her of herself at that age, angry at the world, distrustful of adults, desperate to prove herself while terrified of failing. The girl had come to them through the foster care system just as Alina had, another seed from Patricia's legacy finding fertile ground. "Take a break, Aisha. You've been here since 6 a.m. Breakfast service doesn't start for another hour." "I don't need a break, I need to stay busy." The girl's jaw set stubbornly, and Alina recognized that look, the fear that stillness would let painful thoughts catch up. "Okay, but busy and exhausted aren't the same thing. Come have coffee with me. I want to talk about your culinary school applications." Aisha's tough exterior cracked slightly. "You really think I can get in to an actual culinary institute?" "I know you can. You're one of the most talented students I've seen come through here. Your knife skills are impeccable, your palate is sophisticated, and your work ethic is unmatched." Alina guided the girl to a small table in the corner. "But more than that, you understand what Mrs. Patricia understood, that food is about more than taste. It's about making people feel cared for." "I never met her, Mrs. Patricia." "I know, but her legacy lives in you anyway, in every meal you prepare with love, in every person you serve with dignity, in every choice you make to be kind when the world's been cruel to you." Aisha looked down at her hands, rough from work, scarred from minor kitchen accidents, hands that had known hunger and hardship but were learning to create beauty. "My caseworker says I should have a backup plan. That cooking isn't a real career for someone like me." Alina's eyes flashed with anger. "Someone like you, what does that mean?" "You know, foster kid, no family support, high risk for failure." Aisha's voice was flat, repeating words she'd clearly heard too many times. "Listen to me." Alina leaned forward, her voice intense. 5 years ago, I was living in my car. I had no GED, no job prospects, no one who believed in me except a dying woman and her son who was too lost to see straight. People would have called me high risk too. You know where I am now? Running this whole place. Running this whole place. With a college degree I'm finishing this spring. With a salary that lets me rent my own apartment, not fancy but mine. With a purpose that gets me out of bed every morning. All because one person saw past my circumstances to my potential. Alina reached across the table and took Aisha's hands. "I'm that person for you now. I see your potential. I believe in you. And I'm going to help you get into culinary school if that's what you want. Not as a backup plan, as your primary plan. Because you're talented and dedicated and you deserve every opportunity." Tears welled in Aisha's eyes, quickly blinked away. "Why do you care so much? You barely know me." "Because someone cared about me when they barely knew me. And the only way to honor that gift is to pass it forward. That's how love works, it multiplies. Mrs. Patricia loved me, so I love you. You'll love someone else someday, and on forever. Across town, at the original Sterling Room, Richard Westbrook arrived at 5 a.m. as he did every morning. The restaurant wouldn't open until 11, but these quiet hours before the chaos were his sacred time to prep, to think, to ground himself in why he did this work. He moved through the kitchen with the muscle memory of 5 years of practice, setting up stations, checking inventory, preparing for the day ahead. The work was meditative now, a prayer offered through action. His phone buzzed with a text from Michael Jordan. Morning. How are you feeling about tonight? The documentary premiere. A film crew had spent 6 months following the Sterling Room and Patricia's place, documenting the transformation that had started 5 years ago. Richard had agonized over agreeing to it, the exposure, the vulnerability, the risk that people would see him as exploiting his mother's memory for attention. But Michael had reminded him, this isn't about you, it's about the model, about showing other people that change is possible, that businesses can prioritize people and still survive. That redemption isn't just a fairy tale. Richard typed back, terrified but ready, I think. Michael's response was immediate. Patricia would be proud. See you at 7. Richard pocketed his phone and continued his prep work. 5 years ago, he would have been obsessing over every detail of the premiere. Who would attend? What critics would say? How it would affect the restaurant's reputation. Now, he tried to focus on what mattered. Whether the documentary would inspire others to choose compassion over exclusion, service over status. Morning, boss. Richard looked up to see Marco, the head chef who'd stayed through all the changes, entering the kitchen. The older man had been skeptical at first, worried that the new direction would compromise food quality or kitchen standards. But he'd become one of Richard's strongest allies, embracing the philosophy that excellent food could be accessible. Morning, Marco. Sleep okay? Not really. Too excited about tonight. My daughter's coming, did I tell you? She's driving up from Colombia. Wants to see her old man in a fancy documentary. Marco's pride was evident. That's wonderful. I'm glad she'll be there. She's bringing her boyfriend. Says she wants him to see what real hospitality looks like. Marco started his own prep work. You know what she told me last week? She said working here changed how she sees the world. That watching us serve everyone with dignity, regardless of who they are, taught her that people matter more than appearances. Richard felt his throat tighten. That's everything, Marco. That's why we do this. I know, I didn't understand it at first, to be honest. Thought you were going soft, destroying what made this place special. But I was wrong. This place is more special now than it ever was, and I'm proud to be part of it. They worked in comfortable silence. 2 men connected by shared purpose and the daily choice to live out values that were easier to talk about than embody. In Chicago, Marcus Jordan sat in his college dorm room, his laptop open to the video call he'd scheduled with Miguel Vasquez. Miguel was a freshman at Northwestern now, studying social work, his transformation from bullied victim to confident advocate complete. You're coming tonight, right? Marcus asked. The documentary premiere. Wouldn't miss it. My mom's coming too. She wants to thank your uncle in person. Miguel's face on the screen was animated, excited. Marcus, I still can't believe we're actually in this documentary. That our story, the cafeteria thing, the anti-bullying program, that it's part of this bigger narrative about change and redemption. It all connects, Marcus said. That's what the filmmaker understood. That what happened at the Sterling Room isn't isolated. It's part of a pattern, people choosing to see others, to help others, to believe in transformation even when it seems impossible. How's your mom doing? Marcus glanced at the photo on his desk, his father, 5 years gone but still present in every choice Marcus made. She's good, teaching full-time again, finally stopped grieving and started living. She says watching me choose hope over bitterness helped her do the same. And your program at school, the peer advocacy thing. Expanding to 3 more schools in the district next year. We're training student leaders to implement the model. Miguel, it's working. Not perfectly, we still have incidents, still have kids who slip through the cracks, but the culture is shifting. People are speaking up more. Teachers are taking reports seriously. It's progress. Miguel was quiet for a moment. Sometimes I think about that day in the cafeteria, how scared I was, how alone I felt, how sure I was that nobody cared. And now, I'm studying to become a social worker so I can help other kids who feel that way. Funny how the worst day of your life can become the thing that shapes your purpose. Marcus nodded, understanding exactly. His father's death had been the worst day of his life, but it had also launched him on a journey that defined who he was becoming, someone who believed in people's capacity to change, who fought for those who couldn't fight for themselves, who transformed pain into purpose. "See you tonight," Marcus said. 7 o'clock, don't be late. After the call ended, Marcus opened his email to find a message from Richard Westbrook. The subject line read, "Thank you. Dear Marcus, 5 years ago you were a grieving teenager who had every reason to hate me. I turned you away from my restaurant, judged you by your appearance, made you feel small. And instead of responding with hatred, you chose to believe I could change. That choice, your choice to hope for something better, saved my life. Not dramatically like a burning van, but slowly, persistently, patiently. You planted a seed and trusted it would grow. Tonight, the documentary premieres. People will see my transformation, but they'll also see you, a young man who embodies everything his father believed about human potential. Your dad would be so proud of who you've become. I'm proud of you too. Thank you for refusing to give up on me. Thank you for showing me that redemption is possible. Thank you for being living proof that loss can transform us into better people if we let it. With deep gratitude. Richard." Marcus read the email 3 times, tears streaming down his face. Then he opened a new message and began typing. "Dear Richard, thank you for having the courage to change. Thank you for proving my dad was right about people. Thank you for honoring Mrs. Patricia's memory by becoming who she always believed you could be. See you tonight." Marcus, the documentary premiere was held at a historic theater in downtown Charlotte. By 6:30 p.m., the lobby buzzed with people, some familiar faces from the memorial 5 years ago, others new supporters who discovered the Sterling Room and Patricia's place through word of mouth or media coverage. Michael arrived early, dressed in a suit but uncomfortable with the formality of it all. He'd spent his basketball career in front of cameras, but this felt different, more personal, more vulnerable. This wasn't about his achievements. It was about his choice to honor a promise, to see someone's potential when they couldn't see it themselves. "Uncle Mike," Marcus appeared, pulling his uncle into a hug. He'd flown in that morning from Chicago, bringing his mother and Miguel. "Have you seen it yet?" "The final cut. Last week, the director sent me a private link." Michael's voice was thick with emotion. "It's powerful, Marcus, really powerful, sometimes hard to watch. They don't sugarcoat Richard's behavior before the change, but honest, and ultimately hopeful." "Good, that's what people need. Not a fairy tale, but a real story about real transformation." Alina arrived next, bringing Aisha and 3 other youth program participants. The teenagers' eyes were wide, overwhelmed by the elegance of the venue. "Is this really for us?" Aisha whispered to Alina. "People like us don't usually get invited to things like this." "People like us belong everywhere," Alina corrected gently. "Mrs. Patricia taught me that. I'm teaching you, and someday you'll teach someone else." Richard was the last to arrive, visibly nervous. He'd lost weight over the past month, stress eating away at him as the premiere approached. But he stood tall, greeting people with genuine warmth, no longer hiding behind false confidence. Sandra Martinez approached him, her daughter Teresa, now a college graduate working as a social worker, beside her. "Richard, I wanted to tell you something before we go in." "Of course." 19 years ago, your mother helped me in a grocery store when I couldn't afford food for my daughter. That moment changed the trajectory of our entire lives. Teresa went to college, got her degree, now helps other families like ours used to be, all because of your mother's kindness. Richard's eyes filled with tears. "But here's what I want you to know," Sandra continued. "You've continued that legacy. The work you've done these past 5 years, helping Alina, creating programs for at-risk youth, serving meals to anyone who needs them, that's your mother's love multiplying through you. She would be so proud." "Thank you," Richard managed. "That means everything." Harold, the elderly veteran, made his way over with his grandson, who was now in culinary school, inspired by his Thursday night dinners at the Sterling Room. 5 years ago, I thought my life was over. I was lonely, purposeless, just waiting to die. You gave me community. You gave me purpose. You reminded me my stories matter. Thank you for that. One by one, people shared similar stories. Lives changed, purposes discovered, hope restored. Each testimony was a thread in the tapestry Patricia had started weaving 25 years ago when she chose to live differently after being saved from that burning van. At 7 p.m., everyone filed into the theater. The documentary was titled Second Chances, The Sterling Room Story, and it opened with footage of the original memorial event, Richard's breakdown, Michael's revelation, the room full of people Patricia had helped. For the next 90 minutes, the film traced the journey. Richard struggles to change his ingrained patterns, Alina's growth from homeless server to program director, the financial challenges of prioritizing people over profit, the staff departures and customer losses, the gradual building of community trust. But it also showed the victories. Thursday night dinners where people wept with gratitude, youth program graduates finding careers and purpose, Richard sitting at his mother's table every Sunday morning building relationships, Alina teaching cooking classes to kids who'd never been taught their lives had value. The filmmaker had interviewed everyone, Michael explaining why he'd chosen to honor Patricia's final wish, Marcus describing how helping Richard had helped him process his father's death, Alina sharing what it meant to be believed in when you'd given up on yourself. And Richard's interviews were raw, unflinching. He didn't minimize his cruelty before the change. He didn't ask for sympathy. He simply told the truth. I became someone my mother wouldn't recognize. And the hardest thing I've ever done is look at myself honestly and choose to become someone different. That choice isn't made once. It's made every single day, sometimes every single hour. The documentary ended with a montage set to Patricia's favorite song, footage of the Sterling Room and Patricia's place in full operation, families sharing meals, teenagers learning to cook, volunteers serving together, people of all backgrounds, all circumstances, all stories, connected by the simple truth that everyone deserves dignity. The final shot was Richard at his mother's table, talking with an elderly woman who just shared her story. The camera slowly pulled back, revealing the entire restaurant, a community built on the foundation of one woman's belief that how we treat people matters. The screen faded to black, and text appeared. Patricia Westbrook believed that kindness creates ripples. 5 years later, those ripples continue to spread. The Sterling Room has served over 15,000 Thursday night community dinners. Patricia's Place has graduated 47 students from its youth culinary program. The Second Chance Foundation has helped 12 other restaurants implement similar inclusive models in cities across the country. But the real measure of Patricia's legacy isn't in numbers. It's in the lives transformed by being seen, valued, and reminded that they matter. Because sometimes saving someone isn't a one-time event. Sometimes it's a choice we make over and over again, to believe in people's capacity to change, to grow, to become who they're meant to be. This is Patricia Westbrook's legacy. This is what grows from a single act of compassion. This is what happens when we refuse to give up on people, even when, especially when, they've given up on themselves. The lights came up to reveal not a dry eye in the theater. The applause started slowly, then built, not just for the film, but for the journey it documented, for the transformation it captured, for the hope it represented. Richard stood, tears streaming down his face, and gestured for Alina, Michael, and Marcus to stand with him. The four of them, connected by grief and hope in Patricia's enduring legacy, faced the audience together. 5 years ago, Richard said into the microphone, his voice shaking, I was lost. Today I'm found. Not because I'm perfect, I'm not. I still struggle. I still catch myself falling into old patterns. But I'm found because people refuse to let me stay lost. Because my mother's belief in kindness created ripples that touched everyone in this room. Because one man, he gestured to Michael, honored a promise made 25 years ago. Because a grieving teenager, he looked at Marcus, chose hope over bitterness. Because a young woman living in her car, he smiled at Alina, kept my mother's memory alive when I'd buried it. He paused, gathering himself. This documentary isn't really about me. It's about all of us. about what happens when we choose to see people, when we choose to believe in transformation, when we choose to love persistently, patiently, courageously. That's my mother's legacy, and it's the legacy I hope we're all building together. The applause grew louder. People stood, first a few, then dozens, then everyone. A standing ovation not for perfection achieved, but for the difficult, ongoing work of becoming better. After the premiere, a smaller group gathered at the Sterling Room for a private dinner. The core team who'd been there from the beginning, plus the filmmaker and a few key supporters. The restaurant had been closed for the night, reserved for this celebration. Marcus found himself at his father's old spot, Richard's mother's table next to Aisha. The teenager was quiet, overwhelmed by everything she'd witnessed. "You okay?" Marcus asked. "That could be me," Aisha said softly. "In the documentary, I mean. 5 years from now, someone could be filming my story, from foster care to culinary school to whatever comes next. It absolutely could be you. It should be you. You have everything Miss Alina had: talent, determination, the courage to keep trying even when life's been cruel. But what if I fail? What if I'm not strong enough?" Marcus thought about his father, about the letter Richard had read where James had written about teaching and helping people. "My dad used to say that strength isn't about never falling. It's about getting back up. You're already strong, Aisha. You've survived things that would break most people. Now you just have to trust that the people around you will help you keep standing." Aisha looked around the table at Alina, who'd been where she was, at Richard, who'd lost his way and found it again, at Michael, who'd saved lives by simply seeing people as worth saving, at Marcus himself, who transformed grief into purpose. "Okay," she said quietly. "Okay, I'll trust them, I'll trust you." "Good, that's all any of us can do. Trust each other, help each other, believe in each other." Across the table, Richard stood to make a toast. "5 years ago, I sat in this restaurant after the memorial event, alone, broken, wondering if change was even possible. Tonight, I sit here surrounded by family, not family by blood, but family by choice, by shared values, by the choice to keep believing in each other." He raised his glass. "To Patricia Westbrook, who started all of this by refusing to let one act of kindness be wasted. To Michael Jordan, who saves lives in ways big and small. To Alina Torres, who proves every day that believing in someone can transform their entire future. To Marcus Jordan, who shows us that grief can make us bitter or better, and choosing better is an act of courage. To everyone who's been part of this journey, thank you for refusing to give up. On me, on each other, on the belief that people can change." "To second chances," Alina added. "To believing in people," Marcus said. "To seeing people," Michael finished. "To everything," they said together, glasses raised. As the evening continued, filled with laughter and stories and the comfortable warmth of people who'd been through transformation together, Michael stepped outside for air. The Charlotte night was cool, stars visible despite the city lights. Alina joined him. "You okay, Uncle Mike?" "Just thinking about Patricia, wishing she could see this." "She can see it. Maybe not literally, but her presence is in every moment, in every choice we make to honor what she believed in." "You've become extraordinary, Alina. From living in your car to running a community kitchen, putting yourself through college, mentoring kids who remind you of yourself. Patricia would be so proud." Alina's eyes filled with tears. "I miss her. Even 5 years later, I miss her every day." That's how you know the love was real. It doesn't fade. It transforms into something else, into purpose, into legacy, into the choice to pass forward what was given to you. They stood in companionable silence, watching the city lights twinkle. Inside, through the window, they could see the dinner continuing. Richard laughing with Marco, Marcus teaching Aisha something on his phone, Miguel talking animatedly with his mother. "Do you think it'll last?" Alina asked suddenly. "All of this, the transformation, the programs, the belief in second chances, or will it eventually fade?" Michael considered carefully. "Nothing lasts forever in its original form, but if we teach it to the next generation, if people like Aisha and Miguel carry it forward, then it transforms into something new while keeping the core values alive. That's how legacy works, not preservation but evolution." "So what we're really doing is planting seeds." "Exactly. Patricia planted seeds in you. You're planting seeds in Aisha. Aisha will plant seeds in someone else, and on and on. That's immortality, not living forever but creating ripples that extend beyond your lifetime. Alina nodded slowly, understanding settling into her bones. Then I guess we'd better make sure we plant good seeds, seeds that will grow into something beautiful. You already are, Alina. Every single day you already are. They returned inside to rejoin the celebration, two people connected by loss and hope and the enduring belief that how we treat people matters more than anything else. The evening wound down eventually, people departing with hugs and promises to stay connected. Richard was the last to leave, pausing at his mother's table one final time. "Did we do it, Mom?" he whispered to the empty restaurant. "Did we honor you properly? Did we make you proud?" The restaurant offered no answer, of course. But in the silence, Richard felt something, not literally his mother's presence, but the echo of her love in every choice he'd made over the past 5 years. Every Thursday night dinner, every Sunday morning conversation, every time he'd pushed past his instincts to judge and chosen to see people instead. "We did," he answered himself. "We're doing it. Every single day, we're doing it." He locked up and walked to his car, but before getting in, he looked up at the stars. The same stars that had shone the night of the accident 25 years ago, the night Michael Jordan had pulled him from a burning van. 25 years, a lifetime, and yet in another way just the beginning, because transformation doesn't end. It continues, rippling outward, touching lives in ways we'll never fully see or understand. One person at a time, one choice at a time, one second chance at a time. Forever. Richard drove home through the Charlotte night, no longer the lost man he'd been 5 years ago, not yet the perfect man he'd never be, but somewhere in between, human, flawed, trying, and trying was enough. Trying was everything. Trying was how you honored the people who believed in you, by believing in others, by refusing to give up, by choosing every single day to be someone worth being saved. That was the legacy. That was the lesson. That was everything. And it would continue through Alina and Aisha, through Marcus and Miguel, through Richard and everyone he served, through Michael and everyone he inspired, rippling outward forever and ever, one act of kindness multiplying into thousands, one life saved becoming countless lives transformed. Patricia Westbrook's legacy, alive and growing. Second chances offered and accepted. People seen, valued, reminded that they matter. Forever. 10 years after the memorial. The morning Michael Jordan received the diagnosis, he was sitting in the Sterling room at Patricia's table, the spot that had become his own ritual whenever he visited Charlotte. The irony wasn't lost on him. A decade ago, he'd been turned away from this very restaurant. Now it felt like home. His phone buzzed with the doctor's callback. He stepped outside to take it, the February cold biting at his face. "Mr. Jordan, I have your test results. I'm afraid it's not good news." The words that followed were clinical, detached, pancreatic cancer, stage 4 aggressive limited treatment options, months not years. Michael listened with the same focused intensity he'd once brought to championship games, taking in information, calculating odds, understanding what was being said beneath the words. "How long?" he asked simply. "Without treatment, perhaps 3 to 6 months. With treatment, we might extend that to a year, though quality of life would be significantly impacted." "And treatment success rate?" A pause. "At this stage, we're talking about management rather than cure. I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan." Michael thanked the doctor, ended the call, and stood on the sidewalk watching people move past, hurrying to work, grabbing coffee, living their lives with the luxury of assuming tomorrow would come. He'd had that luxury for 62 years. Now suddenly tomorrow was finite. He thought about Patricia Westbrook, about her final months facing cancer, about the letters she'd written, the legacy she'd built, the way she'd used her limited time to plant seeds that would outlive her. About his brother James, dead for 10 years now, gone in an instant without the chance to prepare. Michael had something James hadn't: time. Not much, but enough. Enough to say goodbye properly. Enough to make sure the work continued. Enough to pass the torch. He pulled out his phone and sent 3 texts. To Marcus, need to talk. Important. Can you come to Charlotte this weekend? To Richard, dinner tonight, just us, I have something to discuss. To Alina, coffee tomorrow morning. There's something I need to tell you. Then he went back inside the Sterling room, ordered Patricia's favorite breakfast, scrambled eggs, wheat toast, fresh fruit, and sat at her table thinking about legacy, about time, about the difference between being alive and living. That evening, Richard could tell something was wrong the moment Michael walked into his office. They'd had countless dinners over the past decade, celebrations, check-ins, strategy sessions for the Second Chance Foundation, but Michael had never looked like this. Older, yes, everyone aged, but this was different. This was the look of someone carrying heavy news. "What's happened?" Richard asked immediately, abandoning the financial reports he'd been reviewing. "Let's get food first, then we'll talk." They went to a quiet corner booth, the restaurant humming with its usual Thursday night community dinner energy around them. Michael ordered but barely touched his food, pushing it around his plate while Richard's anxiety built. "Michael, you're scaring me. Just tell me." Michael set down his fork and met Richard's eyes. "I have pancreatic cancer, stage 4. The doctors give me 3 to 6 months, maybe a year with aggressive treatment." The world seemed to tilt. Richard gripped the edge of the table, his knuckles white. No, there must be something they can do. Clinical trials, experimental treatments." "Richard," Michael's voice was gentle but firm, "I've already researched all of it. This is one of those things that medicine can't fix. Not yet. Maybe someday, but not in time for me." I can't lose you too, not after everything. You saved my life twice. You can't just..." Richard's voice broke completely. "I'm not just anything. I'm dying, Richard. And I need you to hear what I have to say while I still have the energy to say it." Richard wiped his eyes roughly, trying to compose himself. "I'm listening. I'm proud of you. So incredibly proud. When I met you 10 years ago, you were lost, broken, unable to see people as anything other than status markers or inconveniences. And you've become someone your mother would recognize. Someone she'd be proud to call her son. Because of you, because you wouldn't give up on me. No, because you wouldn't give up on yourself. I gave you a mirror and an opportunity. You did the hard work of changing. That's all you, Richard. What do I do now? How do I keep doing this without you? The same way you've been doing it, one day at a time, one choice at a time. Richard, the Sterling Room doesn't need me anymore. It hasn't for years. You've built something sustainable, something that extends beyond any one person. That's the whole point. But you're not just anyone. Richard struggled to articulate it. You're the reason any of this exists. You're the North Star. When I'm struggling, when I'm tempted to fall back into old patterns, I think about you, about the man who pulled me from that fire, about what you do. Then keep doing that. Keep thinking about what would honor your mother, what would honor the sacrifice of being saved. Keep choosing to see people. That doesn't change just because I'm not here to remind you." They sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of mortality settling between them. "Are you scared?" Richard asked quietly. "Of dying? Not really. I've lived a good life, more than good, exceptional in ways I never expected or deserved. Won championships, made money, got fame. But the thing I'm proudest of, the thing that matters most as I face the end, is this." Michael gestured around the restaurant. "Helping you, honoring Patricia's wish, being part of something that made people's lives better. You've done so much more than that. The foundation has helped 43 restaurants in 18 cities implement inclusive models. Thousands of people have been served, hundreds of jobs created, countless lives changed. That's not me, that's all of us working together. That's the ripple effect Patricia believed in." Michael leaned forward. "Richard, I need you to promise me something." "Anything. Don't let this derail you. Don't use my death as an excuse to doubt yourself or retreat into old patterns. People are going to expect you to fall apart, to maybe even use grief as a reason to close the Thursday night dinners or scale back the programs. Don't do that. Keep going. Keep growing. Keep believing in second chances. I promise, I swear it. And take care of Alina. She's strong, but she's going to struggle with this. She's already lost Patricia. Losing me is going to feel like losing a father. She'll need support. I'll be there for her, whatever she needs. And Marcus," Michael's voice grew thick. "Marcus is going to be devastated. He's lost so much already, his father, now me. He's going to need you to remind him that this work continues. That loss doesn't mean we stop trying. Michael, I can't replace you for him. I can't be what you've been. I'm not asking you to replace me. I'm asking you to be his family, to remind him that the people we love don't really leave us. They live on in how we choose to live, in the values they instilled. In the work they started that we continue. Richard nodded, tears streaming freely now, making no effort to hide them. Around them, the Thursday night dinner continued, people laughing, eating, connecting. The work going on regardless of individual pain, the way it must, the way it always had. "When will you tell everyone else?" Richard asked. "Tomorrow I'll tell Alina. This weekend Marcus is coming down, I'll tell him then. After that, we'll figure out how public to make it. I don't want a circus, but I also don't want to hide it. There's dignity in facing death honestly. Is there anything I can do? Anything you need?" Michael smiled slightly. "Keep doing what you're doing. That's the best gift you could give me, proof that this work outlasts any individual. That Patricia's legacy, your transformation, Alina's growth, Marcus's advocacy, all of it continues regardless of who's here to see it. It will continue. I promise you it will continue." They finished dinner in quieter conversation, memories shared, gratitude expressed, the business of mortality attended to with as much grace as they could manage. When Michael finally left, Richard sat alone at the table, his food untouched, his heart breaking, his resolve hardening. Michael Jordan had saved his life twice. The least Richard could do was make sure the work continued, make sure the ripples kept spreading. Make sure that when Michael Jordan died, the world didn't lose the hope he'd helped create, it multiplied it. The next morning, Alina met Michael at Patricia's place. She'd arrived early to prep for the day's cooking classes, her movements efficient from years of practice. But the moment she saw Michael's face, she stopped. "What's wrong?" He told her simply, directly, the same way he'd told Richard. Alina's face crumpled immediately, her carefully constructed strength dissolving. No, Uncle Mike, you can't leave me. I can't do this without you." "Yes, you can. You've been doing it for years. Alina, look at what you've built. A thriving community kitchen, a youth program that's changed dozens of lives, college courses completed, a life you can be proud of. You did all of that. With you supporting me, with you believing in me." Alina was sobbing now, the young woman she'd been terrified, alone, certain she'd fail, surfacing through the confident adult she'd become. "I'm not ready. I'm not strong enough." "You're stronger than you know, stronger than I am in many ways." Michael pulled her close, letting her cry against his shoulder the way he'd held Marcus through grief a decade ago. "Alina, listen to me. You've been given a gift that Patricia never had, warning, time to prepare. I need you to use that time." How do I prepare to lose another person I love?" "By making sure what we've built together continues. By passing on to Aisha and the other kids what Patricia passed on to you. By refusing to let grief make you small or bitter or closed off." Alina pulled back, wiping her eyes. "What do you need from me? Tell me how I can help you." "Live, fully, courageously, generously. That's how you help me. Show me that the investment Patricia and I made in you wasn't wasted, that you're going to keep creating ripples long after I'm gone." They talked for 2 hours, about logistics, about fears, about the future of Patricia's place and Alina's role in it, about her plans to finish her bachelor's degree, her dreams of maybe opening more community kitchens in other cities, her hope of adopting someday so she could give a child the stability she'd never had. "You're going to do all of that," Michael said firmly. "And when you do, you'll remember this conversation and know that I believed in you, that I saw your future clearly, even when you doubted it." "Promise me something," Alina asked. "Anything." Fight as hard as you can. Not because you think you can win, but because we need you here as long as possible. We're not ready to say goodbye." "I'll fight, but Alina, I also need you to promise me something. When it gets bad, when I'm clearly suffering, when the quality of life is gone, I need you to let me go. Don't hold on so tightly that you make my dying harder. Let me go with dignity and peace, knowing the work continues." "I don't know if I can do that." "You can, because you're stronger than you think. Because Patricia taught you that love sometimes means letting go. Because that's what I need from you." Alina nodded, unable to speak through her tears. They sat together in the empty community kitchen, 2 people connected by loss and hope, and a dying man's wish that his legacy continue through those he'd helped become who they were meant to be. Marcus arrived in Charlotte on Saturday morning, his stomach tight with anxiety. His uncle's text had been vague, need to talk, important, and Marcus had spent the flight imagining worst-case scenarios. He'd been through this before when his father died. He knew the tone of bad news. Michael picked him up at the airport himself, looking thinner than Marcus remembered, his skin slightly yellowed. They drove to Michael's house in silence, Marcus's dread building with every mile. "Just tell me," Marcus finally said. "Whatever it is, just tell me." So Michael did, pulled into his driveway, turned off the car, and told his nephew, now 26, a social worker in Chicago, engaged to be married, that he was dying. Marcus's face went through a series of expressions: shock, denial, anger, grief, before settling on the one Michael had seen 10 years ago when Marcus first learned about his father's death: betrayal, as if the universe had broken a promise. "This isn't fair," Marcus said, his voice shaking. "You don't get to leave too. I already lost Dad. I can't lose you. I know it's not fair. Death rarely is, but Marcus, I need you to hear me, really hear me. I don't want to hear you. I don't want you to be dying." Marcus was shouting now, years of grief and loss pouring out. "Why does everyone I love die? Why can't one person just stay?" "Because that's not how life works. Everyone dies, Marcus. The question is what we do with the time we have, how we live, what we leave behind. I don't care about legacy right now. I care about you. I care about having my uncle at my wedding next year. I care about you meeting my kids someday. I care about—" Marcus broke down completely, his grief raw and uncontained. Michael let him cry, let him rage, let him process. This was Marcus's pain to feel, his grief to express. All Michael could do was bear witness to it. Finally, when the storm of emotion had passed, Marcus looked up with red, swollen eyes. "How long?" "Months, maybe a year with treatment, but the doctors aren't optimistic." "Are you going to fight?" "I'm going to do what makes sense. I won't destroy my quality of life for a few extra weeks of suffering, but I'll do reasonable treatment, try to stay functional as long as I can." Marcus nodded, absorbing this. Then, in a smaller voice, "What do I do when you're gone? How do I keep going when everyone who taught me how to live is dead?" "You remember what we taught you. You live according to those values. You pass them on to your children, your clients, everyone whose life you touch." Michael reached over and took his nephew's hand. "Marcus, your father believed people could change. I believed in honoring promises even when they're difficult. Together, we showed you that love means refusing to give up on people. That doesn't change because we're gone. But I need you, both of you. I'm not ready to do this alone." "You're not alone. You have your mother, your fiancé, Sarah, Richard, Alina, the whole community you've built through your advocacy work. You have everyone we've touched together over the past decade. That's what legacy means. You're never truly alone because the people who loved you live on through you." They went inside and talked for hours about Marcus's work, his upcoming wedding, his fears about becoming a father someday without his dad or uncle to guide him, about memories of James, about the past decade of transformation and growth, about regrets and gratitudes and all the messy emotional territory that comes with facing mortality. "I wish I'd visited more," Marcus said. "I wish I'd called more often. I wish I'd told you more clearly how much you mean to me. I knew, I've always known. Marcus, you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to carry guilt about what you did or didn't do. Just be present now. For the time we have left, that's enough." Is it really enough? Yes, being present, being honest, being willing to feel the pain of loss. That's love in its purest form. That's all any of us can ask for. That evening, they went to the Sterling room for dinner. Richard had organized a quiet gathering, just the core group, no dramatics, no formal announcements yet. But somehow everyone knew. You could see it in their faces, in the way they hugged Michael a little tighter, held eye contact a little longer. Richard stood and raised his glass. 10 years ago, a man kept a promise to a dying woman. He helped me see who I'd become and believe I could change. Tonight, I want to make him a promise in return." Michael tried to wave him off, but Richard continued. "I promise that the Sterling Room will continue serving Thursday night community dinners as long as I'm alive. I promise Patricia's Place will keep welcoming kids who need to be believed in. I promise the Second Chance Foundation will keep spreading this model to new cities. I promise we won't let grief stop the work. We'll let it fuel the work, fuel our commitment to seeing people, valuing people, reminding people they matter." "I promise too," Alina said, standing. "I promise to keep honoring Mrs. Patricia's memory and yours, to keep teaching kids like Aisha that they're worth investing in. to keep believing in transformation even when it's hard. Marcus stood last, his voice thick with emotion. "I promise to keep believing what Dad and Uncle Mike taught me, that people can change, that loss can transform us into better people if we let it, that the choice to hope is itself an act of courage. I promise the work continues." One by one, others stood. Aisha and the other youth program participants, volunteers, staff members, people whose lives had been touched by the ripple effects of one woman's belief in kindness. Each made their own promises, their own commitments to carrying forward what had been started. Michael sat at Patricia's table, surrounded by the family he'd chosen and the family that had chosen him, and felt a peace he hadn't expected. This was what Patricia had wanted. This was what James had believed in. This was legacy, not living forever, but creating something that outlived you. "Thank you," he said simply. "All of you. Thank you for taking what I gave you and multiplying it beyond anything I could have imagined. Thank you for proving that this work matters. Thank you for making my life mean something." "Your life has always meant something," Richard said. "But what you've done here, what you've built with us, this is going to outlive all of us. This is forever." The news went public 3 weeks later. Michael Jordan, basketball legend and humanitarian, facing terminal cancer. The media coverage was immediate and overwhelming. Some outlets focused on his athletic achievements, others on his business empire. But the story that resonated most was the one the documentary had told 5 years ago, now taking on new poignancy. The story of a man who saved lives by refusing to give up on people. Tributes poured in from athletes, celebrities, politicians. But the ones that meant most to Michael were simpler. Handwritten letters from people whose lives he touched, from scholarship recipients and youth program participants, from families who'd eaten Thursday night dinners at the Sterling Room, from restaurant owners in other cities who'd implemented the second chance model. One letter in particular moved him to tears. It was from Tyler Henderson, the boy who'd bullied Miguel Vasquez 10 years ago, the one Marcus had confronted in the cafeteria. "Dear Mr. Jordan, you don't know me, but I was part of your story in a way I'm not proud of. 10 years ago, I bullied a kid named Miguel. Your nephew Marcus stood up to me, and that moment changed my life, not immediately, but eventually. I spent years being angry, defensive, insisting I wasn't a bully. But slowly, through the peer advocacy program Marcus helped create, I started to understand the harm I'd caused. I learned that I was hurt, and I hurt others because of it. Now I'm a teacher. I work with at-risk kids, trying to help them understand what I didn't. That pain isn't an excuse to hurt others. That we all have the choice to be better than our circumstances. I heard you're sick. I wanted you to know that your belief in second chances didn't just help Richard Westbrook. It rippled out and eventually reached me, a kid who didn't deserve it but needed it desperately. Thank you for teaching people like Marcus to believe in redemption. Thank you for showing us that transformation is possible. Thank you for living in a way that made other people want to be better. With gratitude and respect. Tyler Henderson." Michael read the letter 3 times, then called Marcus. "Did you know about this? About Tyler?" "Yeah, he reached out a few years ago, wanted to apologize to Miguel. They actually became friends, both of them studying education, both of them wanting to help kids who were like they used to be. I didn't want to tell you because it seemed like bragging, like taking credit for something that was really Tyler's choice. It's not bragging to acknowledge that your actions had consequences. Good consequences. Marcus, this is what your father believed, that seeds planted sometimes take years to grow, but they do grow. I wish he could know. About Tyler, about everything we've done, about how right he was. He does know. Maybe not literally, but his values live on in you. That's how he knows." They talked for an hour, uncle and nephew processing mortality and legacy, and the strange comfort of knowing that the work would continue after both of them were gone. Michael's condition deteriorated faster than expected. By late spring, he was in hospice care at home, his body failing even as his mind remained sharp. The core group, Richard, Alina, Marcus, rotated staying with him, making sure he was never alone, bearing witness to his dying the way he'd borne witness to their living. One afternoon, when only Richard was there, Michael asked him to bring Patricia's journals, the ones Alina had saved all those years ago. "Read to me," Michael requested. "Read me her entries about who she hoped you'd become." So Richard Reed, his voice breaking repeatedly, sharing his mother's hopes and fears and dreams for her son. The entries showed a woman who never gave up believing, even when all evidence suggested she should. "She never stopped loving you," Michael said when Richard finished. "Even when she was disappointed, even when you changed into someone she didn't recognize, she never stopped loving you. That's what I want you to remember, that love doesn't require perfection. It requires persistence." "I'm going to miss you so much," Richard said. "You've been like a father to me these past 10 years. And you've been like a son. A difficult son sometimes, a frustrating son, but ultimately a son I'm proud of. Richard, you've become exactly who your mother hoped you'd be. That's my final gift to you, the certainty that you did it. You honored her legacy. You became someone worth being saved. Thank you for everything, for saving me twice, for refusing to give up, for showing me what real strength looks like. Thank you for being willing to change. That was the hard part. I just held up the mirror. You did the work of transformation." The end came on a Tuesday in June with Marcus and Alina and Richard all present. Michael had slipped into unconsciousness the day before, his breathing shallow and labored. They sat vigil through the night, taking turns holding his hand, telling him it was okay to let go. As dawn broke, Marcus leaned close and whispered, "We've got this, Uncle Mike. The work continues. You can rest now." Michael's breathing changed, slowed, stopped. He died as the sun rose, surrounded by the people he'd helped become who they were meant to be, leaving behind a legacy that would ripple outward for generations. The funeral was held at the Sterling Room, of course. Patricia's table had been moved to the center, covered with photos of Michael, not the famous basketball player, though those images were there, but Michael the humanitarian. Michael with Richard at the memorial event. Michael with Alina at Patricia's place. Michael with Marcus and James. Michael serving Thursday night dinners. Michael living values instead of just talking about them. Thousands attended, celebrities and regular people, scholarship recipients and community members, everyone whose lives he touched. But the eulogy was given by the core three, speaking together about what he'd meant and what he'd taught. Alina spoke of being seen when she was invisible, believed in when she'd given up on herself, loved persistently until she learned to love herself. Richard spoke of being saved twice, of transformation being possible even when you've become someone you hate, of the courage required to look at yourself honestly and choose to be different. Marcus spoke of his father and uncle teaching him, through their lives and deaths, that loss can make us bitter or better, that the choice to hope is itself an act of resistance against despair, that people matter more than anything else. "My Uncle Michael saved a woman and child from a burning van 25 years ago," Marcus concluded. But that wasn't his greatest achievement. His greatest achievement was showing all of us that saving people isn't a one-time event. It's a choice we make every day to see people, to believe in them, to refuse to give up on them even when they've given up on themselves. That's his legacy. That's what continues. That's what we promise to carry forward. The funeral ended with everyone, thousands of people, standing to recite together the quote that had become the Sterling Room's motto, the words Patricia had written in her journal. "See people, really see them, remind them they matter." It echoed through the restaurant, through Charlotte, through all the cities where the second chance model had spread, a commitment made by people who'd been touched by the ripple effects of one man's choice to honor a dying woman's wish. Michael Jordan was gone, but what he'd built, what they'd all built together, that was forever, that would continue, that would keep spreading. One person at a time, one choice at a time, one second chance at a time, forever. 20 years after the memorial, Aisha Rodriguez stood at the entrance of her restaurant, Second Chances, and watched the morning light paint golden streaks across the dining room floor. The name had come to her 5 years ago, when Alina had suggested she finally open her own place. "Call it what it is," Alina had said. "Call it what you are, a second chance made real." Now 27 years old, Aisha had traveled a path she once thought impossible. From foster care to Patricia's Place youth program, from culinary school to apprenticeships at renowned restaurants, from head chef to owner. Each step had been terrifying, each transition had felt too big, too fast, too much for someone like her. But Alina's voice had been there through all of it. "You're ready. I believe in you. Keep going." The restaurant was small, 30 seats, located in a neighborhood that reminded Aisha of where she'd grown up. Not the fanciest area, not the trendiest location, but a community that needed what she had to offer. Excellent food served with dignity to anyone who walked through the door, regardless of their circumstances. Every Thursday, like the Sterling Room before her, Aisha ran pay-what-you-can dinners. Every Sunday morning, like Richard had done at his mother's table, Aisha sat at table 7, Patricia's table she called it, greeting regulars, learning stories, seeing people. Her phone buzzed. A text from Alina, proud of you. 5 years and still going strong. Mrs. Patricia would be glowing, Uncle Mike too. Aisha smiled, tears pricking her eyes despite herself. 15 years had passed since Patricia Westbrook's death, 5 years since Michael Jordan's. Both were ghosts now, people she'd never met but who shaped every choice she made. Their beliefs lived on through Alina, through Richard, through Marcus, through her. Legacy, she'd learned, wasn't about physical presence. It was about values that persisted, love that multiplied, choices that rippled outward beyond anyone's ability to track or measure. Across Charlotte, Richard Westbrook sat at his mother's table at the Sterling Room, now 61 years old with silver streaks through his hair. 20 years. 2 decades since the memorial that had shattered and rebuilt him. Some days it felt like yesterday. Other days it felt like a different lifetime, a different person. A young couple approached, nervous, dressed in their Sunday best, clearly stretching their budget to eat here. 20 years ago, Richard would have judged them, seated them poorly, made them feel unwelcome. Now he stood immediately, warm smile genuine. Good morning. Welcome to the Sterling Room. I'm Richard, first time here. Yes, the woman said. We've heard such wonderful things, but we weren't sure if we could afford. It's Sunday, Richard interrupted gently. Sunday brunch is always pay what you can. You'll eat wonderfully, I promise, and you'll pay whatever feels right to you. No judgment, just welcome. Relief flooded both their faces. As Richard seated them at a prime table, window view, morning sun, the best spot in the house, he felt his mother's presence like a warm hand on his shoulder. See people, Richard. Really see them. I'm trying, Mom. Every single day I'm trying. Later, after the brunch rush had subsided, Richard pulled out his journal, a habit he'd developed after Michael's death, following his uncle's example. He wrote weekly now, documenting not just business details but the emotional work of sustained transformation. Year 20, week 14, served 143 people at Sunday brunch. 27 paid nothing. 16 paid double. The rest paid what they could. We broke even financially but made a profit in ways that matter more. Caught myself judging a man's appearance today, torn jacket, unkempt hair. The old instinct surfaced before I could stop it, but I did stop it. Consciously chose to welcome him warmly. Learned he's a veteran, newly housed after years of homelessness. He cried when I comped his meal. Said it was the first time in years someone treated him like a person instead of a problem. Mom, I still struggle. After 20 years, I still have to fight my worst instincts, but I'm fighting. Michael told me that's what matters, not the absence of bad impulses, but the choice to resist them. I hope you're both proud. I hope I'm finally the son you deserve. His phone rang. Marcus calling from Chicago. Richard, did you see the article? What article? The New York Times piece about the Second Chance Foundation. Front page of the business section. They're calling it the model that's transforming American hospitality. We're up to 217 restaurants now, Richard. 217. Richard felt something swell in his chest. Not pride exactly, but gratitude. Your uncle would be thrilled. He's probably watching somehow, grinning and saying, I told you so. Marcus's voice carried both joy and the permanent undertone of grief that never fully faded. The article specifically mentions how the model persisted and grew even after his death. How that proved it wasn't dependent on any one person but on shared values. That's what he wanted, what your father wanted, what my mother wanted, for the work to outlast all of them. It has, it will, Marcus paused. Sarah and I are bringing the kids down next month. Emma's 7 now, old enough to understand the story. We want to bring her to the Sterling Room, show her where it all began. Show her Patricia's table, tell her about great Uncle Mike and the man he helped change. I'd be honored. Both your kids can eat free, obviously. Obviously not. We'll pay full price. This isn't charity, it's family investing in family. After they hung up, Richard sat with that word, family. Not biological family. He'd never married, never had children of his own, but family nonetheless. Marcus, Alina, Aisha, the dozens of people who passed through their programs and stayed connected, the restaurant owners in other cities implementing the model, the ever-expanding web of people committed to seeing others with dignity. That was family. Chosen, built, sustained through shared values and mutual commitment to something larger than individual success. His mother had understood that. Michael had understood that. Now, 20 years later, hundreds of people understood it, the ripples spreading wider than any of them could have imagined. Alina stood at the entrance of Patricia's Place 20, the second location that had opened 3 years ago in a historically underserved neighborhood. She was 42 now, the scared 22-year-old living in her car, a distant memory. Or not distant, never distant. That girl was still inside her, still shaped by hunger and fear and uncertainty. But that girl had been transformed by being seen, believed in, given chances she didn't think she deserved. Now Alina did the same for others, ran 3 community kitchens across Charlotte, sat on the board of the Second Chance Foundation, spoke at conferences about hospitality and dignity and the business case for compassion, had adopted 2 children, both from foster care, both given the stability Alina had craved at their age. Her daughter Lucia, now 8, helped in the kitchen on weekends, learning to cook while learning that everyone deserves kindness. Her son David, 6, preferred greeting people at the door, his natural warmth making everyone feel welcome. "Mama," Lucia appeared beside her. "Can we make Mrs. Patricia's pot roast today, for the Thursday dinner?" "Of course, Mija. Want to help me prep?" "Yes, and can we save some for Aisha? She said it's her favorite." Alina felt tears threaten. This teaching her daughter to think of others, to share what they had, to see people as family. This was Patricia's legacy living on through generations. "We'll save plenty for Aisha, and for Richard, and for anyone who needs a good meal and a reminder that they matter." In the kitchen, surrounded by steam and spices and the comfortable chaos of meal preparation, Alina thought about the path that had led her here. Patricia saving her from despair, Michael believing in her potential, Richard trusting her with responsibility, Marcus showing her that loss could transform you into someone better. Every scar, every struggle, every moment she thought she couldn't continue, all of it had shaped her into someone who could help others through their own struggles. That was the gift of suffering survived. It gave you the credibility and compassion to help others survive theirs. "Mama," David called from the dining room. "There's a lady here. She looks sad. Should I talk to her?" Alina wiped her hands and went to see. A woman in her 30s sat alone at a table, staring at nothing, her coat wrapped tight despite the warmth inside. Alina recognized that look, the hollow-eyed exhaustion of someone barely holding on. She sat down across from the woman. "Hi, I'm Alina. This is my place. What brings you here today?" The woman's lip trembled. "I saw the sign. Pay what you can." "I can't pay anything. I just lost my job. My electricity got shut off. I haven't eaten in 2 days. I'm about to lose my apartment." Her voice broke. "I didn't know where else to go." Alina took the woman's hands. "You came to the right place. We're going to feed you as much as you want, as often as you need. And then we're going to help you figure out the rest. I have connections with social services, job placement programs, emergency assistance. You're not alone in this." "Why would you help me? You don't even know me." "Because 20 years ago, someone helped me when they didn't know me. A woman named Patricia Westbrook gave me a job and dignity when I had neither. And she taught me that the only way to honor that gift is to pass it forward. So I'm helping you because she helped me. And someday, when you're back on your feet, you'll help someone else. That's how it works." The woman began to cry, not sad tears, but relief tears. The tears of someone who'd braced for rejection and found welcome instead. Alina called Lucia over. "Mija, can you bring our new friend some pot roast, extra serving, and make sure she knows she's welcome here anytime?" Lucia nodded seriously, understanding this was important, that this moment mattered. She returned with a steaming plate, set it down carefully, and said what Alina had taught her. "This meal is made with love. I hope it helps you feel better." The woman looked at the child, at the food, at Alina, and whispered, "Thank you. You have no idea what this means." But Alina did know, exactly, because she'd been there, been the one receiving unexpected kindness, been the one reminded that she mattered. That was the power of lived experience. You couldn't fake understanding what hunger felt like. what desperation tasted like, what hope meant when it arrived unexpectedly. Patricia's place wasn't run by people who'd studied poverty academically. It was run by people who'd survived it personally. That authenticity, that genuine understanding, was what made it work. That evening, the core group gathered at the Sterling Room for their monthly dinner, a tradition maintained for 20 years now. Richard, Alina, Marcus, when he could fly in from Chicago, and now the next generation. Aisha, several other youth program graduates who'd gone on to careers in hospitality, community organizers who'd partnered with them, restaurant owners from other cities who'd implemented the model. The table had grown longer, the family larger, but the core commitment remained the same. Richard stood to make the toast he'd made every month for 20 years. To Patricia Westbrook, who started all of this by refusing to let one act of kindness be wasted. To Michael Jordan, who honored his promise even when it cost him. To James Jordan, who taught his son that people can change. And to all of us, choosing every day to see people, value people, remind people they matter. To second chances, Alina added, her voice strong. To believing in people, Aisha contributed. To the work that continues, Marcus finished. To everything, they said together, glasses raised. After dinner, Marcus pulled Richard aside. They walked to Patricia's table, now ceremonially marked with a small plaque, Patricia Westbrook's table where everyone matters. "I need to tell you something," Marcus said. "Sarah and I are moving to Charlotte. Next year when Emma starts 3rd grade. I'm going to take a position with the Second Chance Foundation full-time. Work on expansion, training, helping more cities implement the model." Richard felt his eyes sting. "Your uncle would be thrilled." "I think so too, but Richard, I need you to understand why. It's not just about the job, it's about proximity to this." He gestured around the restaurant to the source, to the place where my uncle learned to believe in transformation, where you transformed, where Alina found herself, where it all began. "You're coming home." "Yeah, I'm coming home. To the family I chose, the work that matters, the legacy I want my kids to inherit. Not money or fame, but values. The belief that people matter more than profit. That dignity is non-negotiable. That second chances are limitless. Emma and Elijah are lucky to have you teaching them what your father taught you." "I hope so. I hope I'm doing him justice, doing Uncle Mike justice." Marcus's voice caught. "I miss them both so much. Even after all these years, even with all the good we've done, I miss them." "They're here," Richard said firmly. "In every choice we make, in every person we help, in every Thursday night dinner. They're not gone, Marcus, they're just different, living on through us." Marcus nodded, wiping his eyes. 20 years. Can you believe it's been 20 years since that first memorial? Some days it feels like forever, other days like yesterday. Time is strange when you're living intentionally, when every day counts towards something larger. They stood quietly looking at the restaurant, full of people eating, talking, laughing, connecting. The work going on, the ripples spreading, the legacy living. "Your mother would be proud," Marcus said. "So proud she might burst. She'd also be appalled I'm still single, that I work too much, that I don't take enough vacations." Richard smiled. "She'd be Patricia, loving and nagging in equal measure." That's what mothers do, what good people do. They love us enough to want us to be our best selves. "Speaking of which, have you asked Sarah yet?" Marcus grinned. "About Emma joining the youth program when we move? Not yet, but I think she'll say yes. Alina's already planning curriculum. Aisha volunteered to mentor her. It's like the whole family is conspiring to pass this down to the next generation." That's exactly what we should be doing. Patricia believed legacy is what you build through others. We're building it through Emma, through Elijah, through Lucia and David, through every kid who comes through our programs. Generational transformation. Exactly. Not just changing one life, but changing how that life approaches all future lives. Multiplication, not addition. They returned to the group, where Alina was showing Aisha photos from Patricia's old journals, images Alina had carefully preserved and digitized, wanting to ensure the history survived. "Look at young Richard," Aisha teased, pointing to a photo of teenage Richard helping at his mother's catering company. "So innocent, so unproblematic." "I was a good kid," Richard protested. "It was adulthood that corrupted me." And it was adulthood that redeemed you, Alina countered. That's the beauty of it. We're never stuck being who we were. We can always choose differently. You've taught me that, Aisha said seriously. Every time I doubt myself, every time I think I'm not enough, I remember you. Living in your car, no education, no prospects. And now look at you. 3 community kitchens, 2 adopted kids, a degree, respect, purpose. I remember you too, Alina replied. Angry teenager, walls up, certain everyone would abandon you. And now you're a restaurant owner, a mentor, someone other kids look up to. We saved each other, Aisha. That's how it works. Aisha pulled Alina into a hug. Thank you for seeing me when I was invisible, for believing in me when I'd given up, for showing me what's possible. Thank you for proving Patricia right. That investing in people, really investing, not just lip service, but genuine belief and support, that it works, that it multiplies, that one person saved can save others. Later that night, alone in his apartment, Richard opened his laptop to the New York Times article Marcus had mentioned. He read it carefully, seeing his story, their story, analyzed and celebrated. The second chance model has proven that social mission and business success aren't mutually exclusive, the article stated. 217 restaurants across 34 states have implemented variations of the approach pioneered by the Sterling Room. Collectively, they've served over 3 million pay-what-you-can meals, graduated over 800 students from culinary training programs, and demonstrated that hospitality industry profits can coexist with radical inclusion. But perhaps most remarkable is the model's sustainability. Founded on the principles of dignity, service, and second chances, it has persisted and grown even after the deaths of key founders. This suggests something deeper than individual charisma, a genuinely replicable framework for values-driven business. The article included interviews with restaurant owners across the country, all echoing similar themes: better staff retention, more loyal customers, deeper community connections, and surprisingly to many, improved profit margins over time. When you treat people with dignity, they come back, one Portland restaurant owner explained. They bring friends. They spread the word. We found that inclusive hospitality isn't just ethical, it's economically smart. But what moved Richard most was the final section, where the reporter had interviewed people whose lives had been changed by pay-what-you-can dinners. I was homeless and hungry, a Baltimore man shared. Walked into a second-chance restaurant expecting to be kicked out. Instead, they fed me, treated me with respect, connected me with services. That was 3 years ago. I'm housed now, working, rebuilding. But I remember that meal. I remember being seen as human when I felt invisible. My daughter and I ate there every Thursday for 6 months while I was between jobs, a Seattle mother reported. They never made me feel ashamed, never made me feel less than, just fed us wonderful food and reminded us we mattered. Now I volunteer there, paying forward what was given to me. Story after story, city after city, life after life, the ripples spreading exactly as Patricia had believed they would. Richard closed the laptop and walked to his window, looking out at Charlotte's skyline. Somewhere in this city, someone was eating Thursday night dinner at the Sterling Room, being seen and valued. Somewhere, a teenager in Alina's program was learning they deserved opportunities. Somewhere, Aisha was serving food made with love to people who needed it desperately. And somewhere in memory or spirit or the space where love persists beyond death, Patricia and Michael and James were watching, proud, grateful, at peace. We did it, Richard thought. We actually did it. We took your belief in kindness and built something that outlasted all of us, something that will keep going long after I'm gone too. Thank you for not giving up on me. Thank you for teaching me that people are worth saving, even people like me, especially people like me. I'll keep going, I promise. Until my last breath, I'll keep trying to be the son you hoped I'd be, to honor the man who pulled me from that fire, to live in a way that makes their sacrifices meaningful. This is legacy. This is love. This is everything. And somewhere in the night, carried on wind or memory or the ineffable connection between people who'd loved each other, an answer seemed to whisper back. We're proud of you, Richard. Keep going. The work continues. 20 years after a memorial that changed everything. 15 years after Patricia's death. 5 years after Michael's death. 10 years after James's death. The work continued. People were seen, valued, reminded they mattered. Second chances were offered and accepted. Transformation happened slowly, imperfectly, but genuinely. Families were built from choice and shared values rather than blood. Love multiplied through service, through dignity, through the persistent belief that people could change. The ripples spread from Charlotte to cities across America, from one restaurant to hundreds, from one life saved to millions touched, from one generation to the next. Patricia Westbrook's legacy, alive and growing. Michael Jordan's promise, honored and extended. James Jordan's beliefs, proven and perpetuated. All of it living on through Richard and Alina and Marcus and Aisha, and hundreds of others who'd chosen to carry forward the simple, revolutionary idea that everyone deserves to be treated like they matter. Because they do matter, every single one. And that truth, that simple, powerful, transformative truth, would continue rippling outward for as long as people chose to believe it, embody it, pass it forward. One meal at a time, one person at a time, one choice at a time, one second chance at a time. Forever and ever and ever, until the whole world learned what a handful of people in Charlotte discovered 20 years ago. That how we treat people is the measure of who we are. That dignity is non-negotiable. That change is always possible. That love, real, persistent, courageous love, can transform everything. And that sometimes the greatest gift we can give is refusing to give up on people. Even when, especially when, they've given up on themselves. That was the lesson. That was the legacy. That was everything. And it would continue. Forever. So where are you watching this from? Drop your location in the comments below. I'd love to know how far this message of kindness has reached. If this story touched your heart and reminded you that people can change, please hit that like button and subscribe to this channel. Let's spread kindness together, one story at a time. And don't go anywhere. Click on the video appearing on your screen right now for another incredible story about transformation and hope. See you there.